Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes King's Heir? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the Valley of the End, the sounds of explosions echoed as a fierce duel unfolded. Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the once mighty Uchiha clan, faced off against his rival and best friend, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Sasuke had been tempted by the promise of power from Orochimaru, one of the most dangerous criminals in the ninja world, and left the Leaf Village. In response, Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage, dispatched a recovery team to bring him back. The team was led by Shikamaru Nara, a newly appointed Chunin, and included his best friend Choji Akimichi, the hot-headed Kiba Inuzuka, the prodigy Niji Hyuga, and, of course, Naruto Uzumaki. Young Rock Lee also joined the effort. However, they faced significant challenges as Orochimaru's loyal minions, the Sound Four, fought to allow Sasuke to reach their MSTR. The Leaf team held their ground, but the cost was high. Niji suffered a serious injury, and Choji nearly succumbed to chakra exhaustion. Kiba and Shikamaru would have been killed had it not been for the timely arrival of the Sand siblings. Now, Naruto, harnessing the power of the Nine Tails, fought Sasuke, who had transformed under the influence of his curse seal. "Come back, Sasuke. Don't make me hurt you," Naruto pleaded, hoping to reach his friend, but Sasuke was resolute. "Why do you care so much about me? I have to kill Itachi to avenge my clan. If that means leaving the village, then so be it," Sasuke shouted back. "Don't do it, Sasuke. Orochimaru will only use you. Come back with me, to the village, to Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, and our friends. Do you have any idea how much you hurt Sakura?" Naruto urged. "Who cares what she thinks?" Sasuke replied, shocking Naruto. "My revenge is all that matters. Why do you care so much about me?" "Because you are my best friend," Naruto responded earnestly. "Best friend, huh? Then I'll just have to sever that bond," Sasuke declared, charging at Naruto with a Chidori in hand. "Here I come." "Sasuke," Naruto called out, preparing his Rasengan. The two jutsu collided, engulfing them in a blinding light. Naruto had hesitated to harm Sasuke, who had no such reservations. In a brief moment, the Chidori pierced through the Rasengan, and despite its strength, Naruto had not used it to its full potential. Sasuke's attack left Naruto severely injured, and he fell into the water below, while tears streamed down Sasuke's face as he realized what he had done. In his mindscape, Naruto confronted the reality of his situation. The damage from Sasuke's attack, combined with blood loss, was overwhelming. "Is this it? Is this how I die? Without becoming Hokage?" he thought, feeling his heartbeat slow. "No," a mysterious voice spoke, and a bright light appeared above him. "Your time has not yet come, child." Meanwhile, the Nine Tails felt its chakra being drained. "No, what is this? Am I actually dying? Curse you for putting me in this situation," it lamented. Back in the real world, the waters glowed red as Sasuke watched in shock. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot into the sky from where Naruto lay. Moments later, Naruto, bloodied but determined, landed a powerful punch on Sasuke, knocking them both unconscious. Kakashi Hatake arrived to witness the aftermath of the battle between his two students. "No, Naruto. If only I had arrived sooner," he murmured, filled with regret. He summoned a large dog to carry Naruto and began the journey back to the Leaf Village, dragging Sasuke along, indifferent to the opinions of others. "I need to get Naruto to the hospital as soon as possible," Kakashi urged. Far to the west, beyond the land of wind and the land of earth, the crimson beam of chakra reached a tomb surrounded by a volcanic range. The beam penetrated the obsidian structure, and an ethereal hand emerged, revealing blood-red eyes. "So, my lovely Ishtar has chosen an heir for me after 10,000 years, the figure spoke, transforming into mist and gazing toward the horizon. "The age of the Otsutsuki is over. The time for the lions of Arcadia to rise once more has begun." Kakashi reached the gates of the Leaf Village, breathing from exhaustion. The Chunin guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, approached him. Izumo, Kotetsu. The mission was a success. Get Naruto to the hospital now, he instructed. On it, Kakashi, Izumo replied, carrying Naruto to the hospital while Kakashi and Kotetsu took Sasuke into custody. Sakura rushed to Kakashi as he brought in the unconscious Uchiha. Kakashi-sensei, you brought Sasuke back. But where is Naruto? She asked, concern etched on her face. In the hospital, Kakashi replied, causing her to gasp in shock. Sasuke did a number on him. Naruto lost his right arm and suffered serious injuries. What? Sasuke wouldn't do that. Sakura exclaimed, unable to believe it. I'm afraid it's true, Sakura. I don't even know the conditions of Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and Neji. Come, I need to report this to the Hokage, Kakashi said, leading her away. That night, in his secret lair, Danzo Shimura reviewed the report from Kakashi. His Foundation ninjas had obtained a copy before Tsunade could inform them. In his twisted mind, numerous schemes began to form. It appears the Nine Tails is no more. A shame. I would have wanted to use it for the village. No matter. The young Uzumaki could still be of use. The child of the fourth Hokage and the Red Death would certainly prove useful, but he would not join willingly, nor could he be kidnapped without consequences. Tsunade would be on him. Danzo pondered a way to get Naruto to his side. Suddenly, a perfect idea struck him. He just had to wait for tomorrow, and the blonde Uzumaki would become his most powerful tool and perhaps his successor. The next day, Kiba Inuzuka expressed his anger. Serves that guy right. After all the injuries, he deserves to rot in jail for all I care. Yeah. Especially after what he did to Naruto, Choji added sadly, recalling Naruto's condition. Will Naruto be okay? Hinata Hyuga asked, concern in her voice. I don't know, Hinata. He lost his right arm, for heaven's sake. I can't believe I once had a crush on Sasuke, Ino Yamanaka said, feeling disgusted with herself. Sakura, still in disbelief that Sasuke could do such a thing, reluctantly agreed with her friends. Just then, the doors opened, and two cloaked, masked Umbu entered, followed by Danzo Shimura. Hey, who are you? Kiba demanded. Let's just say, someone who has use of you, Danzo replied, using his abilities on the genins. The second stage of his plan was complete, and now he just needed to wait for the next steps. Little did Danzo know, destiny had a different course for Naruto. Naruto lay on his bed, reflecting on the past and his current condition. He had held back in a critical moment and lost an arm for it. Suddenly, the door opened, and the other genins entered. Guys? What are you? Before he could finish, Sakura Haruno slapped him hard across the face. You monster! How could you do that to Sasuke? What? Sakura, what do you mean? He asked, confused. Because of you, Sasuke is terribly injured and in jail. What? It's better than going to Orochimaru, right? And look at me. I lost an arm. Who cares about you, Naruto? You're just a monster. Sakura's harsh words shocked him. My mom was right. You are just a demon, no? You hurt your friends. How could you? Kiba punched Naruto in the stomach. It was fate that a monster like you could hurt Sasuke. A friend, like that, Neji added, striking Naruto's shoulder. I can't believe I had a crush on a demon like you, Hinata said, and the others echoed similar sentiments, further hurting Naruto. What is going on here? Demanded Tsunade Senju as she entered with Kakashi Hatake and Shikamaru. What are you doing to Naruto? Shikamaru asked, noticing Naruto's pained expression on the ground. We're doing what's right. He hurt Sasuke. Sakura insisted, supported by Ino and the rest. Are you all insane? Look at his condition compared to Sasuke's. At least Sasuke is still in one piece. Naruto lost an arm. Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto doesn't matter, you lazy Nara. What matters is that Sasuke gets what he deserves. Ino shouted. The only thing Sasuke Uchiha deserves is a life sentence, Tsunade replied firmly. Now get out all of you. Sakura, I'm disappointed in you, Kakashi said as she left. How could you think only of Sasuke when Naruto is like this? Granny Tsunade. Thank you for coming. You can Fix my arm, right? Naruto asked hopefully. Naruto, I have good news and bad news. What? You can fix my arm, right? You're the best medical ninja to have ever lived. No. There are some things even I can't fix. The good news is, the fox is dead. I don't know how, but it is dead. What? Amazing. That means, the villagers won't hate me anymore. The bad news is, she took a deep breath. Because of severely harming the Uchiha, despite him being rogue, the council has voted that, coupled with using the fox's chakra, you are no longer fit to be a ninja of the village. What? Naruto, Kakashi, and Shikamaru exclaimed in unison. Granny, it's a joke, right? Tell me it's all just one big bad joke. I'm afraid not. I tried my best to stop them, Naruto. I really did, but the council has unanimously voted to seal your chakra. I'm sorry, Naruto. Tsunade spoke as the sealing team moved in. She stepped outside, covering her ears to block out Naruto's cries of despair. That night, Naruto could not sleep. This was the worst day of his life. All of his friends, except Shikamaru, Nara, and Rock Lee, had abandoned him to side with Sasuke. His chakra was destroyed, his ninja status revoked, and he had lost an arm. His heart was broken by Sakura, and although Hinata had confessed her feelings, she had turned away from him. Kiba and Niji had beaten him, and he couldn't forget the harsh words from the other genin. What's the point anymore? My friends betrayed me, my ninja rank is gone, my chakra is destroyed, and my dream to become Hokage is shattered. What point do I have in living? Naruto thought in despair just as the door to his room opened. Naruto looked up, expecting a nurse with more food, but instead, two short men with coal-like skin, hairy beards, and leather clothing entered. Who are you? Naruto asked the strangers. Well, my name is Brock, and this is my brother Eitri. We're dwarves in service of Enoch, king of Arcadia. Now quiet, kid, we're getting you out, Brock replied, removing the cuffs binding Naruto to the bed. Dwarves? King? What do you want with me? Naruto asked, but Brock shushed him. I said quiet, kid. All will be explained soon. Brock and Eitri led Naruto out of the hospital, with Eitri carrying him. It was a funny sight, as Eitri was only half Naruto's size but clearly stronger. The two dwarves ran through the hospital halls, filled with unconscious doctors, nurses, and patients. They reached a chariot made of iron and sat Naruto down. The dwarves then drove away, past sleeping civilians and ninja in the streets of the village, through the gate, and into lands the world had forgotten existed. It had been 8 days since the dwarf brothers Brock and Eitri took Naruto away from the Leaf Village. The chariot carrying Naruto raced forward, faster than usual, as a squad of Leaf Umbu pursued them. Led by Yugao Yuzuki, they had been tracking the dwarves since Tsunade issued the orders 4 days prior. Do you mend these Leaf BSs? Brother, can you shake them off our trail? Brock asked, glancing at Eitri, who nodded in response. Eitri drew a bow and knocked a large black arrow. Let's take care of them, brother. With a swift motion, Eitri released an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, one of the Umbu fell, stunned. The remaining Umbu quickly regained their composure and continued their pursuit. They were now deep in uncharted territory, approaching a mountain range that formed a circular shape. Eitri fired another arrow, striking down another Umbu. In retaliation, one of the Leaf Umbu launched a fireball that struck the chariot's wheels, causing it to topple. The dwarves managed to shield Naruto from harm, and Brock sprinted forward, carrying Naruto on his back. Sound the horn, brother. Alert the sirens. Brock shouted, and Eitri complied. A loud, piercing sound echoed through the area, reminiscent of a wild beast's roar. Brock and Eitri, with Naruto in tow, found themselves surrounded by the Leaf Umbu. Yugao stepped forward, her katana aimed at Brock's bearded face. You will hand over Naruto Uzumaki to us now, creature. And why should I? Brock retorted. He is a ninja of the Leaf Village, and you have kidnapped him. Really? As far as I'm concerned, he was one of yours until your village decided to strip him of his chakra after a job well done. The affairs of our village are not your concern. Hand him over, or I will be forced to take action. Well, that's a tempting offer, but I think you'll want to hear what's coming next. What do you mean? Yugao asked, confusion etched on her face, just as loud screeches filled the air. Half-woman, half-bird creatures swooped down, attacking the Umbu. Amid the chaos, Brock and Eitri retreated to the mountain wall while the sirens overwhelmed the Umbu. Yugao fought valiantly but was ultimately subdued. As the last of her squadmates fell, the sirens captured her. "Time to die, little girl," one of the creatures hissed. Just as she was about to strike, a chilling voice commanded, "Stop." The sirens turned to see a spectral shadow, kneeling before it. "My king, what will you have your warriors do?" one of the sirens asked as the shadow approached. "This one is useful. Take her, for interrogation, at my tomb," the shadow commanded, and the sirens obeyed. "Time to meet you, my heir." Naruto was led into a grand pyramid-like structure. "Where am I?" he asked, groggy from sleep. "Welcome to the ruins of the city of Arcadia, boy," Brock replied. "Arcadia? I've never heard of it," Naruto said, bewildered. "Oh, you'll learn everything you need to know about us soon enough. The king wants to meet you right now. That building you see is called a ziggurat, and his spirit awaits." Brock and Eitri hurried inside the ziggurat, climbing its long stairs until they stood before a tomb. Behind it, a throne awaited. "All hail the king of Arcadia," Brock proclaimed as he knelt. The shadow moved to the throne and settled into it, gradually taking on a human form. "So, you are my heir," the figure spoke. He had fair skin, black eyes, and black hair, robed in regal attire. "I am Enoch Bogler, the king of Arcadia." "So you're the boss of these two?" Naruto asked, standing up. "King. There's a difference, child. Thank you for your services, dwarves." "You may leave," Enoch commanded, and the dwarves complied. "Looking at you, you don't seem so special, but I sense great potential within you and a strong affinity for the magic arts." "Magic? What are you talking about? Who are you, and what do you want with me?" "I thought I already introduced myself. They didn't mention you were somewhat hard of hearing." "I'm not hard of hearing." "Then you already know me, child. I am Enoch, king of Arcadia. At least, I used to be before I died." Died? Yes. "What you see before you is my soul. I could move on, go to the afterlife, be reunited with my loved ones, but I didn't. Arcadia needs a king, and it has chosen you, Naruto Uzumaki." "How did you know my name?" "Once it became clear to me that you were to be my heir, I researched your history. What I found was shocking. A disgraced ninja, the vessel of a demon, the village scapegoat, and much more. It's astonishing how the politicians allowed such treatment, considering who your parents were." "My parents? Have parents?" "Had. Who are they? Did they love me? Why did this happen to me?" "They loved you, child, as any parent would. Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and your father was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "My parents, then why did this happen to me? Why am I the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Why did they choose me?" "One question at a time, child. To understand this, we must go back to the night it began." Enoch recounted the attack by the Nine Tails, the deaths of Naruto's parents, and the misguided actions taken by the village leaders to protect him. "The third Hokage, in order to shield you from your father's enemies, gave you your mother's name without considering those hunting down your clan," Enoch explained, shocking Naruto. "I have a clan?" Naruto asked, surprised. "Lessons for another time, child. Now, I have matters that require my attention. Do not leave this room, or you will face the wrath of my guards." With that, Enoch vanished in a swirl of black mist. Enoch appeared before the sirens who were interrogating Yugao Yuzuki. The sirens knelt before their king as he approached the leaf ninja. "Has she revealed anything of use?" he inquired. "No, my king. She refuses to talk, and I believe more extreme measures may be necessary," replied the siren captain. "That wouldn't be necessary, Captain. I will obtain what we need." Enoch stepped closer to Yugao, misty tendrils reaching toward her. "I don't care who you are or what powers you possess, I will never talk." Yugao declared defiantly, but her bravery was no match for Enoch's power. Your mouth may remain shut, but your mind will not. Using his magic, Enoch extracted all the knowledge Yugao had about the shinobi world. Exhausted from the painful experience, she wished for death rather than reveal any more secrets. Yet Enoch still had use for her. Put her in the metamorphosis chamber. Her skills combined with that of a Shoggoth will prove useful. Yes, my king. The siren captain complied without hesitation. Brock, Eitri. Yes, my lord. Brock stepped forward. Inform all the dwarves to restart the forges. Mine the lands near the Run River for metal. Complete the works I ordered you to halt long ago. Build me an army worthy of Arcadia. It will be done as you command, my king. Brock then departed with his brother to relay the new orders. Tomorrow I will begin his training, and in 3 years he will lay the foundations to rebuild Arcadia. The time of the Otsutsukis is over. The age of the lions of Arcadia begins. A week had passed since Naruto arrived in Arcadia. During this time, Enoch had started Naruto's training in magic and alchemy. Although Naruto could no longer wield chakra, he had immense potential in the magical arts. However, his unruly and loud nature tested Enoch's patience. Again, Enoch instructed as Naruto focused his magical energy to bend the flame of a small candle in front of him. The flame began to bend, but Naruto lost focus. Sigh, again. Why do I have to learn the basics instead of the cool spells? Naruto shouted, rubbing his head where Enoch had tapped him with an iron staff. That hurts, he exclaimed. And I told you to stop calling me old man, Enoch replied, regaining his composure. Try again. But it's so annoying. It wouldn't be if you were patient, but impatience seems to run deep in your clan, particularly from your mother. Hey, that's not fair. I would be a better ninja if the academy instructors taught me properly, but they never did. Are you sure? Last I checked, you were the class clown, always goofing off and seeking the attention of a pink-haired girl. You blamed the academy instructors for sabotaging your grades, but when I checked your memories, I found no evidence of that. You simply lack the focus to pay attention to detail. This is why ninjas have such a high death rate. But it's so boring. On the surface, it may seem so, but even what we call boring can be interesting to others. There is no such thing as boring in this world. People choose to listen to what they want to hear. After this lecture, Enoch lit 2 more candles. Now try with 3. What? I can't even do it with 1. Your reserves are large. By focusing on using more, you may be able to use magic more effectively. Begin. Hidden Leaf Village. About 2 weeks had passed since Naruto's supposed kidnapping. The initial days were relatively peaceful, but trouble soon followed. Orochimaru's minions had broken Sasuke Uchiha out of his prison cell, leading to Sasuke's defection from the Leaf. Additionally, border skirmishes with the Stone and Lightning villages escalated. Their economic ties with Wave Country and military alliance with Sand were hanging by a thread after Naruto's sentence and kidnapping. Tsunade faced an increasingly dire situation. Danzo Shimura was furious over recent events. The War Hawk and Foundation commander was frustrated that his plans had been sabotaged by unknown forces. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Naruto's kidnapping, during which he and countless others in the village suddenly fell asleep, were a complete mystery. His plans to capture Naruto had been thwarted. Hey, Tsunade! Jiraiya of the Sannin entered through the window as usual. Wow, the Leaf looks really down right now. Anyway, where's the blonde brat? I need to take him on a training trip. The kid is kidnapped, Jiraiya, Tsunade replied wearily, surprising him. What? Who did it? Stone? Cloud? Orochimaru? Who? Jiraiya asked, his anger boiling. Some unknown force, Jiraiya. That's all I know. A very powerful and mysterious force took him. How did it happen? Tell me everything you know. Tsunade recounted the events, starting from the hospital incident to Naruto's sentence and everything she knew about that day. With each revelation, Jiraiya's anger grew, directed at the village and the council for imposing such an unjust punishment on Naruto. And we all just fell asleep like that. Next thing I know, Naruto was gone. I dispatched several squads of Umbu to find him, but none have had any luck. I'll find him, Jiraiya declared. What? Jiraiya, as much as I care about Naruto, the village needs you more than ever. Sorry, Tsunade, but I've neglected my duties as a godfather for too long. It's time I make up for lost time. But the village? I know I'm disregarding the memory of your grandfather, granduncle, and Sensei Sarutobi, but after what they did to Naruto, I don't care about that anymore. I will send intel back to you, but in the meantime, I'm traveling the world searching for my godson. With that, Jiraiya jumped out of the window to begin his journey. Now even Jiraiya has left. This just keeps getting worse for me, Naruto muttered to himself. In Arcadia, Enoch spoke to his apprentice, Naruto. To win a battle, you must know your enemy. Not just know them, but also their philosophy, history, art, and culture. Understand them as you would a book, and you can win 100 battles. Why would I want to know them? They're my enemies, aren't they? Naruto asked, puzzled. It's not about wanting no. If you know how your opponent will react in any situation, you can easily predict their moves. Their actions will fall into your hands like a puppet bound to strings, and you can dismantle them piece by piece. Enoch explained. Despite his initial reluctance, Naruto found the tactic compelling. Continue reading, Naruto. These are the best books on war tactics, history, politics, and economics that we have. The elven scribes have documented every detail for you to learn. Enoch encouraged, hoping his apprentice would absorb the knowledge necessary for Arcadia's resurgence. If you don't mind me asking, what was your life like before becoming king? Naruto inquired. That is a story I intended to share at a later time. I will tell you one day, but for now, focus on these books and their lessons, Enoch replied. As Naruto read, he suddenly sensed an incoming attack. He leaped up to evade the strike, landing behind his table. 3 fire assassins emerged, and Naruto quickly coated his arms, legs, and chest with water using his new magic. The fire beings attacked with fiery swords and spears, and Naruto countered with a water staff. He blocked the first strike, kicked the first attacker, and dodged the second. With a swift kick to the face of the fire being, he performed a somersault and struck the third one in the chest. After 3 intense minutes of combat, Naruto emerged victorious, much to Enoch's delight. Excellent, Naruto. Your training is progressing well. In less than 3 years, you will be the perfect heir to Arcadia. Now, let's head to the nearby river, Enoch commanded. Naruto dashed down to the river, leaping across the rocks and performing a forward flip. He climbed a tree with one hand, taking in the vibrant landscape, the flowing river run, wild vegetation, singing birds, and playful animals. He felt the life around him and embraced it as part of his training. Returning to Enoch, he was handed a sword. Sword Form 1, Enoch instructed. Naruto assumed the stance. Sword Form 2, Enoch ordered again, and Naruto complied. Good. Now, destroy the stone warriors I created. As 7 stone warriors advanced, Naruto fought them, facing slight difficulty while using his left hand, but he ultimately triumphed. Enoch was extremely pleased with Naruto's progress, ready to move on to more challenging subjects now that the basics were covered. Come here, Naruto, Enoch called, and Naruto hurried over. What is it, Imtar? A new technique? He asked eagerly. No. I believe it's time I share my story, my life before I became king, Enoch revealed. I thought you said you would tell me at a later time, Naruto replied. Enoch picked up a handful of sand and threw it into the air, conjuring a misty fog that displayed his memories like a magical screen. Now is as good a time as any. My story begins about 10,000 years ago. I was born to a poor family in the city of Lagash. My father taught me everything he knew about the world, sharing stories from travelers and doing his best to educate me. Eventually, I learned to become a blacksmith, and the kings of the city-states hired me for my skills, though I was paid very little. Then one day my life changed forever. While I bathed in the river Kishin, a meteor landed nearby. I went to investigate and found a black metal unlike any I had seen before. It radiated a powerful, dark aura, filled with untold potential. Buried within the meteor was the most appealing woman I had ever encountered, my lovely wife, Ishtar Otsutsuki. You found her in the meteor? Naruto asked, astonished. Yes. The Otsutsuki are a species more powerful than humans, residing in realms beyond this world. So, they're aliens? Naruto questioned. Yes. Indra and Ashura, the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans, as well as the Uzumaki, were of Otsutsuki blood. The Sage of the Six Paths, the founder of chakra manipulation, and his brother Himura, the progenitor of the Hyuga clan, were also Otsutsuki. Their mother, Kaguya, was an Otsutsuki as well. How do you know this? Naruto asked. My soul witnesses many significant events in the world, not all, but the important ones since the flood. All shall be revealed in time, my apprentice. I will wait patiently for when you can share more, Themster, Naruto replied. But you haven't forgotten your training. Now where was I? Yes. I took Ishtar to my home, along with the mysterious metal for further study. I nursed Ishtar back to health, and our first encounter was somewhat awkward and tense. 10,000 years ago, Ishtar awoke in a soft bed, her body still aching from the crash. Using her Rinasharingan, she examined her surroundings and realized she was in a house. Noticing bandages covering her wounds, she heard noises and turned to see a native of the planet holding cups. Hello, Enoch said, just as Ishtar conjured a pure, violet chakra sword in her hands. I mean you no harm, Enoch exclaimed, his voice trembling. I nursed you because you were wounded. He approached Ishtar, placing the cups down on a table. I swear, I mean you no harm. Ishtar deactivated her blades and placed her hand on Enoch. A white light enveloped his face as she absorbed some of his knowledge to better understand her surroundings. Enoch shrugged off the events that had just transpired. Are you okay, miss? He asked, looking at Ishtar, who seemed confused. She was just beginning to grasp the native language and struggled to respond. I'll introduce myself. My name is Enoch Bogler, son of Kairon and Nessa, blacksmith for the kingdoms of man, he said, trying to ease her discomfort. Ishtar Otsutsuki, daughter of Abzu and Tiamat, princess of the Otsutsuki clan, Ishtar replied, revealing her name. I see. Are you okay, Ishtar? Enoch inquired, concerned for her well-being. I am fine. Thank you, Enoch, for tending to my wounds, Ishtar said, her accent slightly unusual, but Enoch didn't mind. You're welcome, Ishtar. Here, I made this for you, Enoch said, handing her a cup. It was clear that Ishtar was unfamiliar with the concept of a cup or drink, so Enoch demonstrated how to use it. He blew on the drink and Ishtar mimicked him. After he took a sip, she followed suit, finding the taste delightful. Good, Ishtar said, finishing her tea in one go, surprising Enoch since it was still hot. Are you hungry, Ishtar? I have some vegetables and eggs if you want, Enoch offered as he stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Ishtar, ever curious, followed him, eager to learn more. In the present day, Naruto asked his emster, that was your first meeting? Yes. Ishtar was a curious girl, eager to learn all she could. Despite not having any formal education, I helped her learn what she wanted, Enoch replied. Continue, Str. I want to hear more. Of course. Ishtar stayed with me for 2 years. During that time, I taught her much of what I knew about the different city-states, the peoples, the geography, and of course, the tyrannical dragons who oppressed mankind. As a blacksmith often hired by wealthy kings, I had the benefit of learning more than the average man. Education for the past 8,000 years was a privilege only for the rich and aristocracy. Anyways, during those 2 years, she fell in love with me and I fell in love with her. She took on a more human-like appearance to hide her alien origin, and we got married. Enoch then showed Naruto an image of Ishtar's human form, and the young blonde was taken aback by her beauty. Her flowing golden hair, soft skin, and elegant attire made her seem like a goddess. Tragedy soon struck. The dragons were tyrannical and oppressive, enslaving humans by the tens of thousands. The mighty kings of powerful cities like Uar, Kish, and Lagash were mere puppets to their dragon overlords. Ishtar's original mission on this planet was to plant a divine tree that would consume the planet's life force. She wasn't the first Otsutsuki here. 1,000 years before her arrival, various Otsutsuki had waged war against the dragons but were ultimately defeated. The might of the dragon father, Glorung the Abhorred, was absolute. But the legends say you defeated Glorung. How did you do it, oh? Naruto asked, intrigued. Not everything is as simple as it is written in books, Naruto. The dragons attacked Lagash because King Heir Nakaram refused to pay tribute. In the chaos that followed, Ishtar protected me from the dragons. By fighting them. In the past, during the slaughter of Lagash, dragon fire swept over the city. Buildings burned, and civilians fled for their lives. Soldiers valiantly tried to combat the winged monsters, but their weapons were ineffective against dragon scales. Enoch ran as fast as he could to his house to find his wife. When he arrived, however, she was not there. Ishtar, where are you? Enoch shouted, just as a nearby building collapsed. Ishtar Otsutsuki soon found him. Ishtar, you're safe. Enoch exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll get us out of here, Ishtar assured him, using her powers to clear the debris trapping him. But then, a dragon landed beside them. What's this? The dragon said in a booming voice. A couple? You two look so adorable together. Say goodbye, humans. The dragon opened its mouth and unleashed fire upon them. Ishtar quickly formed a protective dome of chakra around herself and Enoch. The dragon was taken aback but soon realized what was happening. You're one of them, aren't you? I'll burn your skin for daring to set foot on this planet, Otsutsuki. Not if I burn you first, Ishtar retorted, unleashing black flames that severely injured the dragon. She then created a red lightning sword and flew up, piercing the dragon's head and killing it instantly. In Otsutsuki, eliminate the off-worlder, shouted one of the dragons as others approached. Go, Enoch. I'll take care of them, Ishtar urged, enveloped in a silver chakra that took the form of a humanoid warrior. Come on, dragons. Show me what you are made of, she challenged, leaping to confront the winged beasts. Back in the present, Naruto exclaimed, she's so cool. But Imster, I thought it was you who fought the dragons, not Ishtar. We both fought the dragons. She saved me and defeated the dragons attacking Lagash, but this drew the attention of their leader, Glorung. Glorung? I've heard his name before in books. They say not even the Nine Tails compare to his power. Glorung was the oldest and mightiest of his kind. Beasts like the nine-tailed fox, while powerful, are but kittens compared to the sheer monstrosity that was Glorung the Abhorred. He had wings over 20 kilometers in length, and his mouth could swallow 7 whales whole. His armor was like a mountain made of bronze and iron, and his claws and teeth were sharper than swords. His fire burned as hot as the sun, and his movements shook the earth to its core. The father of dragons came to fight Ishtar. He had faced numerous Otsutsuki before, and though Ishtar was extremely powerful, she was no match for him. Perished in the fight. I'm sorry to hear that. She still lives on, Enoch said, leaving Naruto puzzled. She does. Our loved ones live in our hearts. A person is truly gone only if those who knew them forget. Even your parents live on in you, no. Their love remains. Can you remember that love? I understand. Ishtar ultimately perished in the fight. When I reached her, it was too late. Her death could not be prevented. As I sat beside her, she wiped away my tears, telling me that she loved me and would always be with me, even in death. She spoke of a way to defeat Glorung, to forge a sword from the metal of her meteor, and as a final gift, she bestowed upon me her eyes and power. Her eyes, a blend of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, along with the sword crafted from the metal, would be enough to end the tyranny of the dragons once and for all. 10,000 years ago, the dragons in the Great Valleys were feasting when Enoch arrived, cloaked and accompanied by 6 wagons filled with barrels of wine. Glorung, the father of dragons, boomed, "Who are you, human? What do you seek that you come to me? My name is Enoch, and these are my friends. We bring to you, great father of dragons, The finest wine from the kingdoms of man to celebrate your recent victory, Enoch replied as his entourage unloaded 30 large barrels. Oh, I always enjoyed the wine that you pathetic humans make. More useful than your sorry selves, wouldn't you say? Glorung taunted as he began to drink. Unbeknownst to him, the wine was laced with substances that would induce fatigue. After consuming 7 barrels, Glorung became quite drunk, his body growing tired and weak. The other powerful dragons followed suit, succumbing to the same effects. Sensing the moment was right, Enoch approached Glorung, his hand poised to strike with a hidden weapon. You dragons always consider yourselves superior. And indeed we are superior, Glorung replied, slurring slightly. Are you certain? Is that doubt I hear human? I could kill you with a mere breath. Perhaps. But you see, you don't understand us. We humans, despite our weaknesses, compensate with sheer cunning. What we lack in strength, we make up for in intellect, and you dragons seem to forget that. You underestimate humanity's potential for malice and destruction. That is why I consider you pathetic, Glorung. You call me pathetic? Pathetic? Glorung roared in anger. Indeed. Pride leads to arrogance, arrogance leads to laziness, laziness to incompetence, and incompetence to death. Your pride will be your own downfall, Glorung. And who will deliver that strike? You? Jackpot. Enoch pulled down his cloak to reveal a suit of armor made from the black metal he had found alongside Ishtar. He opened his eyes to reveal the new Rinasharingan, the last gift from his wife. That armor, made from death metal. The same metal that can harness the full power of the primeval waters of chaos. The source of creation. Glorung exclaimed. So that's what this metal is called. Those eyes. The same ones as the Otsutsuki I defeated days ago. She couldn't defeat me, human. What makes you think you can? Because she is with me, guiding me in everything I do. With that, Enoch leaped and moved the sword he had forged into Glorung's heart. The father of dragons roared in pain as his massive body fell to the ground. The other dragons attempted to assist, but Enoch, using the powers granted by his eyes, trapped them in planetoids. Enoch took a step back as Glorung rose again. I will enjoy burning your flesh for that, human. Glorung unleashed a torrent of fire at Enoch. Enoch created an energy shield that protected him and his friends from the flames. The dragon was astonished, as no one had ever survived his fire before. The death metal. It amplifies your power, making you stronger than you were meant to be. But it matters not. My power is absolute. We'll see about that. Enoch summoned a massive fist of lava from the ground and struck Glorung in the face. Dark blue energy, flowing like water, enveloped his hands as he unleashed blasts at the dragon, who roared in pain. A powerful attack, human, but not enough to kill me, Glorung declared as he slammed his massive hand down, creating a shockwave that left a crater. Enoch soared across Glorung's enormous body, firing beams of dark energy. Glorung flapped his wings, creating a hurricane that knocked Enoch off course. The dragon retaliated with a beam of red energy that obliterated kilometers of land in an instant. The sky darkened, and lightning struck Glorung. Glorung spotted Enoch and engulfed him, destroying the mountain on which Enoch stood. Yet, Enoch unleashed a burst of energy that forced Glorung to open his mouth. Enoch summoned 5 meteors, each over 75 meters across and ablaze with black flames, which struck Glorung. He focused dark energy around him and fired missiles at the dragon. Angered by the humiliation, Glorung roared defiantly and unleashed a massive energy attack at Enoch. Enoch barely dodged the powerful blow, which shot into space, creating a tremendous explosion that lit the night sky. Glorung struck Enoch with his tail, sending him crashing into several mountains. Is that all you got, human? I am disappointed. I'm just getting started. Enoch activated the ultimate power of his eyes, the Susanoo. His Susanoo, already a mile in size, absorbed the powers of the trapped dragons, growing to match Glorung's size. Now, this is a more interesting fight. That's more like it, human. Our battle will be legendary. Glorung fired multiple fireballs at the Susanoo, which effortlessly swatted them away. Glorung charged, and the two colossal beings wrestled for Demps. The Susanoo kicked the dragon away and formed two swords, swinging them with such force that they reshaped the landscape. Glorung ascended into space, with the Susanoo in pursuit. The two titans clashed in a fierce battle to the death, energy blasts shaking the planet to its core. The Susanoo seized Glorung's head and slammed it into the ocean. The dragon rose again, roaring defiantly. The Susanoo unleashed arrows of lightning and soared into the sky, with Glorung in hot pursuit. The Susanoo fired javelins of dark energy, but Glorung's armor proved impenetrable. The Susanoo restrained Glorung, and Enoch leaped from his Susanoo, plunging his sword into Glorung's heart and driving it deeper. Glorung collapsed, causing a massive earthquake felt across the continent. I avenge my wife. And every person you have ever killed, Glorung. The Otsutsuki. Glorung spoke weakly. They are a plague. They only seek to fulfill their selfish plans. If I die, no one is safe. I know all about the Otsutsuki's plans, dragon. My wife, the female Otsutsuki you killed, told me everything. I will protect this world from them, and unlike you, I will succeed. Enoch pushed the sword deeper, and Glorung, the mightiest of the dragons and father of their race, was slain. Present day. After that, I reforged the sword with the dragon's teeth and claws into a new, more powerful sword which I named the Narada. From Glorung's heart, I crafted a ring to control his immense power, and from his brain, I formed a crown to rule them all. I soon became the new king of Lagash, and one by one, the kingdoms of man and other species joined my growing empire. Thus marks the end of the Chaoskampf tale, Enoch said to his apprentice, Naruto. It's such an amazing story. What happened next? Naruto asked, eyes wide with curiosity. I ruled for 77 years before I died. I married 7 other women and had children, but none could fill the void Ishtar had left. I left a great legacy for my descendants, but they proved weak and incompetent in managing my empire. Eventually, the Otsutsuki unleashed a great flood that wiped out most of humanity, but that is a story for another time. I see. In the meantime, I have people I want you to meet. Enoch walked ahead, and Naruto followed. Before them stood 4 individuals, the ones whom Enoch had assigned to train Naruto. These are your instructors for further training, Naruto. Sharon, the centaur MSTR of hosts and war, Furiosa, captain of the sirens, these are assassins and hunters, Alec, the elf MSTR of sorcery, and Eitri, the dwarf MSTR of smithing. They will teach you their respective arts to become the perfect warrior. Thank you, and a gift. Eitri. Enoch called for the dwarf, who brought forth a box. Inside was an arm made of obsidian. Naruto connected it to his stump, and the arm magically tied itself to him, becoming like an actual arm. Now his training would become much easier. The lands of Nod, far west from the elemental nations, were a desolate wasteland, scorched and black like ash. Due to the inhospitable conditions, men had chosen not to settle here as they had over 2,500 years ago. Naruto learned that Enoch had scorched the land purposefully to protect the magical creatures from the ever-growing greed of humans. And King Enoch's soul appeared before the fleeing survivors. Dwarves, elves, centaurs, fairies, trolls, sirens, satyrs, and many more were running from the mighty armies of man when our ancestors saw him. With his legendary sword, the Narada, ablaze in a bleeding flame, he struck the ground, burning the land and tens of thousands of men. Since then, every magical creature has lived in these lands, serving as a border against men, explained a giant troll to the future king, Naruto Uzumaki. And no man has been seen since that will harm us, Naruto concluded, and the troll nodded. Hopefully, I don't count among these men, right? OG young Naruto. And yes, you are an exception, the troll named OG replied. Then, let's continue the search. Naruto said as he, the troll, and a satyr searched for a mineral named Zohar. This mineral, gold in color, could produce as much fire as 5 barrels of oil and was full of magical properties, making it vital for the dwarf smiths. Enoch had given his powerful ring, the Hades ring, to his apprentice. Forged from the heart of Glorung, the Hades ring could control and manipulate the very foundations of the earth. Right now, Naruto was using it to search for Zohar. After a few minutes, he finally found some. Here, he alerted his companions and began digging. Naruto uncovered 6 Zohar stones and packed them. 6 stones. Not much, but it's the best we can find. After a long and tiring journey, they decided to call it a day and head back, but they heard a noise. Naruto ran toward the sound and hid behind the cliff rocks. Looking down, he saw a wild deer being chased by 3 hunters. Men? They shouldn't be here in Nod, exclaimed the satyr. I'll deal with them. In the meantime, you and O find cover, Naruto ordered as he ran to the wounded deer. The deer had an arrow stuck in its belly and was bleeding heavily. Naruto calmed the creature just as it took its last breath and died. He removed the arrow and prepared to confront the unwelcome hunters. Looks like you found our kill, one of the hunters said as they approached Naruto. What are you doing here in Nod? Men don't belong in these lands, Naruto said, trying to avoid a fight. Aren't you a man? We are starving. It's been days since we ate meat. I am, but I am different. These lands are not for regular men. Leave before this resorts to unnecessary conflict, Naruto warned, but the hunters did not listen. One of them lunged at Naruto with a knife, but he sidestepped the attack. He dispatched the attacker with the arrowhead and avoided a spear strike from the second hunter. Naruto grabbed the last hunter's arm, broke his leg, and then snapped his neck. The last surviving hunter attempted to attack again, but Naruto kicked him. The blonde then impaled him with his own spear right through the chest and prepared to deliver the final blow. Please, the hunter begged for his life, have mercy. Mercy? There was none when I begged for it, and you had none for the animal. With that, Naruto ended the hunter's life and buried them all, including the deer. He then left with his companions and returned to Arcadia. Enoch's ziggurat, Arcadia? How goes the Zohar hunt, my apprentice? Enoch asked as Naruto entered. Well, Sinistir, we found 6 Zohar stones. 6? I thought there would be more than just 6. Matters not if the dwarves are satisfied enough. Something else. Men. Men? Here in Nod? This close to Arcadia? Yes. They were hunting a wild deer. I killed them before they could venture further west. Good, my apprentice. Very good. To think they would dare to cross the burned boundaries. If they discover Arcadia, the last remnants of the magical species that survived the flood are in danger. When can we start my training, sir? I have a mission for you, Enoch informed his apprentice, shocking him. A mission? The former princess of the Land of Snow is a famous actress around the world. You were once a big fan of the movies she starred in. The Princess Gale movies. To think Yuki is an actual princess. That's not the point, my apprentice. She needs protection as her team is going to shoot in her former home. She'll need protection since her uncle wants her dead. Your task is to protect her, but there's more than that. Her country has been developing advanced technology using chakra metal. Bring back some so that the dwarves may forge for you a set of armor. I understand the purpose of my mission, Thester. I shall leave upon your call and once I know where she is, Naruto replied. She is in Earth Country, the closest shinobi nation to Arcadia. Try to limit using the powers I have given you, the ring and eyes, to avoid unwanted attention from the shinobi villages, Enoch warned, having entrusted Naruto with his ring and Rinne Sharingan. With all due respect, will I need to use them? Naruto asked, opening his new eyes before leaving to fulfill his mission. One more thing, Enoch called out to his apprentice. The dwarves have a gift for you, my young apprentice. It would be useful if you were to receive it before you leave. I understand, Naruto said, departing to collect the gift the dwarves had made for him. You earn my ring and eyes, Naruto. Soon, you will have my crown and my sword. A day later, Naruto walked through the streets of the hidden stone village, wearing a black cloak. He was searching for the movie cast team to fulfill his mission. However, his cloak was no ordinary garment. The gift from the dwarves was a set of black wings that he could use to fly. The wings could transform into a cloak, and he currently wore the latter, his face hidden by the hood to conceal his scar. As he continued walking, he finally found his assigned targets. Ignoring the crew's inquiries about his identity, he approached the manager. "You are the one who has asked for protection, I believe. I offer you my services. Are you implying you can protect us? Forgive me, but you seem young," the manager said, studying Naruto. "My skills far outweigh my appearance. Know that I do not like being underestimated," Naruto replied, a hint of anger in his voice as fire flickered around his left hand. He placed his hand on a metal box, melting it to liquid. "Convinced? Very convinced. We'll leave soon, Mr. Naruto." "Well then, Mr. Naruto. We will leave once the crew is ready." 2 days later, the crew and Naruto arrived in Snow Country on a ship. The main person he was assigned to protect was Koyuki Kazahana, the rightful princess of the land. However, no one knew this except for him and her protector. She had adopted the alias Yuki Fujikaze and taken on the role of an actress to shield herself from her uncle's supporters. Naruto had learned to be an extremely patient man thanks to Enoch, but he often found himself frustrated by the princess's constant complaints. As they disembarked from the ship, 3 of Doto Kazahana's men appeared, intent on capturing his niece. "Welcome to the land of snow, visitors," said their leader, Nadar Roga, standing atop the ice. "Greetings, Princess Koyuki. Hope you still have the Hex Crystal," said Fubuki, a pink-haired member of the group, as she and her teammate emerged from hiding. "Go back to the boat," Naruto ordered, stepping forward to confront them. "You are not worth my time. Leave now, and I shall be merciful. Stay, and I won't." The 3 men laughed at his warning. "He's only 1 and we are 3. Get him," Roga commanded, and they sprang into action. "I warned you," Naruto said disinterestedly as the 3 attacked. The largest of the group, Mizore, charged at Naruto on a snowboard. Naruto leaped away, avoiding the attack and flying down to evade an ice strike from Fubuki. Ice style, Tsubaime Blizzard. Fubuki unleashed a flurry of ice birds at Naruto, who merely scoffed. "Pathetic." He extended his hand, releasing a storm of fire that evaporated the ice. He kicked Mizore's mechanized arm away and saw Roga preparing a giant ice whale to attack. "I'm somewhat impressed. The elves could do so much better," Naruto commented, forming a fire spear and hurling it at the whale. The explosion scattered ice everywhere, and Naruto unleashed a powerful wind that distracted them. Fubuki attempted to trap him in large blocks of ice, but he phased through them effortlessly. Gathering dark blue energy in his hand, he fired at Roga's ice dragon, disintegrating it. His eyes glowed red. "You didn't heed my warning the first time. Unlike the foolish acts of samurai and some ninja, I don't give second chances to enemies." He amassed a large amount of energy and released it in a great burst, shattering the chakra dome protecting the 3. "Our chakra shield. Impossible. It's gone." "How?" Roga stammered in fear and confusion before Naruto kicked him in the stomach. "Don't talk when the killing starts." He then punched Roga across the field. Fubuki continued to launch ice birds, but Naruto created an energy shield that shattered them upon impact. Using gravity magic, he lifted a large block of ice, breaking it into 250 swords to attack the 3. Mizore fired his rocket arm at Naruto, but he seized it and crushed it. Using his gravity magic to an even greater extent, he lifted an ice mountain, splitting it apart to crush the 3 attackers. Realizing the danger, Nadar Roga quickly formed an ice whale to save his team. "Retreat!" he shouted, recognizing that Naruto was the strongest in the area. "They're not worth wasting any more power," Naruto remarked, allowing them to escape. "This mission is a lot easier than I thought it would be." Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage of the Leaf, Hashirama Senju, was one of the most brilliant ninjas of her time. She had survived even Hanzo the Salamander's slaughter and was the best medical ninja to date. But all that meant little when faced with the Leaf's decline. Ever since Naruto's kidnapping, the once proud village had been in turmoil, and to make matters worse, Sasuke Uchiha had run away once again. Adding to her worries, Jiraiya had left the Leaf in search of Naruto, and no word had been heard from him since. The Umbu units she had sent out had all returned, except for Yugao's team. She had to turn down Kurenai and Anko's requests to search for her. When she heard a knocking on her door, she allowed the visitors to enter. Imagine her surprise and anger at seeing Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, and Ino Yamanaka step inside. "Lady Tsunade, may we enter?" Sakura asked in a timid voice, reminiscent of Hinata. "What do you want, brats? Can't you see I'm busy?" Tsunade replied, not hiding her disdain for the three girls. She fought the urge to revoke their shinobi licenses for what they had done to Naruto that day and struggled even harder not to confront them for having the audacity to show their faces. "We want to ask if you could take us under your wing to become your apprentices," Sakura said, summoning all the courage she could muster. "And why do you want to become my apprentice, Haruno? So that when you meet Naruto again, you can just pound him into dust with a super punch?" Tsunade asked, her gaze piercing. Sakura looked down, shame washing over her. "Or is it so you can finally have your dear Sasuke, and he will never leave your side again?" "It's not about that," Sakura nearly shouted. "Please, teach me so that I can bring Sasuke back and so that I can have the strength to apologize to Naruto," Sakura finished, surprising Tsunade. "I want to say I'm sorry for that day. I want to apologize, but I'm not strong enough. Please help me be strong so that I can earn his forgiveness, Lady Tsunade." Tears threatened to spill as she concluded her plea. "Wow. Honestly surprised," Tsunade said, taken aback. "And you, Hyuga, Yamanaka?" "Same as Sakura's, Lady Hokage," Ino replied confidently. "Please, Lady Tsunade, help me become stronger," Hinata added, her heart set on apologizing and confessing her feelings to Naruto. "Very well. Meet me tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. No slacking, no complaining. Since you asked for it, there will be no restrictions on your training, and I'll make you three the best kunoichi in the leaf," Tsunade declared. The three girls smiled, thrilled that Tsunade had agreed to their request. For Tsunade, perhaps the leaf still had hopes of redemption after all. In the land of snow, Naruto hovered in the skies, surveying the vast mountains and forests blanketed in snow. Some of Dodo's men had kidnapped the princess, and as part of his duty to protect her, he had to search for her. Closing his eyes, he focused on his surroundings, visualizing every detail of the land. After a thorough search, he finally located the Snow Princess, captured and guarded by 1,000 samurai about 2 miles east of his position. 1,000 samurai were no match for his powers. He flew to their location, breaking the sound barrier, and landed before them. "Surrender the princess to me," Naruto demanded, his wings transforming into a cloak. "And I shall be merciful upon your souls." "Kill him," shouted the samurai captain. "Idiots!" Naruto transformed into a black mist, moving faster than their eyes could follow. He swiftly dispatched the 2 samurai holding Koyuki hostage and transported her to safety. "Hide in the forest. Wait until it's safe," he instructed her before stepping into the open. With a wave of his hand, metal from beneath the ground rose to form 2 swords. The samurai charged at Naruto, but he remained unfazed. He moved his sword through the head of one samurai and slashed the throat of another. He continued to fight, cutting down the samurai as they pressed forward. "Move! He's mine!" the captain shouted as he charged, but Naruto impaled him with his sword. As the samurai began firing arrows, Naruto used his power to freeze them mid-flight. He then turned the arrows around, taking down over 50 samurai in an instant. With a fierce war cry, he leaped into the fray, his onslaught relentless. Heads rolled, and the snow was stained with blood as he fought on. He kicked one samurai against a rock and dispatched another with a swift motion. Using his magic, he lifted samurai by their throats and unleashed a burst of energy that reduced over 400 of them to ashes. After 2 intense minutes of battle, the entire samurai army lay defeated. Naruto approached Koyuki, who was in shock at the carnage. "We move, princess," he said, and she followed him as a heavy snowstorm descended upon them, unnatural and powerful. Finding a cave, Naruto gathered wood and started a fire, both of them taking a moment to wait out the storm. He sensed an ice spirit trapped in the distant mountains, the source of the harsh winters, a problem for another time. "You run from it," Naruto began, initiating a conversation with the princess. I don't know what you are talking about, Koyuki replied. You deny it, but it keeps getting stronger, haunting you since we arrived here. The memories of past events. Are you some sort of mind reader? No. I can simply feel people's emotions, fear, rage, happiness, loneliness, and more. Tell me, princess, what is it that you are running from? Cookie decided to confide in him. She feared his power more than her uncle or anyone else. My uncle killed my father and has ruled this country like a tyrant ever since. You try to hide your pain with your acting. It seems we aren't so different. Really? Once, I was a ninja of the hidden leaf. The day I was born, the nine-tailed demon fox attacked. To save the village, my father, the fourth Hokage, sealed the demon within me. The village blamed me for the destruction, thinking I was the fox reborn. My childhood was rough, to say the least. I was discriminated against, shunned by everyone. Hated the moment the fox was sealed. I masked my true feelings with a guise of a happy, idiotic persona, but now, I'm tired of living that lie. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto. Don't be. Now I'm out of the leaf, and I couldn't be happier. The fact that I told you my father was the fourth is a classified village secret, and I would appreciate it if you didn't share it with anyone. Not that I really care if the leaf finds out or not. Then tell me, no. Why did you leave the village? I thought ninjas were supposed to be loyal to their affiliated villages. I was saved. The mission to rescue one defective Uchiha was successful, but I lost my right arm and now bear a scar on my right side. My friends had abandoned me in support of the Uchiha, and two dwarves, Brock and Eitri, saved me from the village. Now I was free from the cage that was the leaf. Your cage is your refusal to accept your birthright, Koiki. Embrace it and then you can be free. I must tell you that there is an ice spirit in these lands, I explained. An ice spirit? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes. One that is responsible for the harsh winters. I will deal with the spirit. Personally, I assured her as the storm began to die down. We are near where the movie crew is. We moved through an abandoned tunnel when we heard the sound of something moving extremely fast. It was a train. I let out my wings, grabbed Koyuki's arm, and sped out of the tunnel faster than anyone could see. Koyuki breathed a sigh of relief, but then the train approached, and her uncle's voice echoed from it. Sandeu, her protector, had arrived with 50 men, all valiant and ready to avenge Koyuki's father. Eliminate them, Doto ordered his men, and they prepared to unleash a hail of arrows. Koyuki screamed in fear as the arrows flew toward us. She was terrified of losing her friend to her uncle, but something extraordinary happened. The arrows stopped midair. What a pathetic display of power, I remarked, extending my hand, glowing with dark blue light. I turned the arrows around, igniting them with blue, magical flames, and unleashed them on the train. The arrows, enhanced by magic, exploded with a force comparable to fireballs, destroying the train. Dodo barely survived the display of power I had shown, but he had another trick up his sleeve. His airship swooped down and captured his niece. He climbed aboard, but the ship remained grounded. I used my power to trap the ship in the air. Doto quickly entered, wary of my next move. I unfolded my wings and flew up, swiftly taking down the two samurai guarding the entrance. I fought my way through anyone who stood in my path. As I reached the bridge, I used a gravity push that knocked out Mizore and Fubuki. Nadar Roga tried to attack, but I gravity slapped him away. In his fear, Dodo held a knife to Koyuki's neck. Come any closer, monster, and I will kill her. I didn't care. I had learned many types of magic, including reality manipulation and time-space mastery. I stopped time and freed Koyuki from his grasp. When time resumed, Dodo was shocked to find the knife now at his own throat, my hand clearly controlling his body. Please, mercy, he begged. I must admit that mercy is a foreign concept to me since the day I left the village, I replied. In a quick motion, Dodo stabbed himself in the neck, blood spilling out. Eventually, he succumbed to blood loss, and Koyuki could now take her rightful place as daimyo. Looks like the country has a new leader now. I guess so. Pilot, land us now, she ordered, clearly asserting her authority with me as her backup in case of any uncooperative actions. What hit me? Roga asked as he woke up alongside his teammates, discovering Dodo dead. Lord Dodo is dead? I see you have awakened, I said, addressing the three of them. Yes, Dodo is dead. You will now pledge your undying loyalty to Koyuki, or you will suffer a similar fate. Yes, they immediately bowed, pledging allegiance to the new snow daimyo. I walked out of the room, ignoring Koyuki's questions, and flew down to the Rainbow Glacier. Where are you, ice spirit? Show yourself, I commanded, using my ring to draw out the spirit. The ring of Enoch. How do you possess that ring, human? The snow spirit asked. I am his heir. Go to the land of Nod, where magic belongs, where all remnants of the antediluvian world reside, and cease your harassment of the people of this land. This is my command. I refuse. I like it here. I enjoy watching these people suffer from the cold I bring. Then you leave me no choice. As Enoch's heir, I strip you of the right to live. You dare not. You are not my king. The well-being of one matters not when faced with that of thousands. You brought this upon yourself. With that, I absorbed the ice spirit into the ring, transforming it into a fruit before leaving the cave. 1 week later in Arcadia. How goes the mission, my young apprentice? Enoch asked as I knelt before his ethereal form. It went well, Thinister. I obtained the chakra armor, and the dwarves are remaking it with magic and death metal to forge an Arcadian armor for me. There is more you are not telling me, no? I want every detail. The lands of Snow Country were plagued by a snow spirit, but I subdued it as it refused to obey my command. And what fate befell this spirit? I turned it into a fruit and gave it to the new daimyo of Snow, Kuki Kazahana, as a gift. Following my instructions, she ate the fruit and gained the ice powers of the spirit since I no longer needed its powers. She was kind enough to provide me with a chakra armor and she has expressed her longing to marry me and make me her husband. I don't see why not. Having a queen for a wife is a powerful political move. A marriage can secure peace, alliances, wealth, and power. Kings and warlords have done it throughout history. Then I shall inform her that I accept, I said to Mayams as I prepared to do just that. Clank, clank, such clank. The sounds of metal hitting the floor echoed as I, blindfolded, destroyed 20 training dummies with a sword. My progress impressed my teachers greatly. Without magic, I defeated the Iron Soldiers in just under 10 minutes. Impressive, my apprentice. You are becoming more powerful with each passing day. I strive to be worthy of your legacy. Have the dwarves finished making their armor? I am eager to see how it will look. Soon, my apprentice. All good things come to those who are patient. And what of the Umbu captain, Yugao Yuzuki? When will the transformation be complete? Soon. In time, she will serve the king of Arcadia. You don't seem to show any emotion regarding her fusion with the Shoggoth. I could care less about her or anyone from the Leaf. That life is behind me. Now, she is a tool and lives only to serve me, Naruto told expressing his feelings regarding the Leaf as a siren entered. Forgive me for my intrusion, my lord the king, but a human female was found in Nod. The giants have taken her custody and she is in Arcadia, the siren reported. And why did you not kill her, siren? Naruto asked, demanding to know why a human was allowed in Nod and not killed. Because, Lord Naruto, she possesses unique powers not seen before and she was being chased by shinobi identified as followers of the Snake Man. We thought it would be in our best interests if she were alive. That is understandable. Forgive me for cutting our lessons short, but I must see what this runaway has to say. Naruto bowed before his emperor and left. Guren was a devoted follower of Orochimaru, gifted with a rare bloodline that allowed her to manifest crystals. Sadly, during her last mission, Orochimaru left her to die when they were ambushed by a squad of Leaf Ninja led by Tsunade. She escaped the fight and left Orochimaru, feeling betrayed. When he discovered she was alive, he sent his men to capture her. She fled to the lands of Nod, far west beyond the countries of Earth and Wind. The last thing she remembered was seeing a giant humanoid before being knocked out. Now, she was waking up, tied up and guarded by women with wings and feathers. The giant who had knocked her out was there, along with two small children with long pointed ears. "You are a long journey away from home," a voice spoke, and Guren searched for the source. She struggled to use her bloodline, but nothing happened. "Struggle all you want, but the restraints will not break. You are not free until my word is spoken. You will answer my questions, and I will decide your fate," Naruto finished, manifesting fully in front of Guren. "Do not be afraid of the sirens, the elves, or the giant. They will not harm you, unless I tell them to. Are you their leader?" Guren asked the blonde in front of her, who did not answer. Instead, he stared at her with cold, red eyes, and the scar on his face was unnerving. "I will ask the questions. Who are you, and what association do you have with Orochimaru?" "How? Answer my questions, woman. You have no right here. Now answer me. Who are you, and what is your connection to Orochimaru?" Guren sighed. "Name is Guren, and was an associate of Orochimaru." She recounted how the Sound Village was raided by Leaf Shinobi, with Tsunade leading the charge. Orochimaru had escaped with Sasuke Uchiha and left her to die. Naruto then asked Guren about her bloodline and was intrigued by her answer. After much thought, Naruto made his decision. "I will set you free, only to serve me in my battles against anyone who would come up against my kingdom." "Kingdom? You are a king?" "I will be. From now on, you are a citizen of Arcadia and my personal guard. You will do as I command without complaint, and the others will treat you as a sister." "Serve you, huh? Doesn't sound so different from the times I was under Orochimaru. You will find the snake and I are different. I don't abandon comrades. But if you betray me, I will kill you." Slowly and painfully, got it? "From now on, I am your king, just as I am over these people." "Very well. Then, what is your name, my king?" "Naruto." "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? The one who stopped Sasuke's first defection." "So news does indeed spread. I take it the snake didn't like it very much. That matters not. The others will treat your wounds and you will find us kinder than expected." With that, Naruto left to check on the progress the dwarves made. The dwarven mines were alive with the sounds of flames and the clanking of metal. The parts needed for his army were being made and constructed in these very mines. Not just regular soldiers, but beasts, vehicles, and weapons of magic and war were being built. Spotting Brock, Naruto approached the dwarf, who was expecting him. "If it isn't the future king himself, you are just in time to see the testing of the new soldiers." "The Silver Wraiths," Brock said as a silver wraith appeared before them. Brock whistled, and a large wooden ram shattered the wraith into pieces, but the pieces reformed, becoming a soldier once more. "Niha? Might not be indestructible, but they can remake themselves. Such an army would bring any nation down to its knees in war." "How many can I expect for my army, Brock?" "About 700,000 and an additional 10,000 to serve as your elite guard." "Has my armor been prepared yet?" "Oh yes. Come on, boys. Bring the royal armor." Brock shouted, and the dwarves brought forth Naruto's new armor. "Perfect. When will my army be ready for mobilization, Brock?" "You see, that's the thing. We don't have enough fuel. The Zohar burns a lot, yes, but we need more fuel. Otherwise, the army preparations will have to be put on hold." "I'll handle that," Naruto said, and his ring glowed. An earthquake occurred near the city for about 3 minutes, and then it was over. "I used my power to make a forest grow near Arcadia. You have your fuel, Brock. Finish your task." Come boys. Let's chop us some wood." Brock shouted as the dwarves grabbed their axes to gather the much-needed fuel for the forges. Naruto returned to the ziggurat where his MSTer was waiting for him. "Come, Naruto. Let's see the result of the transformation," Enoch, his MSTer, told him. The two watched as the sarcophagus opened, revealing a purple slime that had fused with Yugao Yuzuki to become a more powerful entity. The slime took shape, revealing its new form to its new MSTer. "Pretty," was all Naruto could say when he looked at the new Yugao. "Maybe. Let's get back, my apprentice. There are still many things for you to learn, Enoch said, and Naruto followed to continue his training. 3 years later, 3 long years of intense, brutal training had passed. Naruto's tutelage under Enoch Bogler, the first emperor of mankind, had come to an end. He was taller, nearly 6 feet in height, and his body was more muscular than those of his age. His hair was darker, resembling Enoch's. He was more patient and tactical compared to his younger self. He was the opposite of everything his younger self had been. In those 3 years, Naruto had embarked on a mission to Demon Country to prevent the rise of unwanted demons. He had defeated the cult that sought to resurrect these demons and, in an unexpected turn of events, had married the country's leader, a priestess. Enoch couldn't help but feel that his young heir was becoming truly like an Arcadian king. Naruto found himself in his mindscape, searching for the traces of his parents' chakra that resided within him. After much searching, he finally located them. Last, we meet. Father, mother, he said softly. Naruto, my boy. How you've grown, Kushina Uzumaki, his mother, remarked as she looked at her son. Mother, it's so nice to see you. What about you, father? Do you have nothing to say? Is your heart too aligned with the leaf to side with me? Or is it something else altogether? Please tell me it's the latter, Naruto replied as his father, Minato, approached him. Hello, Naruto. It's been so long, Minato said, his voice tinged with nervousness. Naruto sensed the weight of his father's emotions. If you regret the Ninetales incident, don't. I understand your reasons. Sir Enoch's lessons on politics and war helped me see things differently. I forgive you as a leader, but not as a son. Your actions have given me a difficult life in the leaf, a truth I tried to hide. I sought their approval, their favor, but it wasn't until that day that I realized it would never be enough. No matter how hard I tried, no matter what I sacrificed, they would never love me. But it matters not. I have found a place where I can be loved and a people to love. In a way, your greatest mistake became my greatest gift. Naruto, my son. I'm sorry for what I did, Minato said, his voice filled with regret. Apology accepted. In a way, I do forgive you, yet part of me still struggles with it. It will take time for me to truly forgive you. Then I can rest easy knowing that my son will forgive me, no matter how long it takes to earn that forgiveness, Minato said with a hopeful smile. Naruto, I know I have no right to ask this, but please don't destroy the leaf. I know they deserve punishment, but there are still good people in that village. People who? I will not destroy the leaf, Naruto interrupted firmly. Perhaps because of my MSDR's teachings, I have become distant in my emotions. I hold no grudges against the leaf because without it, I would not be Enoch's heir. But should the leaf strike against me, my people, or my loved ones, I will not hesitate to turn it to ashes. That is enough for me, my son. My time is nearly over. I wish you well, Naruto, and beware of the masked man. He will prove to be dangerous for you, Minato concluded before fading away. Farewell, father. May you find peace in the afterlife. What do you think of me, mother? Are you proud of the man I have become? Naruto asked his mother, who embraced him. While I do not completely agree with that old man's methods, I am proud of who you are, Naruto. I always knew you would become a great man, and your kingship proves it. No matter what path you choose, know that I will always love you, Kushina said, tears in her eyes as her form faded, leaving Naruto with a tear rolling down his cheek. I love you too. Mom, Naruto whispered before returning to the real world. The final test is complete. My sir. You did me proud, Naruto. I see you now not only as an apprentice but as a son. You are my legacy, my heir, and all that I built, I entrust to your hands. My final gift to you, Naruto, Enoch said, presenting his sword, the infamous Narada. I now walk in the halls of death and join my ancestors. Will meet my wife again and be reunited with my family. I will see you one day, my son, but until then, may your life be good and fruitful. Farewell. As Enoch's spirit faded, Naruto saw a light embrace the dark mist of Enoch's soul, as if Ishtar had kissed her lover once more. Naruto's wings unfolded as he flew to meet his subjects, the dark mist dissipating. Enoch's soul had found peace after 10,000 long years, and Naruto was proud to be his legacy. He landed before his subjects, his armor manifesting and his wings transforming into a cloak. Enoch Bogler, the first emperor of mankind, has moved on. His soul has found peace after so long. I am now the king of Arcadia, Naruto announced to the thousands of magical creatures who knelt before him. Brock approached with the iron crown of Enoch, which Naruto placed upon his head. There will be no more stagnation. No more hiding. It is time we reclaim what was once ours. The mighty empire will be rebuilt soon. The sacrifices of my mentor and your ancestors will not be in vain. The age of the Otsutsuki is over. Now is the age of Arcadia. In unison, all the peoples of Arcadia, all the magical creatures who were descendants of the flood survivors, shouted with one voice, "Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!" Now the king of Arcadia, Naruto sat in the courtyard of his golden ziggurat palace, gazing out at the sun shining over his majestic city. The buildings were crafted from valuable metals like gold and silver, adorned with precious stones such as pearls, onyx, and obsidian. The streets were made of bronze, and the city, in all its splendor, shone like polished glass. Naruto smiled to himself, proud to be the king of such a great kingdom and the heir to his esteemed and... A shadow watched Naruto from behind. The figure leaped forward and hugged him, but he did not flinch. It was the transformed Yugao, now a devoted maid to her new emissary. Naruto was unfazed by Yugao's warm presence as he sipped his wine, continuing to admire the beauty of his city. His other servant, Guren, chose that moment to make her presence known. She pledged her unwavering loyalty to Naruto, feeling grateful to serve Mstr far better than Orochimaru ever was. Mr. The reports from the elven merchants have arrived. Exotic clothing made of fine silk and jewels have been sold at the markets in the elemental nations, and a surplus of food has been brought back, the crystal user reported. Trade was essential for every nation to boost its economy. Exotic wares, fine clothing, metals, weapons, and more were abundant in Naruto's kingdom. He aimed to ensure that Arcadia became the DMNT economic power in the world. The elves, under disguise, could sell these goods in the markets and bring back valuable items like food. Nod was a scorched land. To save his people, Enoch had burned it with magical fire, which would require a significant amount of Naruto's power to heal. Now that Arcadia had a leader chosen by the powerful king, it could officially become a nation like it had many thousands of years ago. With an unmatched army in both numbers and might, no nation would dare to challenge Arcadia. The land of snow and the land of demons had established outposts for trade and tourism, especially since their leaders were betrothed to the king. The Wave Country also had dealings with Arcadia, as Naruto was considered a hero. The land of Tea had trade agreements as well, and all these nations flourished greatly from their connections with Arcadia, increasing in trade and prestige that would have been impossible for countries like theirs. A job well done by the Elven Mercantile Guilds, I must say, Naruto commented as he reviewed the report. With Arcadia's vast wealth, it would soon become the leading economic powerhouse in less than a decade. Additionally, the dwarves could produce fine weapons for any nation in need, ensuring that Arcadia had everything a country could longing. And what is the current status of the 5 great nations? The Leaf has suffered significant setbacks since Wave cut ties following your kidnapping and sentence. The Sand is still facing economic hardships but is recovering. Stone and Cloud are stable, but the Mist is still engulfed in a civil war. Vesu, Guren replied, and her Emstar nodded in understanding. Tell the elves to establish an outpost in the Sand. Gar must be pleased to finally have some stability. And tell the dwarves to... Naruto was interrupted when Yugao offered him a piece of cake. Being his favorite flavor, he quickly ate it. As I was saying, tell the dwarves to prepare 10,000 of my silver wraiths. We are going to Mist. Mist? MS2, are you planning to intervene in the war? Guren asked. A good way to test my power and to show any nation what will happen should they interfere with Arcadia's sovereignty, Naruto concluded just as another piece of cake was offered to him. He wished Enoch were still around to ask what he had been thinking when he fused Yugao with a Shoggoth. Your wish is my command. Guren then left to carry out Naruto's orders and head for Mist immediately. Mist Village, Water Country. Mei Terumi was a striking woman with auburn hair that partially covered her right eye. A powerful ninja with 2 bloodlines, she had led the rebel faction in a prolonged struggle against the oppressive forces of Yagura. The war seemed far from over, but that was about to change. While sitting in her office, her right-hand man, Ao, entered. "Yes, Ao?" she asked as the jonin with the implanted Byakugan eye stepped inside. "Lady Mei, there is a man here who wishes to speak with you," Ao said. "If it's another of Yagura's men acting recklessly, you are free to deal with him, Ao," Mei replied, not wanting to engage with such individuals. "No, Lady Mei. It's a different matter. He claims his leader wants to assist us in our fight against Yagura," Ao informed her, piquing her interest. "Show me this man at once." Mei left to meet the messenger and hear what he had to say. Upon seeing him, she felt a mix of curiosity and unease. He was robed in black, wore an iron helmet, and had no lips, revealing fang-like yellow teeth. "You are the messenger, I presume," Mei said, and the man nodded. "Yes. I speak for the king of Arcadia. He is willing to lend you his aid in your war. If you accept, he will arrive with 10,000 warriors tomorrow to help you achieve the victory you longing," the messenger stated in a rough, strange accent, and Mei felt skeptical about the offer. "And what does your king want from us? Surely there is a reason for his assistance." "The king's reasons are his own. I only deliver his messages. Do you accept or not?" "What are you going to do, Lady Mei?" Ao whispered to her. Mei considered her options carefully. They needed to end this war as soon as possible, by any means necessary. With a determined expression, Mei gave the messenger her answer. "I accept your king's aid." "Very well. I shall deliver your reply." The messenger mounted his horse and sped away over the water, returning to Arcadia. The next day, Naruto donned his new royal uniform, crafted by the dwarves and enchanted with powerful magic. He looked in the mirror, adjusting the fit, and found it to be quite suitable. It was early morning, and he was preparing to depart for the land of water. The previous day, his messenger had returned and openly declared Arcadia's intent to confront Yagura and all of Water Country. Some viewed it as a reckless move, but not the king of Arcadia. His power surpassed that of any Kage, and his army was superior to both shinobi and samurai. This was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the true power of Arcadia to the world. "The ships are ready to depart, Maya," Guren announced as she entered Naruto's room, her cheeks flushed upon seeing him. The blonde was handsome and muscular, a stark contrast to how he had appeared in the Leaf. He was more striking than the Uchihas and looked more regal than any daimyo could ever dream of. "Time to reveal Arcadia's power to the world, my loyal companion." "Let's move," Naruto said, and Guren nodded, following him to the ships. The ships sailed from the port city of Uruk to the rebel hideout in Mist Village. After a 3-hour journey, they reached the shores of Water Country and docked. The Mist rebels emerged in large numbers, surrounding the ships to protect their leader in case the king attempted anything. As if they could pose any real threat to Naruto with their limited power. "Stand your ground. These people are our allies," Mei Terumi said to her soldiers, who calmed down a bit. She then caught her first glimpse of the king of Arcadia, descending the ramp in his uniform. Mei felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Are you Mei Terumi, the leader of the Mist rebel faction?" Naruto asked, and the blushing Mei could only nod. "I am the king of Arcadia, here to help you in your war." "Thank you for helping us, Your Majesty. Any assistance is of great value to us." Just then, a Mist shinobi rushed in, breathing heavily. "Lady Mei, Yagura has come with his whole army," he shouted, causing panic among the rebels, including Mei. "Showtime," Naruto said quietly, glancing at Guren. "Bring my armor, Guren. Let them know what happens when the dragon of Arcadia roars." In his battle armor, Naruto faced the thousands of Mist shinobi charging toward him. Ignoring Mei's protests about his reckless actions, he stood before the Mist ninjas, unimpressed. "Is this all? I must say I am rather unimpressed. Bring me Yagura Karatachi to fight, and I may spare your lives." his threats were met with laughter. Face the Mizukichi? In your dreams, a mist shinobi taunted. In response, Naruto used his powers to lift the shinobi into the air and swiftly ended his life. Bring him here, and I may spare your lives, Naruto repeated, but the mist shinobi ignored him and prepared to fight. What a bunch of fools, he remarked, crafting 2 swords from the iron beneath him and charging into battle. Naruto split the first shinobi in half and cut through a dozen more in the blink of an eye. He leaped to avoid 2 katana swings, twirling his swords to stab the ninjas in their backs. A mist shinobi launched a water shark bomb, but it evaporated as it approached Naruto. A water dragon emerged, but Naruto phased through it, causing the dragon to take down 5 mist shinobi instead. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched over 500 enemies. The rebels watched in shock at such a display of skill, which was considered impossible in taijutsu or kenjutsu, even for powerful shinobi like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Guren smiled sadistically as she witnessed her emissary wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Naruto soared into the air, surrounded by magic circles. With a single hand gesture, he unleashed 250 swords from the circles, raining destruction upon the mist shinobi below. When the onslaught ended, he descended and eliminated 2 more mist shinobi with his swords. The Mizukichi observed from a nearby cliff, fear creeping up his spine as he watched his men fall. You must be the 4th Mizukichi. For someone of your status, I imagine someone more mature, Naruto commented upon seeing Yagura. In anger, Yagura leaped down and attempted to strike Naruto with his club, but Naruto dodged just in time. You will die here, whoever you are. The water daimyo has arrived with tens of thousands of samurai. I will use the full power of the 3 tails to eliminate you if I must. Well, that's the moment I've been waiting for, Naruto replied, firing a red beam into the air. What was that supposed to be? Yagura asked, only to hear the sound of war horns. He turned to see massive, armored war elephants charging toward the combined army ranks. The samurai and shinobi bravely charged at the incoming elephants, but the beasts tore through them effortlessly. The catapults on the elephants launched large stone boulders, while archers rained arrows from their fortresses. The infantry of Arcadia emerged from the woods, spears in hand, and slaughtered the enemies. Nothing the shinobi and samurai did could stop the silver wraiths. They simply reformed themselves. You be a sturdy, Yagura shouted, entering his stage 2 cloak. He fired a tailed beast beam, but Naruto deflected it effortlessly. Is that all you've got? Naruto taunted, unleashing blood-red lightning that electrocuted Yagura. So much for the rank of Kage. His sword, the dreaded Narada, appeared at his side. Yagura, growing angrier, transformed into the 3 tails. Naruto smirked and summoned his skeletal, dark blue Susanoo. This Susanoo was larger and far more powerful than a Mangekyo, unmatched even by a tailed beast. It easily deflected Yagura's tailed beast bomb. Yagura charged in a rolled-up ball, but the Susanoo caught him and threw him aside. The Susanoo struck Yagura with a powerful punch, creating a shockwave felt throughout the country. Yagura retaliated with his 3 tails, but the Susanoo seized them and tossed him away. Yagura unleashed a torrent of water, but the Susanoo countered with a wave of fire. Naruto lifted massive rocks with his magic and hurled them at Yagura. Is this the power of a tailed beast? It's absolutely disappointing, Naruto remarked as his Susanoo formed a laser beam in its mouth and fired it at Yagura. I'm bored, so I'll grant you the mercy of a quick death. The Susanoo unleashed another beam, empowered by the Narada and Hades ring. Yagura transformed back into his normal self, free from the genjutsu that had plagued him for years. Though he was dying, he felt liberated. He looked at the blond man responsible for his freedom. Thank you. For what? Naruto asked. For freeing me. For years. I've been controlled by a horrible genjutsu, but now. You've set me free. For that, thank you. You are welcome, 4th Mizukichi, but I'm sorry that I have to kill you. It's okay. I don't want to live anymore after everything I was forced to do. But before I die, tell me your name. Naruto. Uzumaki. Thank you. Naruto, Yagura whispered his final words, as the Narada descended and ended his life. Naruto, accompanied by Guren and Yugao, made camp near the border of Wind Country. 2 days ago, Naruto won the war in Mist, securing the country and its shinobi village as allies for his kingdom. Shortly after, he received word from his best spies that Orochimaru's base was located in the Grass Country. Naruto harbored a deep hatred for the snake and was determined to end his life himself. As he sat by a bright, warm fire under the starry night, Naruto sensed someone watching him. Using his power, he trapped the intruder and brought him before him. To his surprise, it was his godfather, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. "You," Naruto said coldly, recognizing the familiar figure after 3 years. "Naruto? Are the king of Arcadia?" Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. Guren and Yugao quickly moved to defend their emissary. "Sir, are you all right?" Guren asked, concern etched on her face, while Yugao transformed her. Arms into weapons, ready to protect Naruto. "I am fine." "Stand down, Guren, Yugao," Naruto commanded, and they complied. "What brings you here, Jiraiya? I thought you would be somewhere else, peeking at women bathing in hot springs." "Tsunade asked me to gather information about a new mercantile guild that appeared out of nowhere and was threatening to overtake the Haruno Guild, as well as about the new king of Arcadia who won the war in Mist. I never expected it to be you. I've always been full of surprises. So they sent you to investigate my elven merchants? Typical. The Leaf has always tried to eliminate any threats to their power, whether militarily or economically. A sentiment that arose from Tobirama Senju's policies. It's a shame my father died too soon to extinguish such feelings. Jiraiya's eyes widened at Naruto's words. "Father? Naruto, you know that my father is Minato Namikaze, your student and the 4th Hokage?" "Yes." "Who told you?" "Only the Hokage, his advisors, the clan heads, Kakashi, Tsunade, and I knew this secret. It's one of the Leaf's most classified secrets. My MSTR knew many things. His vast power allowed him to see past, present, and future, at least the moments he chose to focus on. Major events in this world. Naruto, you have every right to be angry at your father for what he did and at Sarutobi-sensei for hiding your parentage, but please understand that. Oh, I forgave my father a long time ago." "What?" "He and my mother left a portion of their chakra in my body in case the seal guarding the 9 tails was ever broken. The fox is already dead anyway. We had a nice chat, and I decided to forgive my father. I understand why he did it. As a leader, but as a son. That is an entirely different matter." "Thank the sage," Jiraiya said, relieved. "Naruto, what happened that day shouldn't have occurred in the first place. The council acted behind my back and removed your chakra. I took you as my apprentice, and you were under my jurisdiction, but the council took advantage of my absence. I'm sorry." "Don't be." "Their actions opened my eyes to reality. I could never become Hokage. It was all just the dreams of a delusional child who could not accept the truth. I'm not that child anymore. I am free from the prison that is the Leaf, and now, I am the king of Arcadia." "What happened to you, Naruto? What changed you to become this?" "A long story. Yugao, prepare some tea for our guest." "I have a long discussion with him," Naruto ordered, and Yugao proceeded to boil some tea. "Yugao? As in Yugao Yuzuki? The Umbu captain? I thought she was dead. What happened?" "In my defense, it was my MSDR's idea, and I had no say in the matter. Come, Jiraiya, sit. We have much to talk about." "Sit?" "Where?" Jiraiya began, just as a wooden chair manifested from the ground. "With style? How?" "All shall be explained in time. Please, have a drink," Naruto said as Yugao placed the tea on the wooden table that had grown from the ground. Jiraiya listened intently as Naruto recounted the events of the last 3 years. He spoke of being rescued from the Leaf by 2 dwarves and becoming the apprentice of Enoch Bogler, the king of Arcadia. He shared tales of intense training in swordsmanship, crafting, magic, and politics, as well as his adventures in Snow and Demon Country and the war in Mist. "That's incredible. It's almost too good to believe," But here you are, making wood grow from the ground without chakra, and Yugao transformed into a formidable warrior, Jiraiya said, filled with wonder. Naruto, I know that the leaf wronged you in many ways, but please, don't destroy it. Unlike many in the leaf who held grudges against me for the fox. I don't hold on to these grudges, but that doesn't mean I forgive them. If I wanted to, I could easily use my entire army to raze that village to the ground, but I choose not to. I am better than those blind fools. However, should their hate and greed turn toward my kingdom or allies, I will not hesitate to show them my wrath. That's good enough to hear. I doubt the leaf would be foolish enough to move against a nation like Arcadia. You'd be surprised by the extent of human greed, Jiraiya. Greed blinds us, makes us do things we regret, and ultimately consumes us. Greed, pride, lust, and more are what caused humanity's downfall. Naruto spoke with the wisdom of someone who had seen much. I have shared my secrets with you, and I want them to remain with you alone. Do not tell the leaf that I am the king of Arcadia. Their hatred would descend upon my nation like a plague, and I would be forced to burn that village to the ground. Many countries, like the stone, would be glad to see the leaf reduced to ashes. You have my word, Naruto. What will you do now? I know where Orochimaru's base is located. I will kill that snake. Painfully, for taking the only person in the leaf who cared for me from the day I was born. I don't feel sorry for Orochimaru. I thought you were going to the sand since the Akatsuki attacked the village and kidnapped Gaara. Now that's surprising. I suppose I'll go to sand first and rescue Gaara. The leaf already sent a team consisting of Kakashi, your pink-haired teammate, and Guy's team. That could cause some trouble for me if I snap and seek revenge on Sakura and Niji for what they did that day. I'm sure the leaf wouldn't become hostile to strangers. Oh, and before I forget, I made a deal with a kunoichi from the all-kunoichi village, Nadeshiko. The deal was that my apprentice, you, would fight her apprentice, and if you won, you would have to take her student as your wife. Can you do it for me? For old time's sake? Jiraiya asked with a sheepish smile, but the blonde king remained unfazed. Good night, Jiraiya. I'll see you next time. Until we meet again, Naruto, Jiraiya replied as he took his leave. Naruto entered his tent to sleep, eagerly awaiting the sunrise and the chance to meet his friend once more. The next day, Naruto hovered above the wind country, using his Rinne Sharingan to scan the vast desert below. After a moment, he finally spotted his friend. He also sensed the leaf teams and an army of sand ninja nearby, so he flew closer to their position. His wings transformed into a cloak, and he fashioned a mask of pure darkness to conceal his face. As he approached the fallen body of his friend, he ignored the protests of the sand ninja and continued toward Gaara. Sensing that the One-Tails was gone and that Gaara was dying, he felt little concern. He possessed power over life and death. Move aside, Naruto commanded, standing before Gaara's lifeless form. Who are you? Sakura Haruno, his former teammate, demanded. A friend of Gaara's, Naruto replied simply. A friend? But Gaara doesn't have friends, Temari interjected, eyeing the mysterious figure. Once he recognizes me, he will welcome me with open arms like he did so long ago. Now, move aside, Naruto insisted, using his Rinne Sharingan to summon the King of Hell and bring Gaara back to life. Gaara gasped as he drew in air, and everyone erupted with joy at the sight of the sand user alive once more. Temari rushed to embrace her brother. Gaara, you're alive. Temari? Is this possible? The Shikaku. He was, Gaara questioned in disbelief. This man brought you back to life. He said he was a friend, Temari explained, and Gaara turned his gaze toward the cloaked Naruto. I don't know who this man is. Who are you? Now, Sakura. No need to be so hostile. Remember that this man brought the Kazekage back to life. Sorry for my student's attitude, sir. It's clear you have great power. Mind telling us your name? Kakashi Hatake asked, trying to be friendly with the man who he did not realize was his student. Kazekage? To think you would become the leader of the village that scorned you. You truly became what I could not have been. Congratulations are in order, I suppose. And as for me, I am just a friend, Naruto said before disappearing into black mist. Night fell over the village hidden in sand. The people celebrated the return of their Kazekage, and Gaara was in his office with his siblings and Jonin-sensei when Naruto entered. "Nice office," he remarked, revealing his presence. "Identify yourself," Gaara's brother Kankuro demanded, his puppets at the ready. "Wait, Kankuro. Stand down. This man saved my life. We shouldn't be so hostile. You saved my life, and for that I am grateful, but you said you are my friend. I don't remember ever meeting you before," Gaara said to the cloaked Naruto, who chuckled softly. "But we have met before, Gaara," Naruto said, unveiling his mask and shocking everyone. "And Naruto? Is that you?" "You hit the gold mine," Naruto replied, and Gaara smiled. "It's really you. What happened to you? How did you resurrect me, and what happened to your eyes?" "A long story." Naruto then recounted the events of the past 3 years, leaving everyone in shock. "That's almost unbelievable," Gaara commented as he came to terms with the revelation. "The elves will set up an outpost here in sand. I thought your village would benefit greatly from the goods provided by my kingdom." "Wait, the new merchant guild that popped up? They're yours?" Temari asked, and Naruto smirked. "Indeed. You will find Arcadian clothes, weapons, and perfume are far superior and of higher quality than anything here in the East." Naruto walked to the window, spreading his wings in full view. "It was nice meeting you again, Gaara. I wish you good health and wisdom for your future." With that, Naruto flew into the night sky to reunite with his comrades. Now, it was time to eliminate the snake once and for all. In the grass country, Naruto, accompanied by Guren, Yugao, and 1,000 silver wraiths, stood before the hidden base. He was determined to rid the world of Orochimaru's stain and spread Arcadia's power throughout the nations. Naruto raised his hand, conjuring 3 balls of fire that danced above it before hurling them at the base, igniting an explosion. "Go! Leave the prisoners alive but eliminate anyone who dares to oppose you. The snake is mine to kill," Naruto commanded his army as they advanced into the base. The sound ninja emerged in droves, but they were no match for the silver wraiths. The cold, emotionless metal soldiers of Arcadia dispatched any and all sound ninja in their path. The prisoners, captured by Orochimaru for experimentation, were freed and rushed outside. "What is that ruckus?" Sasuke Uchiha wondered as he stepped outside, hearing the chaos unfolding within the halls. He heard the screams of men panicking, begging for mercy before they were silenced. A silver wraith caught his eye, and Sasuke prepared to fight. "Who are you? What are you doing here in the sound?" The wraith remained silent, charging at Sasuke with sword and spear in hand. Sasuke unleashed a fireball, shattering the wraith into pieces. "I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me." "Wait, what?" Sasuke exclaimed, bewildered as the wraith reformed its body. "Just what the hell are you?" The wraith attacked again, and Sasuke blocked with his chikuto. Although he was the superior swordsman, the wraith was not human, making it difficult for him to overpower its strength. The silver wraith kicked Sasuke against the wall and prepared to strike. Sasuke dodged the spear just in time, channeling lightning through his sword and slicing the wraith in half. However, the wraith reformed once more, and more wraiths joined the fray. Realizing he stood no chance, Sasuke retreated to Orochimaru's position, hoping that he and the snake could stand a better chance together. He arrived in Orochimaru's throne room, where he found the snake, Kabuto, and several sound ninja present. "Orochimaru, you better have a plan to survive this," a voice warned as silver wraiths surrounded Orochimaru's party. They did not attack, but the tension in the air was palpable. Suddenly, the ground above cracked open, and Guren emerged. "Orochimaru, your days of living are over," she declared. Orochimaru's twisted smile grew. "Guren? So, these creatures are your creations?" "Oh, they are not my creations, Orochimaru. These silver wraiths belong to my MSTR? You serve a new MSTR now? He must be very kind to have someone like you in his ranks. No matter. I will kill him and take these toys for myself." "You can try. The king of Arcadia has deemed your life worth taking, and he always carries out his sentences." "The king of Arcadia?" The same one who killed Yugura Karatachi a few days ago. Kabuto Yakushi interjected, a shadow forming near Guren. The one and only, Naruto said, fully manifesting in his battle armor. Your free trial of living has expired, Orochimaru. Now, it's time to pay for everything you have done. Orochimaru thought to himself, that ability of his makes the shadow technique of the Naras look like child's play. I must learn it. He ordered his men to attack Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto raised his hand, unleashing a wave of lightning that turned all the sound nin to ashes. Sending others to weaken your opponent while you move in for the final blow. So much for your so-called strength, he remarked coolly. You will address Lord Oro, Kabuto began, but was abruptly sent flying into the wall and into the next room. Naruto had no patience for the traitor's words. As Naruto approached Orochimaru, he noticed Sasuke with his chakra drawn. You would face me, Sasuke Uchiha? You can be a good test to see how strong I have become. To determine if I can defeat Itachi. You dare compare me to your brother? If it's a fight you want, I'll give you one. I will win this fight, King of Arcadia. I've trained my whole life to surpass Itachi, and I've grown stronger in these past years. I'm more powerful than you realize. Twice the pride, double the fall. Face me first, then you can boast about it. Naruto unsheathed his sword, the dreaded Narada. Sasuke charged in to strike, but Naruto blocked his attack. Sasuke unleashed a flurry of fast strikes, but Naruto countered every blow, even managing to land a hit on Sasuke's leg. Kabuto charged at Naruto with a chakra scalpel, but Naruto sent a wave of electricity at him, sending the medic nin flying back into his crater. Well, Sasuke Uchiha, they always spoke so highly of you, the prodigy of the clan who could one day surpass his older brother. Your skills are not even half of what I expected. Surely you can do better. Naruto taunted, unleashing a wave of lightning at Sasuke. Sasuke used his chakra to deflect the lightning and retaliated with a fireball. Naruto tanked the attack, unharmed, and his left arm transformed into 3 large dragons that unleashed a torrent of flames. Sasuke infused his sword and hand with Chidori, attacking Naruto with incredible speed. Yet, Naruto saw every move and blocked every strike. My turn now, Naruto declared, going on the offensive. Sasuke struggled to keep up, even activating his curse mark stage 2 for an advantage, but nothing worked against Naruto. With a surge of power, Naruto lifted Sasuke and tossed him aside as if he were a doll. In a fit of anger, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo, summoning Amaterasu to engulf Naruto, but the blonde absorbed the flames, leaving Sasuke in shock. Sasuke then activated his Susanoo and punched Naruto, but Naruto shattered the Susanoo with a wave of his sword. He unleashed a torrent of blood-red lightning at Sasuke, severely injuring him. Your skills are a great disappointment to me, Sasuke. And to think the leaf favored you so highly. Just goes to show how pathetic the leaf has become, Naruto said, disappointment evident in his voice. Who are you? Tell me. I sense something familiar about you, but I don't know. Who are you? Sasuke demanded, confusion and anger mixing in his tone. Naruto chuckled softly. I am the king of Arcadia. The heir to Enoch Bogler and Ishtar Otsutsuki. The Vermilion Khan, the emperor clothed in purple, lord of the Leviathans, Dragon's Bane, the Obsidian Prince, the Lagal of Uruk, Kish, Lagash, Uar, and all of Nod. The Bane of the Otsutsuki. I am Naruto Uzumaki. He revealed his name, removing his helmet and crown, exposing his face to a stunned Sasuke. Orochimaru chuckled as he prepared his Kusanagi. To think the former dead last of the leaf would gain so much power. You have become even more powerful than Sasuke, Naruto, and I will enjoy taking your body. He charged at Naruto, but a powerful wind from the blonde halted him. You can try, Orochimaru, but this world hardly belongs to the ambitions of a senile failure like you. Naruto pushed Orochimaru back with the force of the wind, sending him crashing through 3 walls. Orochimaru charged again, but Naruto forged a sword, throwing it and severing Orochimaru's arm. With a dark blue glow, Naruto summoned the earth to trap Orochimaru. Lifting the ground beneath Orochimaru, Naruto turned it upside down, slamming him into the ground. A giant snake emerged to swallow Naruto, but he created an energy saw, slicing the snake in half. Naruto hurled massive boulders at Orochimaru, who narrowly avoided them. In desperation, Orochimaru unleashed 1,000 snakes, but Naruto incinerated them with his pyrokinesis. How can you be this strong? I am Orochimaru. I will become a god among shinobi. You should surrender your body to me. Orochimaru shouted. Naruto! Sasuke called from above. The sky darkened, and lightning crackled as he prepared his jutsu. I'm sorry, but this time, you must die for real. Lightning style, Kirin. A massive lightning creature descended to strike Naruto, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Orochimaru barely escaped the blast, but something strange occurred. The explosion began to shrink, and both Sasuke and Orochimaru watched in disbelief as Naruto consumed the explosion. Impressive jutsu, Sasuke, but not enough, Naruto taunted, relishing the horror on Sasuke's face. How? Sasuke gasped, unable to comprehend how his most powerful jutsu could be rendered useless. Now why should I tell you? Naruto's arms glowed blood red, and an overwhelming surge of power filled the air. You killed the only man in the leaf who took care of me from the day I was born, Orochimaru. Your existence has come to an end. Naruto declared as he unleashed a surge of crimson energy at Orochimaru. The energy struck Orochimaru in the heart, and light escaped from his eyes and mouth. A brilliant ray of blood-red light enveloped him, leading to his demise. Sasuke, witnessing the scene, saw Orochimaru's lifeless body, bloodied and scorched, and in fear, he fled as fast as he could. Naruto let his former teammate escape, knowing that Sasuke could never reach his current level of power. Run, Sasuke. Flee like the coward you are. You couldn't defeat me in the Valley of the End, and you can barely touch me now. Live with the knowledge that you can never attain power like mine, the Dragon of Arcadia. Naruto had just defeated Orochimaru, the most wanted and hated rogue ninja in shinobi history. He used his power to lift the Kusanagi, an indestructible blade that had once belonged to Orochimaru. Infusing his will into the sword, he eradicated every trace of Orochimaru's power, transforming it into a weapon for his Susanoo. Stepping out of the base, Naruto saw hundreds of men, women, and children who had been captured by Orochimaru for experimentation. You are free now. Your lives are yours again. The snake is dead. You may go wherever you wish, he announced. The captives hesitated until one man stepped forward. We are grateful for our freedom, sir, but we have nowhere to go. Our villages were burned, and our homes destroyed. Please, help us one more time, he pleaded, bowing before Naruto. Very well. I am Naruto Uzumaki, king of Arcadia. I will allow you to become citizens of my kingdom. There, you can build new homes, farm CRPs, and be who you want to be. Give me your loyalty and I will fulfill my promise. You will find that I am a kinder ruler than the snake ever was, Naruto replied, and the crowd's spirits lifted. He opened a portal leading to Arcadia. The people walked through the portal, filled with joy at their newfound freedom and the prospect of a home. Guren approached her MST, eager to ask a question. MST, if you don't mind me asking, why didn't you open a portal when we were going to assist the Mist Rebels? I simply wanted to stretch my legs and feel the ocean again. Nothing more, Naruto answered, tilting his head as he sensed the presence of Leaf Ninja nearby. Is something wrong, Emthar? Guren asked. Leaf Ninja. 4 of them. You and Yugao stay here with the Silver Wraiths. I will handle them myself, Naruto instructed, concealing his face behind an iron mask and transforming his wings into a cloak, his hood shadowing his blonde hair as he approached the Leaf team. The Leaf team consisted of Sakura Haruno, Sai, Yamato, and Kakashi Hatake. After Sakura's victory over Sasori in the Wind Country, she had extracted information about Orochimaru's base. Tsunade dispatched a team of the Leaf's finest to infiltrate the base and retrieve Sasuke Uchiha by any means necessary. Kakashi had been hesitant to include Sakura in the mission, nearly considering revoking her shinobi status. However, her determination convinced him otherwise. Sakura had grown stronger over the years, training hard to bring Sasuke back and apologize to Naruto, and Kakashi felt proud of her progress. Yamato, an experiment of Orochimaru, had survived due to his connection to the first Hokage's cells. He was to assist Kakashi once more on this critical mission. Sai, however, remained an enigma, and Kakashi kept his guard up around him. "All right, team, Yamato will take up his Sasori disguise," Kakashi began, but his briefing was interrupted by an overwhelming presence. The team was shocked to see the same man who had resurrected Gaara appear on the bridge. "What is he doing here?" Sakura asked, distrustful of the mysterious figure. "Come out, Leaf Shinobi. I can sense all four of you," Naruto called, and they flickered into view, ready for a confrontation. "We meet again," Kakashi said cautiously, aware of the unknown power before him. "Mind telling us what you are doing here?" "I deduce you are here to search for Orochimaru and retrieve the Uchiha," Naruto replied, noting their surprised expressions. "The Uchiha fled as expected. As for the snake, I killed him." With that, he opened a portal and tossed Orochimaru's corpse before them. The Leaf Ninja were stunned. The notorious rogue responsible for the death of the third Hokage lay dead before them. Kakashi, particularly shocked, recalled his own inability to confront Orochimaru years ago. "How?" he whispered, feeling the powerful aura radiating from Naruto. "I wield power unlike anything you can comprehend. Cross me and you will meet the same fate. If you doubt my strength, I can demonstrate it," Naruto warned, lifting Orochimaru's base effortlessly into the air. The Leaf Ninja watched in disbelief as the structure, the size of a small village, was raised and then exploded in a blinding white light. "Leave with your lives, Leaf Shinobi. Know that I am merciful today." With that, Naruto vanished in a swirl of black mist, leaving the Leaf Shinobi free to move. Kakashi sealed Orochimaru's remains and ordered his team to return home immediately. 2 days later, Naruto had been keeping in touch with Jiraiya through the Toad's spy network. In his last message, Jiraiya informed Naruto that he had arranged for him to meet the kunoichi from Nadeshiko. Naruto wasn't particularly concerned about having multiple wives. After all, his predecessors had done so for various reasons, including forming alliances and trade agreements. With Yugao in hiding alongside the Silver Wraiths, Naruto and Gyuren waited for the Nadeshiko kunoichi. According to Jiraiya, the one who would be his bride was named Shizuka, and her sensei was Tokiwa. They were expected to arrive half an hour ago. Thankfully, Naruto was a patient man and chose not to use his powers for trivial matters. Suddenly, an explosion echoed through the area, causing people to flee in panic. Gyuren quickly prepared to defend her MSTR from any threats. Stepping out of the bar, Naruto witnessed a man in a machine being outmatched by a cloaked kunoichi. The kunoichi's appearance matched the description in Jiraiya's letter, and Naruto hoped she was the Nadeshiko kunoichi he was meant to wed. "Excuse me, miss, but are you Shizuka of Nadeshiko village?" Naruto asked, approaching her. "Yes, I am." "Are you Naruto Uzumaki?" she replied, and Naruto performed a formal bow. "That I am." "Then let us proceed, Mr. Naruto." "Come, Lady Shizuka," Tokiwa instructed, leading both Naruto and Shizuka to a secluded area in the nearby forest. "Iron prison," she declared, causing the ground to tremble as iron walls rose around them. The Silver Wraiths and Yugao appeared, but Naruto signaled for them to wait. Nadeshiko style, roaring gale chop. Shizuka channeled wind chakra into her fist and charged at Naruto. The blonde king used his power, and her attack passed harmlessly through him. "Most impressive. Such fine chakra," Naruto remarked. "How did you, never mind." Nadeshiko style, majestic wind dragon. Shizuka unleashed a wind dragon adorned with golden markings, which surged toward Naruto. He created a red force field that negated the dragon and conjured 4 spinning saw blades to attack Shizuka. She skillfully dodged the onslaught and retaliated with a barrage of kunai. Naruto's wings emerged, generating a powerful gust that deflected the kunai. Nadeshiko style, deadly tempest. Shizuka formed 2 WHPS of wind, but they were countered by Naruto's wings. He lifted boulders from the ground and hurled them at her. Shizuka shattered the rocks effortlessly and narrowly avoided Naruto's dark blue energy beam. As Shizuka landed, she prepared for her next move, but Naruto was quicker. His arm transformed into 4 dragon heads that breathed fire, but she managed to evade them. Throwing more kunai, she was met with Naruto opening a portal that sent them away. Shizuka charged with a wind-empowered punch, but Naruto's fingers morphed into shadow tendrils that ensnared her. With Shizuka in his grasp, Naruto approached and placed his sword at her neck. Does this mean I win? Yes. By the laws of Nadeshiko village, we are now. Before Shizuka could finish, the man she had defeated earlier returned in a larger machine. Not this again, Shizuka muttered in frustration. What is happening? Naruto asked, confused as the man began to rant, irritating him. His name is Kokuyo. He's a mad scientist who wants my hand in marriage. I've sent him flying multiple times, but he refuses to give up, Shizuka explained, and Naruto felt anger rise at the thought of someone pursuing his bride. Consider this an early wedding present, Naruto declared, extending his hand and unleashing lightning. The mad scientist's machine was destroyed, and with it, Kokuyo's threat was eliminated. Now, where were we? Yes. By the laws of Nadeshiko, I am your wife, and you are my husband, Shizuka stated, bowing, but Naruto stopped her. Why do you bow? Am I your emissary that you should bow to me? But the customs. This may be difficult for you, and I do not know your personal life, but from today, you are my wife. You are no longer just a kunoichi but a queen of Arcadia. As my wife, you are a goddess among queens. Your status will be praised by the stars, and the riches of the earth are yours. Naruto used his power to create a diamond tiara and presented it to her. I will strive to be the best husband I can be for you. Shizuka was taken aback by Naruto's words. Perhaps he wasn't as bad as she had thought. She gazed at the appealing diamond tiara as Naruto placed it on her head. I will be the perfect wife for you too, Naruto, she said with a smile, bringing tears to her sensei's eyes, as it was the first time Shizuka had smiled in years. Tell me, Ms. Tokiwa, is your village or the surrounding areas plagued by a demon? I sensed something when we first met, Naruto inquired, causing both kunoichi to exchange uneasy glances. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Legends speak of a demon that can turn people to stone. We dismissed these tales, but recently, some villagers have indeed become solid statues, including one of our kunoichi, Tokiwa informed him, and Naruto quickly grasped the situation. A Gorgon. I'm sorry, but what was that, Mr. Naruto? You are dealing with a Gorgon, a creature that appears as a woman but has snakes for hair and can turn humans and other beings to stone. I will handle this Gorgon. Please, lead me to Nadeshiko, Naruto instructed, and the 2 kunoichi guided him and his group toward Nadeshiko village. In the Leaf Village, Tsunade was, to put it mildly, furious. First, one of the Leaf's top jonin, Asuma Sarutobi, had been killed by the Akatsuki after the capture of the Two Tails. Second, when Kakashi's team returned, the council had the audacity to demand their presence immediately. Tsunade fought the urge to confront Danzo, the elders, and the civilian council for their blatant disrespect. You have a lot of nerve summoning me here, Danzo, Tsunade said in a cold, angry tone, but Danzo ignored her. We heard Jonin Hataki has returned. We need to hear the mission report as quickly as possible, Tsunade, he replied, further inciting her anger. That's Hokage to you, Danzo. Remember it, Tsunade hissed, quickly regaining her composure. What do you have to report, Kakashi? Lady Tsunade, Orochimaru is dead, Kakashi announced, prompting gasps from everyone in the room. No one could believe it. Dead? How? Tsunade asked, stunned by the news. Her former teammate, who had evaded death for so long, was gone just like that. Kakashi unveiled a scroll and presented Orochimaru's corpse to everyone. Remember when I mentioned a mysterious man resurrected the Kazekage? He returned and defeated Orochimaru. Kakashi informed the group, and Tsunade absorbed the news. What about Sasuke Uchiha? Sakura's mother, Mabuki Haruno, head of the Mercantile Guild, voiced the civilians' concern. According to our friend, he fled. I believe Sasuke is still alive, Kakashi said, bringing relief to the civilians. What can you tell us about this mystery man's powers, Kakashi? Danzo inquired. To summarize, they are extraordinary. If defeating Orochimaru wasn't enough, he demonstrated his power by lifting Orochimaru's entire base from the ground and destroying it with a snap. His aura is unbelievable. Not even the Nine Tails comes close to his power. It's terrifying, to be honest, Kakashi explained, surprising the shinobi present. Kakashi was a prodigy, having witnessed the brutality of war firsthand. He had completed countless missions in the Umbu and had faced many dangers without hesitation. If he was terrified of something, it was a serious matter. I make it a priority for all ninja in our ranks to capture this mystery man if possible, should they encounter him. Clan heads included. Kakashi, you are assigned to be Team 10's temporary leader in their hunt for the Akatsuki duo of Haiden and Kizu. Dismissed, Tsunade concluded, bringing the council meeting to an end. 2 days later, Shizuka, now Naruto's wife, accompanied him on his eastern adventures. Naruto had ended the Gorgon's reign of terror by defeating it in its sleep. Afterward, he bestowed the Gorgon's power upon Shizuka, granting her the ability to turn people to stone with a gaze and control a green, poisonous energy. Guren had informed her of Arcadian traditions, explaining that she would have to share Naruto with the daimyo of Snow and the priestess of Demon Country. The Snow daimyo wielded power over water and ice, while the priestess possessed dark powers, thanks to Naruto. All three were extremely powerful, but Shizuka aspired to be stronger than her sisters, so she asked Naruto for training in the mystic arts. The Blonde King, finding no issue with her request, agreed, having helped his other wives control their powers as well. Where are we going now, love? Shizuka asked, clutching onto his arm. I sense the Two Tails Jinchuriki nearby, Shizuka. I want to help her, Naruto replied. He felt a strong longing to assist all Jinchuriki, believing they did not deserve the treatment they received in their villages. He was determined to abolish the system that used Jinchuriki and tailed beasts as weapons. In a secret cave lay the lifeless body of Yujito Ni. When it became clear that the Akatsuki were after the tailed beasts following the capture of the 5th Kazekage, the Cloud Village had essentially abandoned the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The council had made it clear that the blonde Jonin was on her own when the Akatsuki came, without the knowledge of the Reikage. When Haiden and Kaze entered Cloud territory, the council informed all shinobi that the Jinchuriki was on her own. The Reikage had attempted to intervene to save Killer Bee, but it was too late, as Yujito had already been captured and was presumed dead. Naruto entered the cave to inspect Yujito's body. The tailed beast had been extracted, and she was dead, but this meant little to the Blonde King. He had power over life and death itself. Summoning the King of Hell, he used it to bring the blonde Jinchuriki back to life. Yujito gasped as she took a breath and saw the cloaked Uzumaki before her. Who are you? Yujito asked the cloaked figure. A friend, you could say. The Akatsuki took the Two Tails from you, Naruto informed her. That means, I'm dead. Are you the Grim Reaper? No. I brought you back to life. How? That's impossible. And yet you are alive now. Magic, both light and dark from the primeval waters of chaos, is a pathway to many abilities some would consider unnatural. But who are you? I told you, I am a friend. One who suffered much like you, but unlike many, I did not live to please those who looked down on us. No, I thrived on their hate and fear, using it to grow stronger. Are you a Jinchuriki? Former Jinchuriki, to be exact, Yujito Ni. Which one? The Nine Tails, Naruto answered, shocking her immensely. The same Nine Tails Jinchuriki who disappeared 3 years ago? I thought the Akatsuki got to you before they got the Kazekage. They did not. I sensed your life force fading and found you dead in this cave. It seems the Akatsuki extracted the Two Tails like they did the One Tails, Naruto explained as he prepared to leave. You have your life back, Yujito Ni. Do not waste it, for I may not be there to resurrect you again. Before he could leave, Yujito grabbed hold of his cloak. Wait, please, take me with you. The cloud abandoned me to die. I don't have anywhere else to go. Fine. You may come along, but if I give you an order, you must follow it. I will not tolerate insubordination, he warned. You have my word. Good. Follow me, Naruto said, and Yujito got up to follow him. Naruto's group walked through a devastated forest area. None in his group questioned his decision. Naruto wanted to test the Akatsuki's strength by facing the immortal duo of Haiden and Ku. As the duo came into view, Yujito's anger flared, and she prepared to seek revenge. Calm down, Yujito, Naruto ordered the former Jinchuriki. You are still weak from being resurrected, and don't forget you lost the two tails. I want to see their skills personally. Do not interfere. With that, Naruto moved forward to confront the Akatsuki. Is he always like this? Yujito asked Guren and Shizuka. Beats me, Shizuka replied. What? But you're his wife. How come you don't know? We haven't even been a couple for a week, okay? Not always. He just wants to see how powerful these Akatsuki are compared to his own powers, Guren explained. You think he can win? Yujito asked. Oh, I know he will win. My MSTR defeated Yagura and Orochimaru as easily as cutting through butter. They don't stand a chance, Guren said, watching as her MSR stood before the Akatsuki duo. Haiden and Kakazu faced off against Naruto. Hey, who are you? Haiden demanded of the blonde king. Who I am is of no concern, Haiden, worshipper of Jashin, Naruto replied. Let us see today if your god can fulfill his promise of immortality. You dare doubt the power of Lord Jashin, you blasphemer? I will sacrifice you in his honor. Haiden shouted. You worship a weak god. Otsutsuki weaklings who cannot even kill a dragon. I am not blinded by these false promises. I possess power far above their own, Naruto said, which only made Haiden angrier. That's it. Prepare to die. Haiden yelled. I wonder if your head can fetch me a good price, Kakazu remarked as he too prepared to fight. Fools blinded by greed. When the riches of the earth belonged to me, I lost the longing for such things. I wonder if my wives would enjoy golden bikinis though, Naruto mused, just as Haiden charged at him. In the forest, Team 8, led by Kakashi who was filling in for Asuma, watched the Cloaked King battling the two Akatsuki members. Kakashi thought to himself, he's here too. I have to make sure these guys don't interfere. Who is that guy? Any ideas, Shikamaru? Choji asked his best friend, who shook his head. This is the same man who killed Orochimaru. Be on your guard, team. We can wait until both parties exhaust each other, then we can move in, Kakashi ordered as they observed the fight. Naruto unleashed a powerful gust of wind that sent Haiden flying. Kakuzu retaliated with a hard punch, but Naruto caught it effortlessly. He then delivered a knee to Kakuzu's stomach, sending him sprawling. Haiden returned for round 2, and Naruto forged a sword. From the iron beneath the earth, throwing it at Haiden and sending him crashing away. Using his powers, Naruto lifted boulders and hurled them at Kakuzu, who dodged as best he could. Haiden charged in, landing a hit on Naruto, but the blonde's armor cloak absorbed the impact. Naruto retaliated with a wave of lightning that electrocuted Haiden, throwing him into a nearby tree. No more messing around, Kakazu said, removing his cloak as 4 masked beasts emerged. Fire style. Intelligent hard work. The masks unleashed a massive combo attack at Naruto. Naruto summoned a wave of water from the ground, extinguishing the flames. He lifted one of the masked beasts with his gravity powers and incinerated it. Shadow tentacles began to attack Kazu, who struggled to evade them. Naruto then summoned 4 enormous worms that charged at Haiden. Amid the chaos, he gravity pushed them toward nearby trees. As the battle raged on, Kakashi took notes on the mystery man's powers and abilities. In all his life, he had never encountered someone as powerful as this man, and the display was both awe-inspiring and frightening. The duo narrowly escaped being devoured by the worms, but Naruto hurled them into nearby rocks. He confronted Kakazu, delivering a series of punches that left the man severely injured. Unfolding his wings, Naruto soared above as the masked beasts attempted to protect Kakazu. He unleashed a barrage of swords and spears, forcing those below to evade. Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. Wings? He had seen shark people before, but a person with wings was new. The ability to shoot multiple weapons only added to the mystery of this man. Naruto unleashed a wave of electricity so intense that it nearly obliterated Kakuzu. The lightning mask came to restore Kakuzu, while the fire and wind masks transformed him into a formidable creature. Kakuzu launched a massive fire-wind combo attack, but Naruto phased through it. Well, this is slightly more impressive than I originally anticipated. And to top it all off, I now have the perfect host for death. A white portal opened, unleashing a powerful gust of wind accompanied by the screams of tortured souls. A metallic box attached itself to Haiden, releasing metallic tentacles that restrained him. An iron rod pierced Haiden's heart as small iron tendrils began to invade his body. Tears of pain streamed down Haiden's face as blood poured from his eyes, nose, and ears. His skin hardened into steel as flesh burned and blood boiled. Bones crumbled to dust, replaced by iron. Haiden's intestines erupted as wires and iron tendrils adjusted within him. "Time for the main act," Naruto declared, his eyes glowing as he chanted a spell. He finished and proclaimed, "Your seals are loosened but not yet broken until your oath to me is spoken. I summon you forth to be tied to a host. You who are bound to me." A spectral, hooded figure with a scythe appeared, merging with Haiden and accelerating the transformation. In a blinding explosion that splattered blood everywhere, Haiden transformed into a machine. Black Racer, activated, the now machine spoke in a cold, emotionless voice. "Eliminate him, Black Racer," Naruto commanded, pointing at Kakuzu. "Target identified." "Objective, eliminate," the Black Racer replied, forming a scythe of red energy and charging at Kakuzu. The terrified rogue ninja attempted various jutsu, but the Black Racer was unfazed. The avatar of death struck Kakuzu through the chest, and Naruto unleashed red lightning upon him. "Unlimited power!" Naruto shouted as he destroyed Kakuzu's remaining hearts. The corpse of the zombie ninja fell, reminiscent of Orochimaru's demise. Naruto laughed maniacally, reveling in his control over the Black Racer. His power was truly unrivaled. "Come out, Leaf Shinobi. I sense your presence." Kakashi instructed his team to follow his orders, but Choji charged at Naruto in his expanded form. The blonde easily swatted Choji aside and noticed Shikamaru attempting to ensnare him, but he flew away. Naruto manipulated the iron to spring up and attack Shikamaru, who narrowly avoided the strikes. Ino then launched a powerful punch at Naruto, but he used his wings to defend himself. He grabbed Ino by the throat and threw her down. Choji then hurled Kakashi, who prepared a Chidori, but Naruto phased through the attack. Shikamaru attempted to use his shadow possession jutsu, but Naruto skillfully manipulated the shadows of the trees, causing confusion for the Nara. In a sudden burst of power, Naruto unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Shikamaru and incapacitating him. Meanwhile, Naruto conjured massive streams of fire, which Kakashi countered with a formidable water wall jutsu. However, the Black Racer appeared behind Kakashi, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air. As Kakashi struggled to regain his footing, the Black Racer continued to assault him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Naruto then joined in, delivering a decisive kick that sent Kakashi crashing to the ground. Choji charged at Naruto, aiming to land a punch, but Naruto utilized his Susanoo to catch Choji's fist effortlessly. In a swift motion, Naruto summoned two swords, striking Choji in non-vital areas of his stomach before unleashing a powerful wind attack that sent him tumbling down. Ino attempted a mind transfer jutsu, but Naruto sensed her approach. He swiftly restrained her, lifting her off the ground before letting her fall. Finally, Naruto unleashed a surge of electricity that incapacitated all four of them, forcing them to surrender after 30 seconds. "You lost today and you know it," Naruto declared. "Enjoy the fact that I allowed you to live, even though I could end you right now." With that, Naruto took to the skies alongside the Black Racer, returning to the realm of the dead. He rejoined his group, who had witnessed the entire confrontation, and informed them that they would be continuing their eastern adventures, with their next destination being the Hidden Stone. Upon arriving at the Leaf's council chambers, the injured Team 10 and Kakashi prepared to deliver their report. The council members gathered, eager to hear the fate of the two Akatsuki members. Kakashi instructed Team 10 to tend to their wounds while he entered the chamber alone. The council members, noting Kakashi's injuries, held on to hope that the Leaf team had triumphed, though they also feared the possibility that the Akatsuki had escaped. "What do you have to report, Kakashi?" Tsunade inquired, her expression serious. Kakashi took a deep breath, sensing the weight of the moment. "Well, Lady Hokage, the Akatsuki are dead," Kakashi announced, prompting a wave of relief among the council members. However, Tsunade and the elders noted the somber tone in Kakashi's voice, sensing there was more to the story. "You don't sound very joyous, Captain Hatake. Is there more to it than we thought?" Danzo Shimura pressed. "Yes. While the Akatsuki duo of Haiden and Gizu are dead, it was not by our hands," Kakashi revealed, piquing the council's curiosity. "Then who did it?" demanded Kohyudatane, struggling to believe that anyone outside of Leaf Ninja could defeat the Akatsuki. "The mystery man who revived Gaara and defeated Orochimaru is the one who killed the two Akatsuki members. Quite easily, I might add," Kakashi explained, causing gasps to ripple through the council. It was almost as if he was toying with them. "What does this man want?" Mabuki Haruno exclaimed. "We don't know his powers, his allegiance, or if he can be trusted. I propose we classify him as an S-class ninja. His feats warrant such a designation." Many in the council nodded in agreement. "I presume he did this to you and your team, Kakashi," Tsunade said, and Kakashi nodded in confirmation. "Can you provide us with a list of his abilities? Any information could help us prepare for a potential encounter." "To start, Lady Hokage, his abilities are unnatural," Kakashi stated. "Unnatural?" Danzo echoed, intrigued. "Define unnatural, Captain Hatake." "The mystery man doesn't use chakra," Kakashi said, shocking the council members. "Doesn't use chakra? Are you certain?" asked advisor Hamura Mitokado. "Yes. I used my Sharingan to confirm it. He possesses a power that seems stronger and more potent than chakra. He uses his abilities without weaving a single hand sign or uttering their names. His abilities include elemental manipulation of all 5 basic elements, gravity control, the ability to summon an avatar of energy, phasing, shadow manipulation, metal manipulation, the ability to multiply weapons, and flight," Kakashi detailed, and the council absorbed the information with growing concern. In the fight, he used a special power on Haiden that transformed him into a monstrous machine, defeating the immortal while trapping the Grim Reaper. He referred to it as the Black Racer, which can create weapons from a red energy. This entity withstood several high-ranked jutsu from Kakuzu without a scratch. "Essentially, our mystery man seems to control death itself," Kakashi concluded, and the council grew increasingly alarmed. "And the outcome of the battle, Kakashi?" Tsunade asked, her voice shaky. The implications of the mystery man's abilities were unsettling. "Our old friend decimated the Akatsuki. He toyed with them, suffering no damage. When we intervened, it was the same. He brushed off Ino's super punch as if it were nothing, phased through my Chidori like it was air, and then unfolded wings to fly." Kakashi took a moment to collect himself. "Before departing, he electrocuted us, warning that he would kill us if we ever showed our faces again. Such power in the hands of an unknown individual is dangerous," Danzo thought, already plotting to intercept the man once his location was known and use Kodo Amitsukami on him. "I see," Tsunade said, her voice trembling. "I would consider Councilwoman Haruno's suggestion, but the fact that we don't know his name prevents us from placing him in the bingo book. Additionally, we risk offending Gar. However, my order to bring in this man still stands. I advise utmost caution, given how easily he dispatched 2 Chunin, 2 Jonin, and the immortal duo." Dismissed. At a local bar in the Leaf, Anko Mitarashi, Kurinai, Sakura, and Guy's team gathered to discuss Team 10's encounter with the mystery man. "Dimin. He's that powerful?" Anko exclaimed. "Yes, and I believe he's even stronger than that," Ino replied. "He took my superpowered punch as if it were nothing. I trained for a whole year to make it this strong." "It's okay, Ino. We'll get him next time," Sakura reassured her friend, trying to lift her spirits. That part about him controlling death doesn't surprise me. I saw him bring the Kazekage back to life. Whoever this man is, he's extremely powerful and dangerous, Niji Hyuga commented. If we encounter him, I advise the highest level of caution. He's strong, but I know I'm stronger and can take him down, Kiba Inuzuka declared confidently. I highly doubt that, Kiba, someone replied, skepticism evident in their voice. From Ino and Shikamaru's report, Shino Aburame noted, he possesses a number of abilities that make your Fong over Fong obsolete. Among these abilities are flight and phasing, not to mention shadow manipulation, which far surpasses the Nara clan's own. Kiba, feeling frustrated, exclaimed, "You're supposed to be on my side, Shino." He wished for support, even if he knew he couldn't defeat the mysterious man. Hinata thought in despair. His phasing and flight abilities render my techniques useless. At least father was kind enough to allow the clan to learn ninjutsu now, so I have a chance. That ability to forge weapons out of nowhere and multiply them sounds so cool. Tenten exclaimed. I want to know how he does it. I wonder if he can teach me. Her enthusiasm went unanswered. What do you think, Nai-chan? Anko asked her friend Kurinai, who was deep in thought. I don't know, Anko. If genjutsu works, I might be able to subdue him, but we don't know the full extent of his powers, so it may not work. What about you? He killed Orochimaru, so he's okay in my book, Anko replied, and Kurinai nodded in understanding. I will train 100 times harder so I can fight this mystery man and convince him to join the Leaf. Rock Lee shouted. Yes, Lee. We will increase our training until that man knows that the power of youth is superior to his. Might Guy shouted, and the two proceeded to perform their sunset genjutsu, which caused their comrades to shield their eyes. Sakura Haruno gazed out the window into the night sky, her thoughts drifting to her former teammates, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. She felt guilty for not being strong enough to stop Sasuke and for hurting Naruto. She trained hard to bring Sasuke back and to apologize to Naruto, but their whereabouts were unknown. Sasuke, where are you? And Naruto, I hope you're safe and that you can forgive me. Near Demon Country, 4 days later, Naruto decided to head to Demon Country next. He had spoken with the two Jinchuriki of the Hidden Stone, Han and Rashi, a few days earlier. They were surprised to learn of Naruto's position as the king of Arcadia. Upon arriving in the stone, Naruto found that Rashi had been killed by Itachi and Kisame, but he managed to recover and revive him. Han was shocked to see Rashi alive, and after introductions, the four Jinchuriki shared their life stories and experiences. Naruto then decided to visit his wife, Cheyenne, in Demon Country. As Naruto and Shizuka walked closer to Demon Country, she asked him questions, and he happily answered. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a presence and halted their group as Danzo Shimura and 20 of his foundation Umbu appeared before them. So, you are the mystery man who can revive the dead and was capable of killing Orochimaru and two Akatsuki. I am, Danzo began, but Naruto raised his hand to interrupt. Danzo Shimura, student of the second Hokage, advisor on the Leaf Council and leader of the Foundation. You know me. A pleasure to be recognized by someone of your power. I have a proposition for you. Join me as my right-hand man. Help me overthrow Tsunade and bring the Leaf under my control, and then the shinobi world is ours. Imagine all the things you can do, the power you can gain. No, Naruto replied bluntly. What? My answer is no. But think about it. Danzo urged, desperation creeping into his voice. You can have everything you ever wanted. Bloodlines, riches, women, anything. I will give it all to you if you only help me. Bloodlines? Like the arm made of Hashirama Senju's DNA and implanted Sharingan. Naruto asked, and Danzo's eyes widened in shock. How? I have my own bloodline, one far superior to anything you have or can imagine. Riches? Everything on the earth and more belongs to me. Women? My wives and concubines are enough for me. Your offer is nothing but a pile of nonsense, and you are just a power-hungry, senile old man who is past his retirement. I have no time to deal with fools like you. Fine. I wanted to try diplomacy, but you forced my hand. Since you rejected my offer, I will take your powers, bloodline, and harm your loved ones. Let's see if you like it. Attack. Danzo ordered, and his foundations sprang into action. You dare call my wives that? You will find hell to be your next home after I am done with you, Shimura. Naruto threatened as he swiftly defeated all 20 foundation nin in a single strike. Elsewhere, Sasuke Uchiha stood atop a cliff, gazing out at the sea. He had assembled a team he called Team Hibi, consisting of Suigetsu Hozuki, Karin, and Yugo, to help him hunt down his older brother. Weeks had passed since Naruto Uzumaki defeated Orochimaru and humiliated him. Sasuke had been defeated twice by Naruto. After being smuggled out of the Leaf by Kabuto, the traitor told him of Naruto's unjust sentence by the Leaf Council and how he had been kidnapped. Sasuke learned of Naruto's recent victory in Mist, though few knew it was him. After obtaining the Mangekyo, Sasuke felt genuine sadness and regret for having harmed Naruto. When he learned what had happened to Naruto, he blamed himself. He could avenge the Uchiha, but he knew he could never redeem himself for what he had done to Naruto. Determined, he made it his mission to find Naruto and make amends after he dealt with Itachi. However, it seemed Naruto was better off now, having grown significantly in power. Sasuke felt fear at the darkness surrounding Naruto, which felt far more potent than the nine-tailed foxes, Orochimaru's, and Itachi's combined. It was as if darkness had become one with Naruto. He feared for Naruto's sake, having come to see him as a true friend. Naruto had always tried to redeem everyone, Gar, Neji, Zabuza, and even the entire Leaf. Now, it seemed the Leaf had overstepped the line, and Naruto had become the monster they had grown to hate and fear. Naruto, I promise you. Sasuke was determined. He thought to himself, I will find a way to bring you back. To make you good, just as you did for Zabuza, Neji, and Gaara. And try to... For me. With that resolve, he returned to his team, continuing the hunt for Itachi. Danzo activated his Izanagi, preparing to face Naruto. He charged forward, but Naruto quickly countered with Amaterasu, engulfing him in flames. Although Danzo returned to life, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, far worse than anything he had ever felt. What are you doing to me? He hissed at Naruto, who walked beside him calmly. Kneel, Naruto commanded. Danzo obeyed, the pain intensifying with each passing moment. My powers are beyond your comprehension, Danzo Shimura. You think Izanagi will protect you, but you underestimate me. What are you talking about? What did you do to me? Danzo demanded. When I burned you, I targeted not just your body but your soul. Your soul is now a mere plaything in my hands, Naruto explained. Suddenly, Danzo's right arm and eye exploded. Soul manipulation, time manipulation, reality, and space, these powers are ordinary to me. You see, Danzo, I wanted your arm and eye to explode, and so they did. The moment you were burned, your fate became mine to decide. You can feel what hell is like, can't you? Let's see that twisted mind of yours. Naruto placed his hand on Danzo's head and delved into his memories. He uncovered everything, the creation of the Foundation, the unsanctioned missions, the Uchiha massacre, and Danzo's involvement in Orochimaru's invasion. Anger surged within Naruto as he amplified the pain tenfold. Danzo's screams were music to his ears. He believed the old Warhawk deserved every bit of it. I know everything, Danzo. All your dirty secrets. The unsanctioned missions, the Uchiha massacre, and your role in Orochimaru's invasion. I see it all. And worse is what you did to me that day. Naruto's voice dripped with fury as he struck Danzo. He followed up with a series of kicks, relentless in his assault. Hell has a special place reserved for you, Danzo, and it is eager to consume you. What did I do to you? Danzo groaned in pain, struggling to comprehend. I don't even know who you are. Naruto removed his hood and mask, revealing his face. Recognize me, Shimura? Uzumaki? Danzo stammered in shock. Just strike against me, Danzo, and I will finish you. I know all your secrets, and I can easily expose your crimes to the world. I won't end your miserable existence because I am better than you, but be warned, I will fulfill my promise if you dare strike against me and Arcadia. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, I am the king of Arcadia. Remember that. With that, Naruto left Danzo behind and rejoined his group, the weight of the Warhawk's secrets heavy on his mind. To think he used mind control to turn my former friends against me. It doesn't matter. The Leaf Council, without Danzo's influence, still took my chakra out of spite. My loyalties lie with Arcadia now, he thought as he walked to meet his wife, Cheyenne. Naruto! Cheyenne exclaimed, leaping from her throne to embrace him. You finally came back. I thought you would never return after defeating Morio and granting me his power. I never go back on my promises, Cheyenne. Especially those I made to my wives, Naruto replied. Is that so? Remember, you still promised me a baby. All in good time, Naruto assured her as a feast was prepared in his honor. Cheyenne and Shizuka playfully competed over who was the stronger of Naruto's wives and who would bear his first child. That night, as Naruto strolled through the forest with both of his wives, he noticed the tension between them. He had anticipated some rivalry but wasn't fully prepared for it. Their evening walk was interrupted by the arrival of old friends. Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi, along with the older Ino Shikacho and Team Guy, approached. Not this again, Naruto muttered, weary of the Leaf's interference. I assume you are here to take me back to the Leaf? You assumed correctly, Kurenai replied. From your history, I can tell you won't come with us willingly. And we want payback for what you did to our children, Inoichi Yamanaka added. It's a parent thing, so you understand. Surely your parents would be angry if some kids hurt you as a child. I understand nothing of what you say. My parents died when I was just a day old. My first father figure died in an attack, the second was powerless to stop certain events, and the third cared for me for only 3 years. Your children attacked me first, and I defended myself. If I had wanted to, I could have incinerated them. Leave me be, Leaf Shinobi, I have no longing to humiliate your village a 4th time. 4th time? Shikaku Nara asked. The first time was when the strike team was defeated, the second was when Kakashi and our kids faced you. If this is your 4th engagement, that means a 3rd Leaf party has confronted you. You are correct. It seems you won this time. We won't go down easily, Shikaku said as the others prepared for battle. You will not harm my husband. Especially with the power of chaos flowing through me. Shizuka declared, her lower body transforming into a snake's tail, 4 raven wings sprouting from her back, and a horned crown appearing. Her hands glowed with green fire. Same here. You trespassed on my land without permission and dare to threaten my husband. I will show you no mercy, Cheyenne hissed, enveloped in a purple cloak with dark tentacles ready to strike. The Leaf Shinobi felt the weight of the situation. The mysterious man was formidable. Enough, but now his 2 wives displayed unknown yet deadly powers. Kiba Inuzuka struggled to contain his admiration for their beauty, while Hinata was taken aback. Kurenai and Anko were momentarily caught off guard by the fierce protectiveness of the 2 women, while Lee and Guy remarked on their behavior's embodiment of youthful spirit. I am one lucky king to have wives this dedicated to me, Naruto thought as his wings unfolded and the Narada appeared at his side. Cheyenne, Shizuka, do not kill them, but you can hurt them. Severely. Oh wow. That sword is gorgeous. Tenten thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If we capture this guy, I'm taking that sword. That sword. It's full of malice. Hinata thought in fear as her Byakugan detected the dark aura surrounding it. Nothing she had seen came close to the darkness it radiated. By the Hyuga! That sword is darker than the night, Niji thought, also sensing the ominous aura emanating from Naruto. And Tenten is obviously going to want that sword. Seriously? Can't you see the evil it radiates? In an instant, Naruto appeared in front of Might Guy, manipulating space and time to send him to another plane of existence. The Taijutsu MSTR posed the greatest threat to Naruto at that moment. Rock Lee and Choza Akimichi attempted to attack, but Naruto brought his hands together and unleashed a burst of energy that sent them flying. He phased through Niji's futile strikes, grabbed his hair, and threw him aside. Using his gravity power, he sent Rock Lee crashing into a rock, and his hand transformed into 4 large dragon heads that attacked Shikaku and Inoichi. Hinata and Enko were engaged in battle with Shizuka, while Tenten and Kurenai faced Cheyenne. Both of Naruto's wives were protected by spells that shielded them from genjutsu, rendering Kurenai's abilities nearly useless. Enko's snakes proved ineffective against Shizuka's serpentine magic. Hinata had a slight advantage due to her super strength, taught by Tsunade, but otherwise, her gentle fist and ninjutsu were ineffective. Tenten's relentless barrage of weapons also failed against Shizuka's diamond-hard skin and Cheyenne's night cloak. Shizuka faced off against Enko and Hinata. Enko launched 4 snakes from her sleeve, but Shizuka turned them to stone. A beam of green energy shot from Shizuka, wounding Enko severely. Hinata charged in with a powerful punch, but it barely made an impact on Shizuka's tough exterior. The Snake Queen of Arcadia seized Hinata by the throat and tossed her aside. Enko summoned a giant snake, but Shizuka reduced it to ashes. Having learned some basic magic from her husband, Shizuka felt a surge of sadistic pleasure, fueled by her resentment towards the leaf for what they had done to her husband. She unleashed a stream of green lightning that electrocuted Enko. Hinata attempted her twin lion's fist, but Shizuka countered with a powerful wind that sent Hinata flying. Shizuka then unleashed a torrent of intense green fire, leaving burns on Hinata. Though the Hyuga heiress still had some fight left in her, Shizuka electrocuted her, knocking her out cold. That will teach you, Leaf Ninja, not to harm my husband again. Meanwhile, Cheyenne confronted Kurenai and Tenten. You know, unlike my sister, my snow counterpart and I aren't really fighters. But my beloved has taught me how to use my powers properly, and you can bet you'll be in for a tough time, Cheyenne declared as she summoned 10 silver wraiths, specifically created to protect her. Kurenai found that genjutsu was ineffective against the silver wraiths, and Tenten's weapons were equally useless. My husband made 10,000 of these as a wedding gift. They are specially designed to be compatible with my power. Enjoy! Kurenai was quickly overpowered by the wraiths, and Tenten fared no better. Cheyenne captured both of them with her shadow tentacles and electrocuted them into SBMsen. After her victory, Shizuka joined her sister. You got 10,000 of these? Yeah. Jealous, Shizuka? No. He'll give me my own 10,000 silver wraiths. In fact, I'll make sure mine are even better and add 5,000 more, Shizuka replied, and the two continued their playful argument. As for Naruto, Kiba shouted, "Fong over Fong," as he charged at him, but Naruto sidestepped the attack and kicked Kiba down hard, nearly snapping his back. He then grabbed Kiba and sent him crashing into multiple trees. Naruto electrocuted Niji with crimson lightning and trapped him with iron from the ground. He gagged Niji's mouth for good measure, just in case the Hyuga decided to comment on fate. Naruto blocked Chose's enlarged fist with his wing and flew up to shoot multiple spears at the Akimichi. Shino's bugs were incinerated by fire, and Naruto punched the Aburame through a boulder. Rock Lee, having unlocked 5 gates, charged at Naruto, but Naruto phased through the assault and kicked Lee in the face. Rock Lee took out his nunchucks, but Naruto countered with his own weapon. After an intense duel, Naruto gained the upper hand and used his mind powers to put Lee to sleep. Naruto phased through Shikaku's attack and stabbed the Nara in the leg, painful but non-fatal. Inoichi prepared to strike, but Naruto trapped him with shadow tendrils. Having had enough of the leaf schemes, Naruto declared, "I am the king of Arcadia. The Vermilion Khan, the Obsidian Prince, the Emperor clothed in purple, the Morning Star. I am the king who eliminated Yagura and his army in mist. Cross me again, and I shall unleash the full wrath of 700,000 silver wraiths upon your pathetic village." Walking over to his wives, they embraced him in a hug. Cheyenne, too, was furious with the leaf shinobi for trespassing in her country. "I am Cheyenne, priestess of the land of demons. You have 4 hours to leave before I send my entire army against you. Your transgressions here and your attempt to kidnap my husband will not go unpunished, leaf shinobi." "Let's go," Naruto said as he and his wives departed the devastated area. He also released Might Guy, who was shocked to see his teammates injured. With the revelation of his identity as the king of Arcadia, a sovereign nation with an army that had annihilated Yagura's forces, he hoped the Leaf would finally leave him alone. That piece of information, Shikaku, is most disturbing, Tsunade Senju spoke in a terrified voice. To think that our mystery man is the king of Arcadia himself. This changes everything. That's not all, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku Nara added. He is married to 2 women. The Leaf's intel identifies them as Shizuka, the leader of Nadeshiko village, and Cheyenne, the priestess queen of Demon Country. Both women displayed unnatural power, just like the king, and easily defeated captains Kurenai Yuhi, Enko Mitarashi, and Chunin's Hinata Hyuga and Tenten. What powers, Shikaku? Can you elaborate on that? Tsunade asked the lazy Nara, who muttered, troublesome. The Nadeshiko Kunoichi has the power of green energy, which she used to fire an energy beam and then converted it to green lightning that electrocuted Hinata and Enko. She also took Hinata's super punch as if it were nothing. The priestess, on the other hand, didn't show much ability except for shadow manipulation. She summoned 10 skeletal soldiers made of metal that defeated Tenten and Kurenai. I believe these soldiers are the Silver Wraiths from the Mist War. Kurenai then decided to speak. And Lady Tsunade, while fighting the priestess, she mentioned someone called her Snow Counterpart. I believe this Snow Counterpart is another wife of the Arcadian king. She might possibly be the new Snow Daimyo, Koki Kazahana, since rumors suggest she is already married. Given the powers of both the Demon Country's priestess and the Nadeshiko Kunoichi, it's safe to say that Koyuki might possess similar abilities. That is troubling news, Kurenai. His 2 wives are already leaders of their respective countries, and the possibility that Snow Daimyo Koyuki is his wife as well complicates matters. The Snow Country's shinobi village is quickly rising to become a major village. Additionally, our latest shinobi, since Naruto's kidnapping, aren't receiving enough missions, which only exacerbates the situation, Tsunade sighed in frustration. Ever since Naruto's sentence and kidnapping became known to the Fire Daimyo, he had been furious. The audacity of the civilian council and elders voting to seal off Naruto's chakra as a reward for a job well done infuriated him. The Fire Daimyo ordered that missions, along with the Leaf C, B, and A ranks, be redirected to the sand. It didn't help that many people stopped buying from the Haruno Guild since Mabuki Haruno was a leading force behind Naruto's sentence. People also preferred the superior Arcadian products. The Leaf was left with only D-rank missions, but the Fire Lord did allow them to issue S ranks, such as hunting rogue Akatsuki members. The Leaf's shinobi were unable to hone their skills properly due to the lack of C, B, or A ranks, and currently, Cloud was the strongest village, followed by Stone, with the Leaf in 3rd place. Sand was 4th, and Mist was 5th. It was calculated that with the Leaf's continual decline, both militarily and economically, they would become weaker than even the war-torn Mist. The Mist village was recovering quickly, partly due to their alliance with the Kingdom of Arcadia, and the hidden snow had advanced technology that every nation craved, becoming stronger every day. I propose we put this upstart king of a newborn nation in the bingo book, shouted Mabuki Haruno, shocking Tsunade, the elders, and the shinobi present. We capture him, learn all his secrets, and entice Sasuke Uchiha to return by telling him he can learn these powers. As a bonus, we can also offer those 2 women to Sasuke. We get Sasuke back and eliminate Arcadia in one strike. Tsunade face-bombed at Haruno's blatant foolishness. How she could be her prized student's mother was beyond her. Denied, Councilwoman Haruno. But Lady Tsunade, we can. No buts, Councilwoman Haruno, spoke Danzo Shimura, shocking everyone. Usually, he sided with the civilian council to undermine the Hokage's authority, but this was different. As the leader of a sovereign nation, he carries instant diplomatic immunity from the bingo book. Besides, his powers are far too great to be captured by just a few teams. It would take an army of shinobi to do it. From the stories about the war in Mist, these soldiers of Arcadia are unnatural. We don't know how many there are or what they're capable of. Not to mention, his wives are leaders of countries. Both Sand and Mist would fight against us should the king bring his wrath upon us. Shikaku had his suspicions about Danzo. This was unlike him. Danzo was a warhawk who believed war was the best way to prove the Leaf's strength, despite overwhelming odds. He would usually side with the civilian council, but this was new. The king of Arcadia had mentioned fighting a third Leaf party prior to their engagement. Perhaps Danzo was the unfortunate third party. The mission to capture the mystery man who is the king of Arcadia is dissolved. However, we must try to mend our shaky relationship so that both the Leaf and Arcadia can have a cooperative and friendly relationship. We wouldn't want Stone to have Arcadia as an ally, would we? Asked Tsunade, and everyone shivered at the thought. We also need to send an envoy to Nadeshiko and Snow. The former to learn how the Nadeshiko Kunoichi became a wife to the king, and the latter to find out if the king is indeed Koyuki's husband. This meeting is adjourned. In a field of golden flowers, Naruto lay sleeping, enjoying the warm heat of the sun. The sweet fragrance of the appealing flowers filled him with a sense of peace. His wife, Shizuka, approached and kissed him gently. Naruto returned the kiss, and Shizuka picked grapes from a nearby basket, placing one in his mouth. "Grapes, my favorite," Naruto commented as he finished the grape. "I know. Guren told me you liked them better than any other fruit," Shizuka replied. "I love them more now that your beauty is the one to touch them, my lovely flower," Naruto said, kissing her again. His other wife, Cheyenne, pulled him down, resting his head on her thighs. "And what about me?" she asked playfully. "You are just as appealing, Cheyenne. Your radiant face makes the stars seem dull by comparison," Naruto said, feeling a familiar presence. Just then, Guren and Yugao arrived with a captured Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping. Of course, the only person in the world with the guts to watch a king and his queens during their private time. "Why are you here, and more importantly, why shouldn't I be angry with you for this?" Naruto asked. "Sorry," Jiraiya said as Yugao dropped him. "I have some important things to discuss, Naruto." "Well, I have time. You didn't tell anyone that I am the king of Arcadia, right?" "No. You told me not to. I heard you defeated several teams of Leaf Ninja after Orochimaru's death. Tsunade mentioned it in her letters." "I did. First, it was Team 10 and Kakashi-sensei. Then Danzo and his foundation, and finally, Teams 8 and 9 with Anko Mitarashi and the older Ino Shikacho. With my reveal that I killed Orochimaru, that marks 4 times. I grew tired of being hunted by the Leaf, so I revealed that I am the king of Arcadia, but not that I am Naruto Uzumaki. So I've heard. Tsunade held a meeting this morning in which she said your capture was nullified since you're the king of a nation, but they are still trying to get you to join the Leaf." Naruto scoffed at that. "As if I would. Personal grudges aside, there is nothing Arcadia can gain from an alliance with the Leaf. Not economically, not militarily, or anything. I have allies in Sand and Mist, with the latter rapidly recovering from the war. The Wave Country is booming as a trade center because of me. Nadeshiko and Demon Country are with me, and the shinobi of Snow Country are soon ready to become a major player. I know. Tsunade is aware that you're married to the priestess of Demon Country and the leader of Nadeshiko. But you just confirmed to me that Koyuki is married to you," Jiraiya said. "So, they're aware of it, huh? Should they declare war on me, all my allies will come down upon them like a tide. Tell me, Jiraiya, is Sakura's mother still angry regarding my elven merchants? You mentioned that a while ago." "Oh yeah. She even personally asked me if I could infiltrate them or possibly sabotage them, but I refused. This is out of my hands and I want none of it. But it would be a shame if I had to deal with you messing up trade. The Haruno brought it upon herself, being the main force behind my sentence, all because I hurt their precious Uchiha. If I still had the 9 tails, they wouldn't dare, but now that the fox is gone, they decided to take matters into their own hands. Useless, all of them. The Leaf is sending an envoy team to both Nadeshiko and Demon Country to ask how you married their leaders and a spy team to Snow. Of course, to see if you indeed are Koyuki's husband. Suspect more than this. No doubt possible kidnappings for Danzo's foundation and sabotage on Snow. The idea that they would do such came to my mind. All occupants of Nadeshiko have been moved into my kingdom. They now call the city of Lagash home. I also built a massive wall in Demon Country that will not permit any outsider to enter without formal permission. Oh, and I contacted Koyuki to inform her of the possibility. Clever. There is one thing I wanted to tell you, Naruto. Jiraiya handed Naruto a scroll. This scroll indicates that my spy network now belongs to you. What is the meaning of this? Are you planning to retire? I thought you would continue being the perverted old sage that everyone knew and loved. Jiraiya laughed at the remark but quickly grew serious. No, Naruto. Tsunade is sending me to infiltrate the Hidden Rain. The Akatsuki leader might be there, and she wants me to check it out. This guy leads a team of S-rank ninjas, including Itachi. He'll be a tough opponent, and I may not survive. In the event I die, I want you to look after my spy network. I see, Naruto said quietly. For what it's worth, I don't want you to die. You took care of me during the short time we spent together, and I started to see you as a father figure. Like Hiruzen and Mr. Enoch. Take care, Jiraiya, and may you survive. It'll take a lot more than being an S-rank to kill me, Naruto. I would hate to die before seeing your full potential. Until we meet again. Jiraiya then left the area. Until we meet again, Jiraiya. In Wave Country, the old bridge builder, Tazuna, was preparing his tools when he heard footsteps. He saw nothing and returned to his work. How have you been these past years, Tazuna? A voice called out. Turning around, he saw Naruto Uzumaki for the first time in 3 long years. Naruto? Is that you? The old man asked. The one and only, Naruto replied, his wings becoming his cloak again. I can't believe it. After 3 long years. Tazuna exclaimed. Tsunami Inari. Look who's here. It's Naruto. Big brother Naruto? Called Inari, Tazuna's grandson, who came running out of the house. Big brother Naruto. It's you, he exclaimed, rushing to hug the blonde. Naruto? Oh my, it's been so long, Tsunami said as she too came out. To Naruto's surprise, he saw someone he didn't expect to see in Wave. I am? Is that you? Naruto asked. The daughter and waitress of his favorite ramen shop back in the Leaf, I am Ichiraku, was there. Naruto? Oh, how I've missed you, she exclaimed, embracing him. Despite his scarred face and more muscular frame, she recognized him. I didn't expect to see you in Wave, I am. What are you doing here, anyway? A long story, Naruto, I am replied, releasing him and noticing his companions. Who are these girls, Naruto? Your girlfriends, perhaps? She teased. My wives and concubines, to be exact, Naruto replied, catching I am completely off guard. The little boy she once viewed as a younger brother was now married, and he had more than one wife and even concubines? Wives and concubines? You have a lot of explaining to do, Naruto, she said, pointing a finger at him. All in good time. Maybe it's better over a nice cup of tea, Naruto suggested, and everyone entered the house. Naruto shared his story, how he became the king of Arcadia and other tales. Tazuna's family and Ayam were shocked to hear his tale. Then it was Ayam's turn to share her story. She recounted how, after Naruto's kidnapping, the Leaf celebrated his departure, and those who supported him faced cruel treatment. Irika Yumino suffered harassment for taking care of Naruto, and it became so severe that he eventually took his own life. Then, all eyes turned to the Ikarakus. They faced far worse than Irika. Some civilians attempted to harm Ayam, but she was saved by some good-hearted shinobi. Mabuki Haruno demanded they sell their ramen stand, but her father refused. In anger, Mabuki's followers burned down their store and home, killing her father. Ayam managed to escape to Wave, where she encountered Tazuna's family. After listening to her story, they welcomed her, and she even set up a new store. Ayam also spoke of how the Leaf villagers wanted to destroy the 3rd Hokage's memorial stone because he had taken care of Naruto since he was a baby. Tsunade stopped it from happening, but it mattered little to Naruto. The blonde's anger towards the Leaf grew with each story he heard. The village is nothing but a plague, he said angrily. To think they would do this. The leaf is nothing but a shadow of its former self. Naruto stood up and headed outside. Where are you going, Naruto? I'm asked. To hunt. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki are here, Naruto replied before leaving. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, Naruto called out, and the duo turned to see the cloaked king. Do you know this guy, Itachi? Kisame asked, but the Uchiha shook his head. It's been years since we last met, Naruto said as he removed his hood, shocking the two Akatsuki. Naruto? Itachi asked, surprised to see him here of all places. As far as he was concerned, Naruto was dead or most likely to be. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Seems like luck is on our side, Itachi. I wonder if the fox can be revived though, Kisame remarked. Naruto, come with us and we will not harm you, Itachi commanded. You don't have chakra, so it's useless to fight. Perhaps our leader might know a way to revive the Nine-Tails. The fox is dead, and there is no reviving it, Itachi. To tamper with creation brings about untold destruction. Necromancy is rightly shunned, and as for being powerless, Naruto's wings unfolded as the Narada came to his side. But that's where you are wrong. In an instant, Naruto appeared before Itachi and struck him across the face. Kisame attempted to slice Naruto, but the blonde blocked with the Narada and then kicked Kisame away. The mist ninja tried to unleash a water shark, but Naruto's fire vaporized it. Itachi shot a fireball, which Naruto phased through, surprising both of them. Naruto then engaged in a duel with Kisame Hoshikage, proving himself the stronger of the two. Itachi drew his Umbu standard katana to assist his partner, but Naruto quickly overpowered both Kisame and Itachi, throwing them against a rock. Itachi then enveloped his katana with Amaterasu, and the two charged at Naruto. The blonde forged an iron sword and used his acrobatics to evade Kisame, kicking him away. Naruto blocked Itachi's swing and began to push him on the defensive. He unleashed electricity from his hands, and both Itachi and Kisame blocked with their respective blades. What kind of power is this, Itachi? Shark's skin can't absorb it. Kisame exclaimed. I don't know, Kisame, but it may end our lives, Itachi replied, then shot Amaterasu at Naruto. The black flames, however, were ineffective against the blonde, who shook them off as if they were nothing. Kisame pushed Naruto upwards, but Naruto used his power to pull them both up and then threw them hard to the ground. Itachi launched multiple flaming shurikens, but Naruto blocked them with his wings. Itachi attacked again, but Naruto blocked every strike and then jumped up to kick Itachi. After kicking Itachi, Naruto impaled him with his sword, but it was all a clever genjutsu, and the real Itachi swooped in on a giant crow. Naruto transformed his fingers into 4 dragons that burned the crow, then pulled Itachi down with gravity magic and kicked him hard. Seeing his partner merge with his sword, Itachi summoned his armored Susanoo. Naruto merely smirked at their desperation. Itachi struck with his Totsuka blade, but Naruto phased through it. Kisame attacked, but Naruto used the iron from beneath to severely wound Kisame by impaling him. Then, Naruto summoned his own Susanoo, which destroyed Itachi's. He threw Itachi through several large stones and summoned fire that burned not his skin, but his soul. Look at me when I torture you, Itachi! Naruto shouted. I know the truth of the Uchiha massacre. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, but I want you to see yourself kill you. Naruto forced Itachi to relive the night of the massacre, making him feel the fear, anxiety, and desperation of his clan in a frenzy of madness. Naruto then electrocuted Itachi with his powers, and Itachi screamed in pain. It was all too much for him now. He wanted to die, but he couldn't, otherwise, Sasuke might be manipulated. Even still, death seemed far better than the torment Naruto inflicted upon him. Please, have mercy, he pleaded, and the blonde chuckled. There is no mercy in war, Itachi. You know that well from when you killed your clan. Naruto continued his torment until Kisame attacked him with shark skin. Naruto was distracted just long enough for Itachi to join his partner and use a reverse summoning scroll to escape. Flee for your life, Itachi. Your organization's futile attempts for peace and world domination are nothing against my power. The once dry and desolate land of Snow Country was now a lush, green forest. The new daimyo, Koki Kazahana, had gained control over the snow demon that had terrorized the land for centuries. She stopped the harsh winters, and upon discovering her late father's invention, a machine capable of ending the winter, she used all available resources to start it. Eventually, she succeeded, bringing summer and spring to her country. Visiting for the first time in 3 years was her husband, the king of Arcadia, Naruto Uzumaki. When she heard he was coming, she was ecstatic and quickly made preparations for his royal arrival. There she sat on her throne, flanked by 8 of her specialized silver wraiths. Her husband was due to arrive at any moment, and her long wait was about to pay off. With a loud creaking sound, the doors of her throne room opened, and her guards knelt. Before her stood the king of Arcadia. "Guards, leave us," she ordered, and once they departed, she pounced on her husband, hugging him tightly. "I missed you so much, Naruto." "And I missed you too," Naruto replied. "Are you hungry? I'll have my servants prepare a meal." "Famished, my dear." Naruto followed Koyuki into the dining hall, where his companions and 2 other wives trailed behind. Koyuki focused on being Naruto's favorite wife, ignoring her sisters. After finishing his meal, Naruto asked, "Can I see the progress of the army's war machines, Koyuki?" "Of course, Naruto. Anything for my husband," she replied, rising with Naruto following her. 2 years prior, both Enoch and Naruto realized that despite the Silver Wraith's great strength and ability, they needed machines of war. Shinobi villages had chakra shields that the wraiths could not penetrate. They required new machines that would give them superiority over these setbacks. Some dwarves and elves were sent to Snow Country so that the land's advanced technology, combined with dwarven mastery in forging and elven magic, could create unstoppable machines of war. Now it was complete. Bless the dwarves for their endurance and hard work, and the elves for their loyalty, Naruto thought as he beheld the enormous war machines. Large siege towers over 100 feet high, armed with arrow turrets and catapults, and a battering ram capable of destroying walls. Flying ships that could bombard opponents and transport his wraiths, 50 siege towers and 130 ships in total. Naruto smiled as he surveyed his war machines. With the power to repair themselves once damaged, no nation would stand a chance against Arcadia. "These are works of art, my wife. No one would dare challenge Arcadia's might with these machines. I am pleased to know you are satisfied, Naruto. When can we proceed?" Kiki asked. "At a later time." "Patience, all 3 of you," Naruto said as his wives gathered at his side. "My Sir Enoch, in his long years, used his vast powers to explore the planets in this galaxy. He has mapped the stars and provided me with a map detailing all the habitable planets." "But how will we get there, Naruto?" Koyuki asked, voicing the concerns of both herself and her sister. "These ships can travel to the sky but not space. My powers will take us there. My eyes hold dominion over space-time and reality, allowing me to open portals to other planets. We will colonize these worlds and spread to the stars. Our empire will be eternal and infinite." Just as Naruto finished speaking, Furiosa, the siren leader and skilled assassin, entered the room. She knelt before her king, following the customs of their land. "Long live the king of Arcadia. My lord, I have urgent news." "You may speak, Furiosa." "My lord, the foolish daimyo of the Earth Country has declared war on Arcadia." Furiosa's words shocked Naruto. "And why did the daimyo declare war?" he asked. "Trade disputes, my lord. The elves refused to grant his demand for lower prices on their products. In retaliation, the daimyo declared war on us." Furiosa explained, watching as Naruto contemplated the situation. "Such an action is foolish for a daimyo. Human greed is unpredictable. I sense mysterious forces at work," Naruto thought, recalling Yagura's words before his death. Could the same person who controlled Yagura be manipulating the Earth Daimyo against me? The reasoning seemed plausible, but now Naruto had a war to win. "Mobilize 50,000 silver wraiths, Furiosa. I will bring these war machines to Arcadia," he commanded. Furiosa used an elven stone to teleport back, and Naruto unleashed his power on the war machines, bringing them to life. The ships hovered in the air, and the towers began to move. It will take time for the whole country to mobilize, but we can act immediately. We will crush these foolish adversaries and set an example for anyone who dares to strike against us. A day later, the Earth capital was in a state of panic. Just yesterday, the daimyo had declared war on Arcadia, ignoring the advice of his advisors and friends. The elves' refusal to lower their prices had led to this conflict. To make matters worse, 15 towns in his country had been attacked simultaneously. The situation was dire. It would take a day for the hidden stone to mobilize and even longer for his samurai forces. Towns were sacked by Arcadian soldiers, and now all eyes were on his city. He ordered the city gates to be shut and every able-bodied man and woman to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Naruto stood atop a tower, signaling for his troops to begin the attack. The Silver Wraiths were machines that required no food, water, or rest. They felt no fear or fatigue and existed solely to serve their king. Following Naruto's command, they mobilized to assault the Earth capital. The attack would be three-pronged. Airships would approach from the back of the city, while towers would strike from all sides. Naruto and his queens would lead the charge at the front gate. Thousands of wraiths surged forward, ready to overwhelm any resistance. As Naruto's army advanced, they prepared their catapults, launching large boulders toward the city. The defenders retaliated, but to their horror, they destroyed. Parts of the wraiths, towers, and ships began to reconstitute themselves. The wraiths unleashed a barrage of flaming arrows, igniting buildings within the city. The towers reached the walls and began to ram them, creating breaches through which the wraiths poured into the city. Screams filled the air as samurai and civilians were overwhelmed without mercy. By the time Naruto arrived, the city was already engulfed in flames. The wraiths presented Naruto with the corpse of the daimyo, who had taken his own life upon hearing of the city's doom. A shame. I would have preferred to confront him myself, Naruto thought as a messenger approached, informing him that 20,000 stone ninja were on the move, about 30 miles from the city. I'll take 10,000 silver wraiths. The rest will stay here and occupy the city, Naruto ordered as he set off to confront the stone forces. Naruto's army approached the stone ninja army, riding atop a large black lion. He moved cautiously as two figures approached him. He ordered his soldiers to remain still while he engaged with them. The figures were Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of the stone, and the daimyo's brother. Greetings, your royal highness. I pray that your reign is long and prosperous. I am on my way to the Earth capital to address my brother's death before war can escalate, the daimyo's brother said, riding atop a horse, while Inoki floated nearby. And I pray you can live a long life and retire peacefully with your family, Naruto replied. Forgive me, but your brother is dead. He perished when my army sacked the capital. That is most unfortunate. I wished the deaths of innocents could have been avoided. Indeed, but deaths in the thousands, whether military or civilian, have become a standard in war. I apologize for the loss of your people. My power can resurrect them, but your brother and his family, I cannot bring back. You can. Bring my people back to life, the daimyo's brother asked, hope flickering in his eyes. I can. Just as I did with the Kazekage. Since you are the daimyo's brother, you are next in line to rule, given the unfortunate events that have transpired with your family. Yes. I thank you, your majesty, the new daimyo said, bowing before Naruto in gratitude. It pleases me to see that we can avoid further conflict in our country, Inoki remarked, breathing a sigh of relief. Perhaps we can discuss terms in the stone. After all, the heat is quite unbearable. I agree. Shall we? The new daimyo asked, and Naruto nodded in agreement to discuss terms in the stone. If you don't mind me asking, your majesty, may we see your face? Inoki inquired, curiosity getting the better of him. Naruto, unoffended, removed his iron mask. Inoki was visibly shocked. The yellow flash of the leaf? I am not my father, Tsuchikage. So, he did have an offspring after all. If you don't mind, may I know your name? Naruto Uzumaki. The former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Yes. You are aware of what happened 3 years ago. Do not be afraid, Sasuke. I seek not to continue my father's legacy nor to destroy the stone for the leaf's sake. I am my own person and not bound by the leaf. Thank the heavens for that, Anoki said aloud as they made their way to the village. Many stone ninja were shocked to see Naruto as the king of Arcadia. After an hour of discussion, peace terms were negotiated. Naruto agreed to resurrect all the deceased except for the late daimyo and his family, and Arcadia would return the occupied towns and villages. He required no reparations from the country, much to the new daimyo's relief. A non-aggression pact was to be signed between Stone and Arcadia, and Naruto gained a new wife in Anoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Naruto left with his army and new wife back to the golden cities of his kingdom. At the Akatsuki hideout, Pain, the leader, expressed concern after hearing the latest report from Itachi and Kisame. Naruto, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was alive and more powerful than they had imagined. Tobi's report identified him as the king of Arcadia. Conan and I will deal with him ourselves. Dismissed. Itachi and Kisame left the base. Itachi felt his time was drawing near. He was growing weaker each day and sensed he was closer to death than ever. His time to face Sasuke was approaching, and he hoped to find peace in the afterlife and inspire Sasuke to bring Naruto back. Pain, are you sure you want to face him? Conan, his childhood friend and ally, asked with concern. She could sense his apprehension about confronting the king of Arcadia. We must, Conan. To bring peace to this world, Pain replied simply, leaving the room with Conan following behind to plan their approach. In Arcadia, Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the third Sasuke, gazed at the golden buildings of her new home in wonder. Such a place seemed like a fantasy, yet here it was, just a few hundred miles from her old home. When she asked her husband, King Naruto Uzumaki, how such a magnificent city could remain hidden for so long, he chuckled and explained that powerful magic shielded Arcadia from detection, and those who ventured into the area before his arrival had met unfortunate fates. At first, she had hesitated to become Naruto's wife, mainly due to his lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage. However, Naruto made it clear he had no affiliation with his father. Ultimately, she accepted her grandfather's proposal and became part of Naruto's harem, sharing it with 3 others and 3 concubines. Fortunately, Naruto was neither arrogant nor abusive. He was kind for the most part, despite his past. A siren called her, announcing that dinner was ready. She quickly rose and was escorted to the dining hall, where her sisters awaited her. Tonight is a special night, Naruto announced as he stood. Tonight marks the anniversary of my arrival in Arcadia. 3 years ago, I broke free from the shackles that bound me and embraced my freedom. Now, I stand here with my wives and concubines, in good health and prosperous rule, and I couldn't be happier to share this moment with you all. He raised his glass as the wines were poured to commence the feast. In 2 weeks, they would celebrate the 10,010th anniversary of Arcadia's founding. Naruto smiled, proud to be king over this appealing city and heir to his MSDR's legacy. He watched as his wives playfully argued over who was the strongest and who would bear his first child. Each had their own strengths and weaknesses, making them equally matched. As he turned his gaze toward the horizon, he sensed a presence approaching the city. An attacker was on the way, but who it was remained a mystery. He would confront this intruder when they arrived. The next day, Conan marveled at the beauty of the Golden City. She lamented that such a magnificent creation would have to be destroyed. Pain stood beside her with his other bodies, and Tobi appeared before them. So this is Arcadia. Truly a magnificent sight, Tobi praised. You know what to do. With that he vanished, leaving them to prepare for their mission. Conan unleashed a barrage of paper bombs on the city, but to her surprise, a force field protected it. Pain was taken aback when he saw Naruto appear behind them. You know, Naruto said, if you want to explore the city, you can just ask. What is your business in attacking Arcadia, Akatsuki? Leave and I may show mercy. Almighty push! Pain shouted, launching his attack, but Naruto phased through it effortlessly. Once again caught off guard, Pain watched as Konan attacked, only for Naruto to summon a black energy that took the form of a coffin, subduing her. The Ashura path then shot at Naruto, but the blonde king used his magic to trap the puppet body and tore it in half. "I am unimpressed, Pain," Naruto remarked as he teleported behind them and kicked 2 other puppet bodies away. The animal path summoned a large multi-headed dog, but Naruto jumped away just in time. Other creatures were summoned, but Naruto remained unfazed. He tossed the giant rhino aside and trapped a massive bull beneath the earth. Fire erupted from his hands, which the Preta path attempted to absorb but failed. Noticing the Ashura path reforming, Naruto was not surprised by the Rinnegan's power. His hands glowed with a dark blue light as he moved rocks and hurled them at the bodies. Amid the chaos, he appeared before the animal path and destroyed it. He redirected the Ashura path's missiles back at it, obliterating it with a red beam. The Deva path approached with black rods, but Naruto's defensive barrier shattered them. He kicked Pain hard across a mountain and pulled the Preta and Naraka paths toward him, engulfing them in an intense Amaterasu storm. Only the human path remained, which Naruto vaporized to atoms. The Deva path still stood, and Naruto teleported to confront his opponent. "As powerful as you are, I will capture you," Pain declared. "Surrender so that a way to bring the Nine Tails back may be found. That way, everyone will know pain and be forced to live in peace." "Peace this, peace that. Your talks are all the same," Naruto replied, boredom evident in his voice. "My master once told me that tyranny breeds oppression, and oppression breeds hate. Hate turns to anger, and anger leads to violence and rebellion. Your possession of the Rinnegan has given you a god complex, cutting you off from your true self. Your way of bringing peace is tyrannical, Pain, and tyranny only breeds hatred and rebellion. As long as tyrants exist, liberty will persist. That is my MSDR's teaching, and I strive not to rule through fear. All you are doing is fostering hatred for future instability." "Enough!" Pain shouted in anger. "I will not be questioned by a child king. You are a product of this world. You are right that hatred breeds more hatred, but by doing this, I can end the CYCL for good. All it needs is your sacrifice. You refuse to listen. Whether you believe me or not is your choice. We are frail creatures, clouded by our beliefs instead of understanding. I tell you once more, Pain, your idea is flawed. You plan to bring peace by creating a superweapon and unleashing it on people, but that will only unite them against you, leading to chaos. I am a victim of this hate, but I grew beyond it and left it behind. You left it behind, but it will come back to haunt you later on. Planetary devastation." Pain unleashed a black sphere that began to absorb everything, including Naruto. "It is true that one day the hatred of the leaf may come upon me. If it does before my plans are complete, I will show them why they should never provoke me." "Susanoo!" Naruto thought as his perfect Susanoo came to life, shattering the sphere. Pain was shocked to see the towering dark blue warrior before him. The Susanoo lifted its leg, intending to crush Pain. The Akatsuki leader unleashed his most powerful almighty push yet, capable of destroying an entire village, but it merely scratched the Susanoo. The dark blue avatar crushed Pain, and Naruto dispelled it, electrocuting Pain and disabling much of the puppet's body. Naruto sensed the real Pain controlling the body from afar. He engulfed his sword in black flames and red lightning, preparing to strike. "This strike is special, Pain. Once I destroy this body, the real you dies as well. I know all about the Rinnegan and its power, and not even the outer path can save you." Just as Naruto was about to strike, Konan intervened. "Wait please. Don't," she begged. "Spare him. He's all I have left of my friends." Naruto could have easily killed both of them, but his morals held him back. Pain clearly suffered greatly, and Naruto connected with Pain's true self, surprised to discover he was an Uzumaki. "Nagato Uzumaki," he said aloud, shocking both of them. "How do you know that name?" Pain demanded, weakened. "I connected with you through telepathy. Nagato Uzumaki is your true self, buried beneath the false god that is your persona of Pain. I too am an Uzumaki, from my mother. I sense great suffering in you, Nagato. But making others suffer because you have suffered in pursuit of peace will only lead to more plotting against you. When they succeed, chaos will ensue in the temporary peace you created. Besides, the weapon is no ordinary weapon. Naruto decided to reveal the truth about the 10 tails. By combining all tailed beasts, you will create the 10-tailed beast, a monster of near unstoppable power. Its true purpose is a worldwide genjutsu. Your leader, the one who calls himself Madara Uchiha, plans to use the 10 tails to initiate that genjutsu, trapping everyone in an endless dream. That is the true purpose of the Akatsuki. How do you know? How can I trust you? Look. Naruto revealed his Rinne Sharingan. From these eyes came the Rinnegan, and from it came the Sharingan. Only a Rinnegan can control the 10 tails, and the world has been caught in this genjutsu before the sage himself. He stopped it when he split the 10 tails into 9. Create the 10 tails. It will just become a tree that will release the genjutsu again. Believe me or not, it's your choice. I simply tell the truth. All this time I was deceived? Indeed you were. I showed you mercy only because you are a member of my clan. Leave my kingdom and be gone. Do not squander my mercy. Thank you for showing me the truth, Naruto. With that, Pain and Konan departed to return to Rain and confront Tobi. Naruto returned to his city. After some time, he received word that Jiraiya was dead. How the mighty have fallen, he said in a sad, mournful voice as tears fell down his cheeks. He mourned for Jiraiya that day, having lost someone he cared about. Leaf Village. It had been a week since Pain's failed assault on Arcadia. Sasuke Uchiha had learned the truth behind his clan's downfall and openly joined Akatsuki. Talks of a fourth great shinobi war were increasing as every village prepared to mobilize their militaries for conflict. In front of Tsunade were Kakashi, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Team Shi knew war was coming, but the Leaf had no allies to rely on. Now, their hope lay in the kingdom of Arcadia. You understand that this is an S-rank mission of the utmost importance. Try to get an audience with the king, apologize for the attempted captures, and seek an alliance. The future of the Leaf depends on you. We understand, Lady Tsunade. We won't fail you, Kakashi said as he took the scroll and prepared to leave. Kakashi, one more thing. Should you encounter Naruto by chance, try to bring him back to the village. We will, should we encounter him, Lady Tsunade. You can count on it, Sakura assured her teacher as her team set off for Arcadia. Good luck, all of you, Tsunade said, praying in her heart for their success. Little did they know, however, that destiny was not on their side. Arcadia. The Akatsuki pose as much of a threat as any other, perhaps greater, to the nation and its allies. Until the king's plans for the 100-year expansion are put into motion, we are vulnerable, said Chiron, the centaur MSTR of war and armies, to the other members of the kingdom's war council. War was imminent, and he was no fool. Only Naruto's power was sufficient to protect them, but the king couldn't be in Arcadia at all times. Other planetary conquests and colonizations required his strength. Dangerous to the human nations perhaps, Chiron, but not to the city or its territories in Nod, replied the arrogant elf Lord Alec. The safety of these allies is of little concern to the greater future of Arcadia. Chiron and the others were not surprised by Alec's thoughts. Elves always viewed themselves as superior to other creatures. Both Furiosa and Chiron were fed up with Alec's blatant disregard for the allies of Arcadia. The king himself secured these alliances for us, Alec. Don't forget that his wives are from these nations, Furiosa spoke up, not hiding her anger. A complete waste of time, if you ask me. Arcadia has plans for otherworldly conquest. These humans are only good for breeding stock and cannon fodder, Alec nearly shouted, shocking everyone with that statement. Sure, elves dislike humans, but to go that far was extreme. You bow down to human queens, Alec, just as all of us. Our king is a human. Enoch is a human. Unlike the others whom you despise, they are different. Sometimes, your views negatively affect your outlook on life, Alec, Chiron replied. Before Alec could retaliate, Naruto entered. Hold your tongue, or there will be a new elf lord in charge, Alec, Naruto said in an angry, threatening voice as he sat down. Hatred towards humans is justified, given what they did to your ancestors, but to hold such views is fruitless. Do not be blinded by hate, Alec. You will be no better than the fools of the village I once served. Apologies, my king. And you better be true to your word, Alec. Many apologize yet only lie. An empty promise is something I cannot tolerate, Naruto said, recalling the times the third Hokage had lied to him, claiming everything would be all right and that people would love him. This bickering amongst ourselves is pointless. The 100-year expansion is due for Phase 1 after the week-long festival of Arcadia's founding. Until then, all we can do is wait and enjoy the celebrations. My lord, let it not be written that I doubt your power, but can we eliminate all Otsutsuki should we encounter them? OG, Lord of Giants, asked with concern. The Otsutsuki are numerous and more powerful than even a squad of elves. Can the kingdom's expansion be fulfilled? Your concerns are noted. We will succeed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the full power of Enoch Bogler. The same power passed on to me. We will crush them, and our empire will be established, lasting for eternity. Wearing disguises, the Leaf team was on a caravan heading to Arcadia. They decided to wear disguises since they thought the king would order their execution in his city. Kakashi and Kurenai were in one caravan, with the rest of the Leaf Chunin behind in another. Nervous, Kakashi? Kurenai asked her fellow Jonin, snapping him out of his thoughts. The idea that Naruto might be in Nod troubled Kakashi since the mission began. Since Naruto was nowhere to be found in the elemental nations, even in sand, Nod seemed the best possible place for his student to be. Not really. But if I do find Naruto here, do you think he'll forgive us? After everything? I don't know, Kakashi. I don't personally know Uzumaki like my students. But if he did, do you think he'll come back? Not really. If he doesn't want to come back, I won't force him. Hopefully he has a good life here. If he is here, Kakashi replied, and Kurenai nodded in understanding. In the other caravan, Sakura and Hinata looked at the land of Nod with interested eyes. The land was different from any other place they had ever seen in the East. Sakura now believed the stories of Arcadia's vast wealth, having seen the city of Eridu on the horizon just a few hours earlier. For a moment, Eridu looked far more prestigious than the Leaf and Fire capital. In her caravan, Kiba was sleeping, snoring loudly, much to everyone's annoyance. Shikamaru wanted to sleep while Shino wondered if Arcadia had a new species of insects. A glowing glint on the horizon caught Sakura's eye, and in just a few seconds, she saw the grand city of Arcadia. She gasped in wonder, and so did Hinata at the sight of Arcadia. That is Arcadia? It's so appealing! Sakura exclaimed, waking Kiba and catching the attention of the others. Their Jonin teachers were equally surprised to see Arcadia, a city that seemed to belong only in fairy tales. The caravans came to a halt, allowing them to gaze at the massive gates, towering over 100 meters high and crafted from pure bronze. Intricate depictions of battles were carved into the walls as they began their tour. The guide explained that the city was over 10,000 years old, with its foundation made of bronze. The buildings were adorned with silver, gold, pearls, and other precious stones. Elven sorcerers, satyr musicians, dancing harpies, strong giants, and swift centaurs mingled with the people in the streets. Sakura used her money to buy a few souvenirs: perfume, golden bracelets, jewel necklaces, and even an Arcadian bronze khopesh sword for Tenten. As Kakashi and Kurenai were asking the guide questions, a squad of sirens led by Furiosa, accompanied by 12 centaurs and elves, surrounded them. With arrows and blades pointed at the Leaf team, they wisely decided to lay down their arms, except for Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba, stand down. You'll make things worse, Shikamaru whispered, and Kiba reluctantly calmed down. Leaf Shinobi, I recognize you from the books. Kakashi Hatake and Kurenai Yuhi. I am Furiosa, captain of the assassins, and you have been found trespassing in Arcadia, Furiosa declared, her sword dangerously close to Kurenai's neck. Trespassing? Miss Furiosa, there must be some, Kurenai attempted to explain, but the siren pressed her blade forward, nearly striking Kurenai. Quiet, Yui. You dress as citizens of other countries, not as leaf ninja. Shinobi from other lands respect our sovereignty and come without breaking the law. For your disguise, you are charged with trespassing and possibly spying on our nation. The king shall decide your fate. Take them away, Chiron ordered, and the leaf shinobi were escorted to the massive ziggurat palace where Naruto was. Inside, the four queens sat beside the obsidian dragon throne, waiting for their husband. The leaf shinobi had been apprehended for entering the city in disguises. As they stood before the queens, Naruto flew in, radiating anger. Even after all this time, that village sends you here, to my home, to mock me, Naruto said, his wings unfurling like a cape as he approached his throne. Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, Shikamaru Nara, Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inazuka. 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin, members of the Leaf's rookie, or should that number be 6? 6. Kakashi muttered, realization dawning on him. Is Naruto here? He asked, and the others grew anxious for the king's response. Closer than you think, sensei, Naruto replied, removing his mask and shocking everyone. The War Council was in heated discussion regarding a recent assassination attempt. All sides were eager to declare war on the Leaf for their actions. Naruto had promised that war would be declared should the Leaf strike against Arcadia, and everyone awaited his response. Alec, the master of the elves, doubted Naruto would follow through. The king does not want to declare war because he is soft. Alec shouted. It is obvious he has sympathy for that village and would not carry on his promise. He is a weak man. Suddenly, Naruto lifted Alec and snapped his neck, his lifeless body falling to the ground as the room fell silent. I have had enough of his blatant disrespect. Tolerance can only last so long, Naruto declared from his throne. Mobilize the army. All silver wraiths will come to the land of fire and fulfill my promise of destroying the Leaf. Marshal the troops. Chiron, the centaur MSTR of war, commanded. The king has spoken. In the streets of Arcadia, legions of silver wraiths armed with swords, spears, axes, knives, shields, and bows marched toward the gate. Every available soldier joined the march, leaving only the city defenders behind. Massive siege towers were moved by powerful trolls, and airships floated above, manned by elves. Naruto observed everything from his ziggurat, his wives contributing their wraiths to the cause. Naruto flew atop his lion mount, positioned before his vast army. Using his magic, aided by the elves, he opened a massive portal to the land of fire. The war against the Leaf had begun. Just 2 days prior, Naruto's message reached Tsunade, who immediately ordered the complete fortification of the Leaf. She informed the fire daimyo of Naruto's impending invasion, prompting the daimyo to order the people of the land to move to either the fire capital or the Leaf. The fire monks were evenly divided between the 2 locations. Tsunade also ordered trenches, fortifications, ditches, and catapults to be built hastily to withstand Naruto's onslaught. Furious over how Danzo, the elders, and the civilian council had acted behind her back, Tsunade took matters into her own hands. Koharu and Hamura were executed, while Danzo fled with his foundation assets, except for Sai, who had grown fond of Team Ibuki, and the conspirators on the civilian council were arrested and executed for treason, leading to the dissolution of the civilian council. Tens of thousands from towns across the country poured into the Leaf, and half of the fire monks were also present. The Fire Lord sent 25,000 samurai to aid in the Leaf's defense, but Tsunade doubted it would be enough. Naruto claimed to have an army of over 700,000, and while she wasn't sure if that was true, she sensed that his forces were indeed vast. In her office, she poured herself a cup of sake just as a massive flaming boulder struck the village. Tsunade rushed to the top of the Hokage building, witnessing the overwhelming sight of Naruto's army, a thick, black mass covering the land, not even a kilometer away from the village. Raise the chakra shield. Tsunade shouted, and the ceiling core complied without hesitation. Far away, Naruto observed the shields being raised but remained unfazed. Bring in Grand, he commanded, and a loud horn echoed through the air. A massive warhammer, resembling a wolf's head with flames emanating from its mouth, was pushed toward the shield. This was Grand, the hammer of the underworld, designed to shatter the chakra shields used by the hidden villages. Pulled by trolls, Grand moved closer to the shield, followed by towering siege structures. "Fire everything!" Tsunade ordered as archers released their arrows and catapults hurled boulders. The arrows proved ineffective, and while the boulders destroyed swathes of silver wraiths and siege towers, the wraiths merely reformed. Grand struck the shield, sending tremors through the ground with each impact. The satyr musicians played drums, flutes, and trumpets, creating a chaotic symphony as Grand continued its assault until the shield finally shattered. The legions surged toward the walls of the Leaf Village, and the Arcadians retaliated with flaming arrows and massive stones that wreaked havoc on the village infrastructure. The siege towers reached the walls, and the wraiths began ramming them, creating openings to breach the defenses. Airships hovered above, raining fire down upon the village. Ladders were positioned, and the wraiths began their ascent. The samurai fought valiantly to repel them with arrows, but their efforts proved futile, even against the high-level jutsu of some jonin. The first wave of wraiths reached the towers, leading to a fierce battle. A silver wraith overpowered a samurai and struck down a genin. It hurled a spear that sent a jonin tumbling from the wall, and then, with merciless precision, it began to attack anyone in its path. The village gates were breached, and 3 heavily armed trolls entered, easily overpowering the Leaf defenders. Chariots and cavalry. "Advance!" Chiron commanded as horns blared. The Arcadian chariots and cavalry charged into the village. A clever trap managed to take out the first 3 chariots, but the remaining forces surged forward, wreaking havoc as the walls fell. The wraiths poured into the village, intent on pillaging the Leaf, a moment the hidden Leaf had never faced in its history. The samurai and ninja charged at the incoming wraiths, but the wraiths' spears cut them down mercilessly. Chariot riders shot arrows at civilians as they rampaged through the village, while the cavalry beheaded anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path. A samurai fled from a silver wraith, only to collide with a woman who hid her child upon seeing the threat. "No, not my child," she pleaded, but the wraith struck her down and advanced toward the screaming child, fulfilling the king's orders for no one to be spared. The silver wraiths attacked the academy doors, and the 5 chunin assigned to protect it stood no chance. The 2 academy instructors attempted to calm the dozen students taking refuge inside. When the doors were breached, the children screamed in terror at the sight of the glowing, metallic skeletal soldiers. The instructors rushed to protect their students but were swiftly defeated. The soldiers moved in, intent on eliminating the terrified children. One child attempted to escape but was shot in the foot. As he crawled away, a wraith captured him and ended his life. "Please, mercy," begged the old caretaker of the orphanage, one of many who had mistreated Naruto in the past. The wraith, however, showed no mercy, ending her life without hesitation. The orphans were gathered inside the building, crying and pleading for mercy, but the wraiths set the place ablaze, trapping them inside. In the village square, chaos reigned. Houses burned as civilians were dragged from their homes and slaughtered in the streets. A wraith pulled a woman from her home and struck her down. A man was stabbed in the neck, and a father was beheaded while trying to protect his family. The metallic soldiers continued their rampage, carrying out the king's orders without hesitation. "Bless the king for this glorious conquest," shouted a satyr, witnessing the destruction of the Leaf Village. "Lord Enoch and Lady Ishtar are watching us from the afterlife. The spirits of the great ones are with us," he proclaimed, and many joined him in fervent approval, intensifying the music as the wraiths continued their assault. Meanwhile, Naruto approached the village, ready to witness the chaos unfold. Within the walls, a wraith discarded a shield and swiftly dispatched a samurai. It continued its rampage, easily defeating 3 more samurai who attempted to confront it. Kakashi, Yamato, and Might Guy, accompanied by a group of 12 Umbu, drew their katanas and prepared for battle. As waves of wraiths approached, they charged forward with determination. Kakashi unleashed his signature technique, tearing through the wraiths, while Might Guy's taijutsu took down many. Yet, the wraiths simply reformed, continuing their relentless advance. Elsewhere in the village, the rookies and Team Guy fought valiantly against the endless tide of silver wraiths. Yamato used his wood style to ensnare the wraiths, but they kept coming, seemingly without end. Sakura, fueled by grief for her mother, fought fiercely alongside Ino and Sai, defending the Yamanaka clan's home against the relentless assault. Hinata Hyuga fought alongside her cousin, younger sister, and father to defend the Hyuga clan compounds. Kiba was exhausted from protecting his home from the wraiths, his clothes soaked in sweat. Rock Lee and Tenten aided the Akimikis and Naras in the forest, battling the wraiths. Tsunade was severely fatigued from fighting hundreds of wraiths and healing numerous patients simultaneously. The wraiths, made of metal, were much harder to defeat than humans. She breathed, feeling a significant portion of her chakra depleted. Lady Tsunade, her assistant, Shizen Kato, called out, "The tunnels are ready. Get everyone to escape through them, Shizen. We need to buy time for as many people to survive." Tsunade shouted. Shizen shot a green flare into the sky, prompting everyone who saw it to rush inside. The 7 volunteer platoons of shinobi and 5 platoons of samurai prepared to defend the fleeing civilians. They may lose the village, but they would not lose its spirit, the will of fire. Naruto arrived to witness the destruction of his former prison, smirking at the sight of it burning. An Umbu attempted to confront him, but he quickly broke the man's arm and lifted him by the neck. With ease, he ended the Umbu's life and dispatched 3 more shinobi who approached him. 6 additional shinobi attacked, but they were no match for him. He impaled one through the stomach, burned another, beheaded a third, and dealt with the rest swiftly. Once the fighting ceased, Chiron approached him with news. "We have victory, my king, but a fifth of the village managed to escape through the tunnels. We tried to pursue, but they were blown up and the tracks remain cold. So we killed 4/5 of the population." "Not a bad result, Chiron," Naruto replied. "Something else, my lord. Much of the shinobi force was lost. Not a single samurai or fire monk survived. The Inazuka and Hyuga clans were the most affected, losing over 65% of their members. The Aburame clan is not far behind, and the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans lost 40% of theirs." "Very good, Chiron. With the fire capital also sacked, we won't need to continue. Burn this village and we can leave. The expansion of our empire will begin when we return to Arcadia." Naruto ordered, and all troops set the Leaf Village ablaze. They carried off plunder to the city, and Naruto revived some civilians to use as LBR in Arcadia, while the rest of the bodies were burned. Far away, Tsunade saw the village burning on the horizon. "Everything my grandfather and granduncle built. Everything we fought for. Gone," she thought sadly, tears streaming down her face. For the Leaf, it felt like the end of the world. Since the time of the first Hokage, the people of the Leaf had struggled for peace in their home. Now, the hopes and dreams of generations were lost, destroyed by the boy they once hated, who returned as a king. It had been 13 days since Naruto and the army of Arcadia sacked the Hidden Leaf. Attempts to rebuild the village had all ended in vain, as everything except the cemetery was reduced to ashes. Word reached them that the Fire Daimyo and his family were killed when the Silver Wraiths attacked the capital at the same time the Leaf was burned. During this time, Tsunade fell into a coma after exhausting her chakra reserves while saving the wounded. Sakura, along with her friends Ino and Hinata, worked tirelessly to help everyone. "Ino, we need more morphine here," Sakura shouted as Ino rushed over with more supplies. Even after a week, the effects of Naruto's attack were still evident, both physically and psychologically. "All right," Sakura said as she injected morphine to ease a patient's pain. With so few nurses and doctors, many survivors were left to suffer, and the remnants of the Leaf numbered less than 10,000 shinobi, with barely twice that in civilians. "Mom, how could you agree to a plan like that? Do you hate Naruto so much that you risk the destruction of our home?" 3 days after the attack, Danzo and his foundation returned to take control. Despite the situation being largely his fault, Many rallied behind him, as most of their shinobi were weakened from the battle against the endless hordes of wraiths. Few resisted, and Danzo did not execute any, knowing that manpower was at an all-time low. Sakura was soon called to meet Kakashi, who informed her that Sasuke had been found in the land of iron and was planning to crash the 5 Kage summit. "Sakura, prepare your equipment. We're going to get Sasuke," Kakashi ordered. Sakura nodded, determined. "I failed with Naruto, but I hope to succeed with you, Sasuke." In Arcadia, Naruto lay on his bed, medicinal herbs applied to his body by Yugao. The sudden release of the fox's chakra 3 years prior had severely damaged his nervous system, and while Arcadian magic was powerful, it could only heal part of it. Naruto breathed heavily as the herbs burned against his skin. Although he could use his magic, he chose not to for healing, believing that pain could be a source of strength. After the treatment, Yugao admired her MSTR. Naruto stroked her chin gently before putting on his uniform and heading to the forges, where Brock welcomed him. "Welcome to my humble home, Your Highness." "Brock, my friend, how goes the forging?" Naruto asked. "Well, it goes well. The workers from that village are laboring hard." "I'm pleased to hear that." As Naruto walked, a hand from a former Leaf citizen, now SLV in Arcadia, reached out and grasped his boot. "Please show mercy," the man begged, but Naruto kicked him away. "Where was the mercy when I asked for it? Here in the forges, working for your king is an honor. Rejoice, for your king has need of you." With that, Naruto left the forges to return to his castle. "Long live my lord, the king," Yujito ni, a Sinsebian to the blonde king, said as she bowed before him. Yujito. Title: The Rise of Arcadia. How goes the campaign on the Otsutsuki homeworld of Otsit Prime? It does not go as planned, my king. War Master Chiron has lost a battle against the alien foe. It's not even been a day since I left to return here. Well, Yugao, prepare to depart. Naruto commanded, and Yugao was already ready. They entered the portal and arrived on Otsit Prime, the homeworld of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsit Prime. Upon arriving at the camp of his army, Naruto took his place atop a war elephant, sitting on a throne as he surveyed the landscape. Chiron rushed to meet him and offered a formal salute. "My lord the king, you honor me with your presence. I regret to inform you that I failed to launch an effective strike. I did not anticipate the Otsutsuki unleashing such a number of their beast soldiers upon us. Not even the elven squads could inflict significant damage. Do not let this discourage you, Chiron, old friend. Failure is a part of life, a teacher from which we can learn. I am here now and ready to tip the scales. In our favor once more," Naruto replied as his wives approached him. "Naruto, though it's only been 6 hours, we missed you greatly," Shizuka said, stepping forward to kiss her husband. "My love, there is an Otsutsuki here who wishes to meet you." "Oh," Naruto responded, surprised, as he turned to see a female Otsutsuki appear before him. "Your Royal Highness, you honor me with your presence. My name is Nephthys Otsutsuki," she said, bowing before Naruto as a sign of respect. "My king, I am a representative of my faction within the Otsutsuki clan. Half of the clan recognizes that fighting is futile and that you will eventually win this war. My faction wishes to break away from the main clan to join your side. We only ask that you spare our people." "Is that all?" Naruto inquired. "Yes, my king. That is all my people longing. Grant us this, and you will have our undying loyalty. Listen to me, Nephthys. I am Arcadia, the heir to Enoch, slayer of dragons. Based on the promise you have shown me, I will give you my support." "I thank you for your generosity, my king," Nephthys replied. "Will you grant me the honor of your kiss?" Naruto asked. In Arcadian culture, a kiss on the hand of a superior signified loyalty. He attempted to remove his glove, but Nephthys instead kissed his boot. "That shall suffice. Tomorrow, your people will be part of my kingdom." "I thank you, my lord. Mere words cannot express my gratitude. Go and gather your followers. By the next morning, I will bring my army to crush the feeble resistance in my way." The next day, "Nephthys, you traitor!" shouted Draxus Otsutsuki, the current head of the Otsutsuki clan. You have betrayed your own people. You will suffer for this. I only did what was necessary to ensure the survival of our people. If it means putting ourselves under the yoke of Arcadia, so be it. Besides, we never stood a chance. Traitor! I will. You will do nothing to harm one under my protection, Draxus Otsutsuki, Naruto interjected in a cold, commanding voice as he appeared before Draxus and the hostile faction of the Otsutsuki clan, flanked by his army. This galaxy, this universe, is now mine. The age of Otsutsuki rule is over. Now begins the age of Arcadia. Lies. You are nothing but a liar and an upstart lower life form who should know his place. No. I am a king of chaos. Darkness, death, and destruction follow me wherever I go. I have laid waste to the nations of man as my predecessor has done. I am your oblivion, Naruto declared, his fists glowing with dark blue energy. Draxus's hands ignited with dark reddish energy as he charged toward Naruto. Both armies surged forward, and as the fists of their leaders collided, a violent explosion erupted. Tens of thousands of silver wraiths, dozens of Arcadian war machines, and hundreds of Otsutsuki were sent flying. The two godlike beings unleashed another powerful punch, causing quakes that reverberated throughout the planet. Though the Otsutsuki possessed superior power, the wraiths eventually overwhelmed them, and some fell in battle. Koyuki froze an Otsutsuki, the ice hardened by Shien's power, while both Shizuka and Kuratsuchi unleashed a combo shot that severely injured the Otsutsuki. Urashiki Otsutsuki charged toward the girls, but before he could act further, Yugao ensnared him with her slime, allowing Guren to shoot multiple crystals that Yujito used to blind the Otsutsuki. Kuratsuchi melted the alien's feet while Koyuki trapped him with ice, complemented by Shien's dark powers. Shizuka unleashed a beam of dark green energy that eliminated the Otsutsuki. Draxus watched in fury as his trusted lieutenant fell. Naruto blasted energy at Draxus, sending him crashing to the ground. The Otsutsuki, seeing his own blood, became enraged. Dimenu, Demed lower life form. Know your place. Draxus shouted as he charged at Naruto, dodging strikes. He managed to grasp Naruto's helmet and remove it. You should not have listened to my foolish sister, human, he yelled, firing beams of energy at Naruto. Your worthless existence is at an end. Draxus declared boldly, but Naruto smirked. No. It is your existence that will end, Draxus Otsutsuki. Come forth, Black Racer. Naruto summoned his Herald of Chaos, and the Black Racer appeared before him, scythe in hand. You are but an obstacle in the way of my empire. Your death will usher in a new age. Naruto proclaimed as the Black Racer struck Draxus in the heart. Naruto's death beams surged toward Draxus, resulting in a massive explosion that could easily level continents. Light poured from Draxus's eyes and mouth as his body succumbed to the blast. Draxus lay dead on the ground, his body marred and scorched. The remaining Otsutsuki surrendered to the king of Arcadia, and Naruto smiled. Prime. The remaining remnants of the Otsutsuki clan that would not become vassals to Arcadia joined the alliance between Momoshiki and Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ishiki, having survived an attempted assassination by Kaguya, returned as the clan faced near extinction. A formidable army commanded by powerful leaders was building its strength not far from the camps of Arcadia. Naruto was determined to snuff out this resistance from existence. What can they do, Nefties? Naruto asked the female Otsutsuki who had pledged her undying loyalty to him, also offering herself as a CNCBN. Momoshiki is powerful but not as much as me or Draxus, my lord. His main ability lies in the fact that he can absorb chakra and release it as a powerful attack. Although consuming his foster father, Kinshiki, would increase his power, it would not be by much. Ishiki possesses the ability to shrink and enlarge objects, and his durability and hand-to-hand combat skills are unmatched. Out of the two, Ishiki is the stronger, even more so than me, Nefties explained, and her king nodded in understanding. I see. Tell me, Nefties, what is the general view of Ishtar Otsutsuki, the wife of my Enoch Bogler? She is closely related to me, my king. The clan's view of her is largely negative, as many believe she betrayed her people for Enoch, who not only defeated Glorung but also killed over 100 Otsutsuki shortly after establishing his empire on the planet. Many blame her for the setbacks the Otsutsuki have faced for thousands of years. You may leave and return to your quarters. Tomorrow we begin the attack, Naruto instructed the Otsutsuki. She bowed and departed. Tomorrow, my enemies will fall, and the dream of my predecessor will be fulfilled. Arcadia will reign. For all eternity. Next day, the two massive armies faced each other in tense silence. On Arcadia's side stood hordes of silver wraiths, cavalry, chariots, elephants, ships, and siege towers, accompanied by armies of magical creatures. Opposing them were the beast soldiers of the Otsutsuki clan, outnumbering Arcadia's forces 7-1. Leading Arcadia was their king and his queens, while Ishiki and Momoshiki Otsutsuki commanded the remnants of the Otsutsuki. Even now, the godlike aliens trembled at the thought of a lower life form surpassing their kind. Before them stood a human who threatened to end their dems. The king of Arcadia grew stronger, drawing power from the chaos and dark energy of Otsut Prime, growing larger every day. The three powerful beings stood in the center of the battlefield as their armies prepared to clash. Before I defeat you, I want you to know something. All the suffering I endured in my life was partly due to your kind, so consider this payback. Naruto declared to the two Otsutsuki. We are stronger than you, insect, Momoshiki retorted. You are just a nightmare that will end. Yes. I am your nightmare, Naruto replied, teleporting and striking Momoshiki, sending him crashing across several mountains. Ishiki reacted swiftly, launching multiple rods, but Naruto's protective barrier absorbed the impact. As Naruto prepared his next move, Momoshiki charged at him with a red chakra spear, while Ishiki joined the fray. The king of Arcadia skillfully dodged their strikes, using acrobatics to evade their attacks. Naruto unleashed the almighty push of his Rinne Sharingan, destroying the rods aimed at him as he flew to confront Momoshiki. Blades clashed like flashes of lightning as the two moved at incredible speeds. Naruto hurled Momoshiki down and unleashed a torrent of over 1,000 swords. Although Momoshiki dodged most, he sustained injuries on his left side. Naruto then kicked Momoshiki in the face while blocking Ishiki's strikes. Ishiki summoned two staffs, attempting to impale Naruto, but the king evaded them with agile somersaults. He retaliated with a powerful kick to Ishiki's chin, followed by another to his stomach. Momoshiki fired various attacks, but Naruto remained unharmed. Utilizing his Hades ring, he lifted boulders and hurled them at Momoshiki. The Otsutsuki destroyed the boulders but lost track of Naruto, who teleported behind him and struck with electricity. Naruto then used planetary devastation to trap Momoshiki in a planetoid. The furious Otsutsuki burst forth, summoning 6 stone dragons to attack. Naruto slashed at them, shattering them effortlessly, while Momoshiki created a massive rock golem. Your power will be mine, Momoshiki shouted as the golem advanced on Naruto. I think not, Naruto replied, summoning his armored Susanoo, which obliterated the golem. Ishiki attempted to strike, but to his surprise, he couldn't even dent the Susanoo. The Susanoo delivered a punch to Ishiki, sending him crashing into a mountain range and devastating the land. Momoshiki aimed for Naruto's Tenketsu, but the king phased through the attack. Time stop, Naruto muttered, freezing time and striking Momoshiki over 300 times. The Otsutsuki fell to his knees in pain, and Naruto kicked him away, sending him flying for miles. Naruto used gravity magic to pull both Otsutsuki toward him, grabbing their heads. He soared into the sky and then slammed them down, creating a massive impact that left a kilometer-deep hole. Ishiki continued to fight, but Naruto simply punched him in the stomach. Creating two sides of Amaterasu flames, Naruto leaped to attack Momoshiki, who barely managed to evade. Naruto then kicked Ishiki hard across the face before stabbing the two Otsutsuki. It's been fun, but I have to end this. My army has already teleported to safety, leaving you at my mercy. Naruto ascended into the sky, surveying the injured Otsutsuki and the remains of their defeated forces. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. He declared as 5 purple energy dragons manifested and descended upon his enemies. Some Otsutsuki attempted to flee, but in an explosion that obliterated the surface of Otsut Prime, they were annihilated. Ishiki Otsutsuki was reduced to ashes. Naruto landed amidst the devastation. "You go down just like Holy Mary," he began to sing, a tune popping into his head as he walked toward a portal that would take him back to Arcadia, where his army awaited their king's return. Obito gazed at the 5 fallen Otsutsuki clan members who had fled the destruction of their home. No information could be retrieved from them, as they were on the brink of death. Right now, he had a war to deal with after rescuing Sasuke Uchiha from his old teammate, Kakashi Hatake, and his student, Sakura Haruno. Having allied himself with Kabuto, the 4th Great Ninja War was underway. The 9-tailed fox could not be revived, this he had to admit, but the Otsutsuki before him presented an alternative. If he could feed them to the demonic statue of the outer path, the husk of the 10 tails, then they might serve as a replacement for the 9-tailed fox. A simple theory, but one that held great promise and power. Sasuke destroyed the base of the mountain's graveyard and walked up. Tobi had decided to give him a new power-up, which, unbeknownst to him, contained some Otsutsuki cells. As Sasuke walked, a group of white Zetsu came to intercept him. Sasuke paid no mind to them and simply burned them all with Amaterasu. His mind was in conflict. He hated the village for ordering the genocide of his clan and the suffering his older brother endured, but on the other hand, there was Naruto. Naruto hated the village far more than he did, and from what Sasuke could remember, Naruto had suppressed that anger until a few weeks ago when he burned everything to the ground after the leaf provoked him for the last time. Hearing how Naruto could hold back his hatred impressed Sasuke, especially as he recalled Naruto's brash attitude. Yet, he also thought of how the blonde had destroyed the leaf. This conflict tore at his mind as he was caught between killing the last remnants of the leaf or joining their side. Naruto was the person splitting his thoughts. Should he become the light he once was or the embodiment of darkness and chaos that he had become? After meeting Itachi in the woods, Sasuke followed him and eventually convinced his older brother to allow him to tag along. Perhaps this way he could finally decide his choice. Sasuke Uchiha traveled along the rain-soaked road, atop the trees alongside his reanimated older brother, in search of Kabuto Yakushi. It was the only way to get Itachi to tell him everything he wanted to know. Itachi was glad to see that Sasuke could be swayed to rebuild the village into a new one but was saddened to hear it had been destroyed. However, he couldn't lament now. He had to stop Kabuto and his army of reanimations. On a faraway planet, Naruto stood atop a hill, observing his silver wraiths as they defeated the last remaining resistance from a local kingdom. The Otsutsuki had used their powers to transport humans to this planet over 30,000 years ago as a SLVLBR colony but had largely forgotten about them. The humans spread across the planet and were in a medieval state of technology. This was just another obstacle in his grand empire building, and Naruto would see to it that it was fulfilled no matter what. A kind-hearted, loving king to his subjects, but a ruthless, merciless, cold-hearted tyrant to his enemies. His tent was enormous, lavishly decorated, and standing tall. Protected by his personal guards at all times, he watched with cold, pitiless red eyes as his soldiers stormed the city of Insapper and sacked it. 10 kings and their kingdoms had already fallen to him in one day, his army slaughtering all opponents without mercy, men, women, and children alike. The fields consumed the corpses of those who resisted him, and tides of blood washed the ground. The silver wraiths laid waste to the city, burning all the houses and buildings with intense fire. They dragged the terrified masses out to impose judgment on them. A silver wraith pulled a woman from her home and pushed her onto the street. Another wraith killed an adult male while another placed chains on the women and children, whipping them and ordering them to walk. Men from the city were lined up, and once the commander gave the order, their heads rolled on the ground. Others were stabbed to death, burned, impaled, or flayed, a nation and army that was ruthless to the old and pitiless to the young. 30,000 soldiers, my love. None stood a chance. All were slaughtered without mercy, Koyuki whispered into her husband's ear, kissing his lips. He, sitting on his throne, read the report and returned the favor. What's more is that our empire has over 100,000 slaves to work on the projects you have envisioned. Your plans are coming to fruition, love, Shine said as she leaned in for a hug. My king, Shizuka announced as she entered the room. Envoys from the nearby kingdoms of Sipar, Ashilian, and Karak wished to join your side. It was bound to happen eventually, Naruto replied as he stood to meet these envoys. All were of royal blood, related to the kings of their kingdoms, and 2 of them wanted to side with him, if only to survive under Arcadia's rule. The last group of envoys was a secret one made up of the princess of Ashilian and her friends. Apparently, she wanted to betray her family and serve the king of Arcadia. After listening to their proposals, Naruto made his choice. I am Naruto Uzumaki, king of Arcadia and the universe. My word is law, and by my power, I grant you the right to rule, if only as my vassal states. Return to your kingdoms. And you, Princess Sammari of Ashilian, your kingdom is next for conquest. When the time comes, kill your father and older siblings when my army comes by night, and you will rule as regent of 1/3 of the planet. I humbly bow, your great lordship. I am thankful that you grant me this great mercy and opportunity, though I am but dust at your boots, Princess Sammari replied, hoping to gain favor with her espin's and servile attitude. Do you think you flatter me? Naruto asked, and the princess shivered with fear at his cold tone. Well, no one has died of flattery. Rise, dust of my boots, and fulfill the orders I have given you. After he ordered them to leave, he turned to his council and planned the next move. Was trusting them necessary, my king? Shizuka asked. I don't trust them, especially that princess. Neither do I, but we need not fear a betrayal. They are too scared of a military response from us to risk such a thing. Now then, tonight we will attack Ashilian, and once the other 2 are ours, we can move in to finish the rest. My king, may I speak? Kuratsuchi asked her husband in the midst of his planning. Why does a queen ask me for permission? Speak, Kuratsuchi. My king, may Arcadia aid the hidden stone in the 4th ninja war? The 10 Tails is close to revival, and Madara Uchiha has returned. Madara Uchiha? If the 10 Tails is revived and he becomes Jinchuriki, he may pose a problem for Arcadia, especially since some Otsutsuki fled to Earth and could be sacrificed to the beast. After Ashilian falls, we will deal with Madara Uchiha. He should know better than to return from the hell where he belongs. Ashilian. Fire raged throughout the city as silver wraiths surged in. A knight tasked with protecting the princess rushed into the throne room. Upon entering, he was horrified to find the princess, blood covering her face and hands, surrounded by the bodies of her family, her father, 2 older brothers and younger sister, all slain by her own hand. Princess Sammari, the knight gasped in shock, his anger igniting as he saw Naruto seated on the throne, flanked by the queens and members of Arcadia's council. King of Arcadia. You did this. You forced the princess to kill her family. I will kill you. You stand too proudly before your new overlord, the king of Arcadia. You should be humbled at this moment. Prostrate yourself, commanded Talon, the new elf lord, his voice powerful enough to force the knight to kneel. At Naruto's order, Talon released the spell, allowing the knight to rise and prepare for battle. I will allow you to fight me one-on-one, Naruto stated as he descended from the throne. But before we begin, may I know your name? Tristan Steele, the knight replied, charging at Naruto. The blonde king dodged the strike and countered with a punch to the knight's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. Undeterred, Sir Tristan quickly recovered and hurled his sword at Naruto, who sidestepped the attack. The knight leaped to punch Naruto, but his fist nearly broke upon impact. Naruto seized Sir Tristan by the throat and tossed him aside. Naruto then threw Sir Tristan's sword back to him and gestured for him to pick it up. Pick it up, Knight of Ashilian. Your resolve to win against an evil, invading force may give you strength, but this is reality. The laws of the universe are often unfair. One is favored while the other is not. This is not a tale of a knight in shining armor saving the day. No, you are but a speck of dust fighting a mountain. This is the story of the establishment of an empire whose reach will extend across the universe. With a fierce cry, Sir Tristan charged again, but Naruto effortlessly deflected the sword's swing. He struck the knight again and then grasped his head, throwing him about 20 feet away. Struggle all you want, but it is meaningless. If there is equality for every living thing, it is that we all will inevitably die. Our souls will return to the primordial chaos where oblivion awaits. I am that oblivion. You should surrender, Sir Tristan. You stand no chance against me, and I've yet to use a weapon or cast a spell. It would be a shame to lose a brave-hearted knight like you. You are braver than the kings of the nations I have laid waste to, so what do you say? I am the shield of Princess Sammari and protector of the royal line of Achillean. Tell me, King of Arcadia, will you kill her if I die? Now which answer will cause you the most suffering? Yes, I'll kill her, or, no, I have plans for her? Naruto asked, a smirk on his face. The knight's anger flared. You be a sturdy. Sir Tristan roared, charging once more. Naruto swiftly grabbed his sword and struck him again. Growing weary of the futile struggle, Naruto unleashed a surge of electricity, rendering the knight unconscious. Do not worry, princess. He is alive. Your wish to have the knight Sir Tristan steal is fulfilled, and you are now a puppet queen of Arcadia. I thank you, my lord the king, my god. I will prove my worth and live to be worthy of your great mercy. I will send 30,000 silver wraiths to this planet. The rest of us will return to Earth and stop Madara Uchiha. Elemental nations. The allied shinobi forces stood before Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha, facing an army of over 100,000 white Zetsu. Moments earlier, the demonic statue had consumed the Gold and Silver Brothers, along with 5 Otsutsuki, including Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Sasuke Uchiha had joined the allied forces, supported by the reanimated 4 Hokages. The 5 Kage had also been healed through the combined efforts of Katsuyu and Karen. Despite this, they doubted it would be enough, as the chakra from the demonic statue was beyond anything they had ever encountered. The question remained, could they win? Their answer came when portals opened, revealing the armies of Arcadia. Hordes of silver wraiths, war elephants, siege towers, and airships arrived to reinforce the allied shinobi forces. Naruto, atop his trusted steed, approached Kakashi, Sakura, the 5 Kage, Sasuke, and the reanimated Hokage. Naruto? Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade exclaimed. Naruto! Hiruzen and Minato said in unison, shocked to see the king of Arcadia, having heard from Sasuke that he had burned down the leaf. There is only one person who can rule this universe, and Madara Uchiha is in my way, Naruto declared, making it clear that he was helping not out of goodwill, but because Madara obstructed his path. Very well, Sasuke replied, relieved that Naruto would fight alongside them once more. Team 7 is finally back together. Sakura shouted, raising her arm in celebration. The tides of war had shifted in their favor. Do not start a fight you'll lose and just anger the king. Remember from Sasuke's explanation that Arcadia was justified to destroy the leaf, and we need Arcadia's help in this war. Tobirama calmed down but still harbored a longing to confront Naruto. Naruto, Hiruzen Sarutobi called out to the boy he considered a grandson. The kind-hearted boy whose smile once lit up the mood of everyone around him was now replaced by the heartless king before them. Old man Hiruzen Sarutobi and father. If I said it is nice meeting you, would I be lying? Naruto. I am so sorry that I was unable to protect you or prevent such things from happening. I'm truly... Save it. No need to apologize. I say this not because I forgive you, but because it will not change the past. The same goes for you too, father. Just as both of you cannot change what you did, I cannot change the fact that I burned the leaf. The only difference is that I enjoyed every last second of doing it. Naruto's words shocked the Leaf leaders at his lack of remorse. Thus, my Naruto is back and ready to win another war. Mizukage Maturumi shouted in joy as she stepped forward and hugged Naruto, who still mounted his lion. Now Madara will wish he never came back to life. Can you give me my personal space, please, May? Naruto asked politely. You don't have to be so bashful, Mei replied, disappointment in her voice. To think he'll be the one to get all the girls, Kakashi remarked, earning a punch from Tsunade and Sakura. Are we ready to send Madara and Obito back to the grave? Sasuke asked as Naruto dismounted his steed. I was born ready, Naruto replied. Seal the 10 tails. It has consumed 5 Otsutsuki clan members, among them Momoshiki, who is one of the strongest. The 10 tails may have at least a 7-fold increase in strength and power, while the Jinchuriki may be even more powerful than me. I will deal with Madara. He signaled the start of battle. Naruto teleported behind Madara and grabbed his head, crashing him across a hill as his army charged to eliminate the White Zetsu. Kakashi moved in to confront Obito just as the 10 tails fully transformed. That was impossible. I couldn't sense him. Madara muttered to himself as he saw the blonde king appear before him. Surprised? I shouldn't be, but you did catch me off guard, King of Arcadia. Your ambitions are misplaced, Madara Uchiha. A dream world of nothing but lies stands against my empire. As king, I judge you unworthy to continue on. Naruto declared as he drew his sword for battle. You're going to use that blunt old thing against me? You will find it sharper than any other blade. Naruto replied, and Madara jumped up, shooting 5 flaming projectiles at him. Naruto swung his sword, destroying the projectiles, but Madara came up behind him and unleashed a fire jutsu. Naruto blocked the flames just as Madara attacked him with a war fan and scythe. Naruto blocked all of Madara's blows and released a gust of wind that sent Madara flying. He soared up and swung at Madara, destroying a large part of his reanimated body. Madara fell, but just as Naruto prepared to release Madara's soul, the Uchiha Susanoo came to attack him. Naruto destroyed the arm with a swing and unleashed a violent stream of lightning. Wood Style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Madara summoned a wood dragon from the ground to attack Naruto, but the blonde king split it in half. If you think you can defeat me with mere tricks, think again. I've faced Otsutsuki before, Madara Uchiha, and you aren't on their level. Then can you take on 5 of me at once? Madara asked as 5 wood clones with humanoid Susanoo charged at Naruto. The blonde king swung his sword at the Susanoo, destroying them, and blocked their strikes with his bare hands. He phased through an attack and used his Narada to cut another Susanoo. It seems you can't take on 5 opponents without some difficulty. Time for playing is over, I suppose. Naruto unleashed a black energy that engulfed the clones. In an instant, all of them were destroyed, and Madara barely escaped. You fool! Fire Style, Majestic Demolisher Flame. Madara shot another fire jutsu, but Naruto absorbed it. No matter. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Deep Forest Emergence. Trees began to grow from the ground, trapping Naruto in their roots. Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, Apocalypse. Naruto saw a giant meteor descend toward him but remained unfazed. He burned the roots and swung his sword, splitting the meteor in half before teleporting near Madara. The Uchiha quickly activated his Susanoo, but Naruto destroyed it. How do you have this much power? And it is only the swings of your sword. I have surpassed my human limits, Madara. I am no longer just human. No, I am far more. I have evolved and become a king of the stars. Naruto replied as Madara created 4 more clones to attack him. Elsewhere, at the same time Naruto and Madara were fighting, Obito Uchiha had been defeated by Kakashi Hatake, and the 10 tails rampaged across the battlefield. Due to consuming 5 Otsutsuki, it was far more powerful than before. A quarter of the allied shinobi forces were dead, including Sasuke Uchiha. Karen Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno tried their best to heal his wounds, but little did they know, Sasuke had a meeting with the Sage of 6 Paths. So, you're telling me that your mother, the one who created all chakra, is deceiving us and is going to use Madara as a vessel? Sasuke asked. Very much indeed, Hagoromo, the Sage of 6 Paths, replied. Your friend, the King of Arcadia, knows the function of the 10 tails and has been informed of my mother's plan since his Emster already knows of it. He doesn't care much since he will stop it from happening. I see. And what does this have to do with me? Surely not telling me everything since I'm dead now, right? No. You can think of it as a power-up, if that is how you youngsters call it. Specifically, I'm going to give you, Sasuke Uchiha, my yin and yang half. I would give you my yin half only and the yang to the Uzumaki, but he is already more powerful than I am, so I settled on you. Protect this world, Sasuke Uchiha, from your friend if need be. Hagoromo told Sasuke as he extended his arms. Back in the real world, Sasuke took a deep breath as he came back to life. His chakra reserves were on par with the nine-tailed fox, and his left eye had transformed into a Rinnegan. Sakura embraced him as Sasuke returned to life, but the 10 tails had been summoned elsewhere. Sasuke realized that Madara was about to become the Jinchuriki and needed to be stopped immediately. We have to stop Madara now, he urged. At the same time Madara exclaimed, yes. This is truly full power, as his perfect Susanoo came to life. Now dance until you drop dead. He unsheathed his sword and swung it at Naruto, the force of the attack destroying several mountains. You call this a Susanoo? It's small compared to mine. And much weaker too, Naruto replied, opening his eyes just as Madara's Susanoo was engulfed in a massive explosion. Taurus. Susanoo was destroyed. Susanoo. Madara thought in shock as he fell to the ground. He attacked Naruto with a chakra rod, but Naruto's power forced him down to his knees. How are you this powerful? Madara gasped. Iltum Zumra Rashupti I Ladim, Naruto responded, leaving Madara confused. What? Iltum Zumra Rashupti I Ladim. I don't understand a word of what you said, but I'll happily put it on your tombstone. I still have one final trump card. Summoning Jutsu. Madara summoned the 10 tails and quickly absorbed it, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Madara possessed a slightly greater quantity of power than Naruto, but Naruto had one card left up his sleeve that would end Madara once and for all. As Madara shot his truth-seeking orbs, Naruto effortlessly swatted them away. Madara flew up and unleashed a beam of purple energy from his mouth, devastating the landscape. He descended with his staff, but Naruto blocked the attack, the impact shattering mountains. Naruto's hands glowed dark blue as he released a beam of dark energy at Madara, who defended himself with his truth-seeking orbs. Madara summoned his Limbo clones, which activated their Limbo Susanoo and charged at Naruto. Naruto brought his hands together and unleashed a burst of energy that obliterated the area and the Limbo clones. He then fired a powerful dark beam, which Madara countered with a tailed beast beam of his own. Naruto smirked and opened a portal, punching Madara through it and into a distant, uninhabited planet. Naruto punched Madara through a moon, shattering it before crashing into the planet's surface. Madara rose, enveloping his fists in red-tailed beast chakra, ready to engage in a fistfight. Naruto's fists ignited with dark energy as they clashed. The 10 tails Jinchuriki jumped back and fired a purple laser, destroying several mountains and a vast expanse of land. Naruto transformed his fingers into dragons, unleashing a torrent of black flames at Madara. He stopped time momentarily and struck Madara in the face, sending him crashing through a mountain. Madara soared into space, but Naruto pursued him. As they approached a gas giant, Madara swung his staff, but Naruto blocked it, the impact obliterating the gas giant. Madara fired several tailed beast bombs, but Naruto dodged them all. He prepared a dark beam and shot it, destroying a nearby moon. Madara created 2 giant sickles with his truth-seeking orbs and attacked, but Naruto defended with his skeletal Susanoo arms. Focusing immense amounts of dark energy, Naruto released it in a violent explosion that annihilated the entire star system. Madara laughed, creating several black gravity orbs that gathered the shattered remnants of the star system, forming dozens of planetoids. Heaven concealed, Madara declared, using the planetoids to assault Naruto. Naruto formed a giant ball of chaos and shot it at Madara's planetoids, destroying them. Madara emerged in his gigantic, 10 tails empowered Susanoo, while Naruto summoned his own perfect Susanoo. The clash of their Susanoos generated a wave of energy that rippled across the galaxy. Back on Earth, Madara stepped through a portal, his body heavily damaged from the battle. He relished every moment of the fight but knew he had to use the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto followed through the portal, equally battered. I thank you for a wonderful dance, King of Arcadia. I haven't had this much fun since I fought Hashirama. But now, it is time for the... If you think I'm going to allow you to use the infinite Tsukuyomi, you are greatly mistaken. Come forth, Black Racer. Naruto called out, and from a white portal, the Black Racer emerged, striking Madara across the heart. Naruto unleashed a powerful red energy beam that defeated Madara, sending his soul back to the afterlife and freeing the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu, Naruto called, and upon its arrival he destroyed it. Your mother has no place in my era and never will in the eras to come. Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and the reanimated Hokage joined Naruto's side. Madara is dead? Sasuke asked, observing the freed tailed beasts and the burning demonic statue. I guess you can be free now. Sasuke released the souls of the 4 Hokages, allowing the 3rd and 4th Hokages to speak with Naruto. Both Hokages apologized, and Naruto finally forgave them for everything. It is over. This war is done. I will pull back my army and return to Arcadia. I do not belong among you, and I will keep to my territory, Naruto declared to his former teammates. And what about you, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. I'll travel around the world. Sorry, Kakashi, but I have too many bad experiences and a bad reputation to really live among you again. I'll keep in touch though, I promise, Sasuke replied. Naruto, it isn't too late to return, you know? We can forget about the past and create a new village, Kakashi suggested, hoping to sway his former student. I thank you, Kakashi-sensei, but as I told you before, I do not belong here in the elemental nations. Arcadia needs a king, and I am that king. I am honored that someone like you could be my teacher, but all good things must come to an end. Tell Tsunade that I will not interfere if the new leaf does not disturb Arcadia again. Take care, Naruto said to his former comrades before departing with his army to return home to Arcadia. Years passed since the 4th Great Ninja War, in which the Akatsuki was finally destroyed. During the subsequent summit to decide the new status quo, Naruto, the king of Arcadia, addressed the elemental nations, urging them not to create new Jinchuriki and instead allow the tailed beasts to live as sentient beings, no longer mere weapons. Reluctantly, the nations agreed, fearing the consequences of Arcadia's wrath. That was the last time Kakashi and Sakura saw Naruto. The king of Arcadia never returned to the elemental nations, instead focusing on his campaigns to expand his empire. The Leaf Village was rebuilt through much effort, and though it would take time to regain their former strength, the villagers worked diligently toward that goal. In the years that followed, Sasuke Uchiha married Sakura Haruno, and they welcomed a daughter named Sarada Uchiha. Kakashi smiled as he watched Sarada train in the new Leaf training grounds. She possessed immense potential to become a strong kunoichi. Looking up at the sky, he felt a sense of connection to his father, perhaps knowing he would be proud of the man he had become. He set his book aside and strolled through the streets. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued his travels, feeling at ease knowing his daughter would grow to be as strong as he was. Among the stars, Naruto cherished every moment spent with Team 7, smiling at the memories as he pursued his campaigns. Though they were separated, their friendship remained a unifying force.